welcome to the Post-Human Podcast.
So today's guest, and this is going to be a fun one, but chasing up from the last episode, the owner and producer of General Sound Records recordings. That is the first time I've fucked that one up. Nick Philpin, how are you, my friend? That was
Hello, good to be here. Hello, man.
Normally I fuck up people's names. Now this time
That's all right.
I fucked up your actual role. My bad. So let's get into the show. Obviously, music producer. Your background, I can clearly see there's a whole mess of stuff going on. During that dead air where you was putting your headphones in, I was complimenting the setup. There's you know, for the listeners.
Oh right, yeah, in the studio behind me.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, you know, there's a guitar to your left. I can see an electric on your very far left, which my left of the screen. There's a keyboard on the right. There's some sick ass speakers. Shit's set up. There's I think, what is that keyboard? Just while I'm looking at it.
Well, whereas it's a controller keyboard for what are they called, native instruments.
That's what.
So I don't know what it's called. I've had it for a while. I'm not one to have all the latest gear. I like gear that works, and which is why I don't update my computer ever. It works beautifully. It has done for years. It's perfect. You know, why update it if you don't need to?
Well, Native Instruments are amazing. I've used some of their stuff before. They're really good. They have a lot of. The only thing that they lack on is their software. When they give you some free DA DAWs, you know, DAWs, they're pretty slack. Either that or I was just dumb as shit that day.
No, so I'm still using Logic 9. I haven't even gone to Logic X because it's rock solid and it works brilliantly. And I can program all the stuff that Logic X can do. It's fine. You know?
I mean, that's what I find. Sometimes when you find a really solid program, you know, you just have to live with it. I mean, I'm an Ableton person, and you know, I'm not going to lie. I prefer the 9 over the 10. Yeah, that's right. Because there's just, I mean, you can get too fiddly, and when you're getting too much tech and you're getting all these other bits, and you know, like Max for Live, and you get tons of plugins, you can just lose yourself, and it takes away the real rawness to the sound.
You know something? I've got this saying. I've seen it so many times. People have just too much gear. And it's all the gear and just no ideas.
Yeah, that's
like you can have all the stuff in the world, idea in the first place. Then you know, some of the greatest music I've ever heard has been made by people on 4 tracks in kitchens with a drum kit, a bass, and a guitar.
Well, I mean, I was listening to
amazing recordings because they had a great idea.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I spoke about it with Gaz. Shout out to Gaz Reynolds. I was talking to him about it. I was watching an Elvis documentary, and it was something that I'd never normally look at. And when it was going back to the old recordings, and you seeing the way they did it, you go, "Fuck, man!" Everything in just one room. There was barely anything. You know, it's like the modern day equivalent of recording on a fucking double-sided tape cassette. You know, like
but they could play. I mean, those guys back then, they used to cut directly to a metal disc.
Yeah,
and you know, and the mix was done by placing people in the room around one microphone.
Yeah, that's what amazed me.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's incredible. And that's one of the reasons I got into recording music. I just love the process of recording.
Have you thought about trying to do something like that? I mean, I've never really. I know a lot of.
I've done stuff like that in the past. I've done. When I first started, we used tape machines and microphones. I mean, obviously, sequencing sequencing was a small part of it. We used to use an Atari.
Wow,
Atari. That was synchronized to a Atari 1040 running a program called Creator, which then went on to become Logic because Apple bought it from Creator. Yeah,
I'll keep jumping.
And we used to we used to do a thing called stripe. We used to stripe a tape with time code, and it would synchronize the computer, so we could record audio, and it would go in time with our sequences, without 8 megabytes of samples.
I mean, again, I don't mean I keep cutting you off, so I'm gonna need to. This is why I need to have a smoke before my show. CBD, by the way, people. Wink, wink. Just to slow myself down because I've not done a show in about a week, and I'm like, right, let's fucking get it all out. So I need to slow my gears down. So if I keep cutting you off, I'm just gonna slow myself, just for your benefit and listeners. I mean, because when you say something, I'm like, man, that's a great point, and I'm like, fuck, I need to stop talking for a minute. So I'm terribly sorry for that.
Okay.
Obviously, doing what you're doing now. I want to talk about what you're doing now. Because I'm going to shift the gears a minute. I was listening to the Undercover Cockney project you got going on at the minute. What you sent me in the email, absolutely love it.
Thank you.
It is. I mean, I love all styles of music. But what I loved about it the most was it reminded me of sort of old school early Gorillaz, but in an instrumental. And it had this really surreal sort of beat to it in a reggae way. And I was like, and it literally, I was right. I mean, when I was listening to it again, I was listening to this. Well, I listened to it a few times. But when I listened to it today, just before the show, while having a bit of a smoke and a drink and getting a little bit lit up, I was like, man, you can really ride the waves on this song. It is a very, very, it's so chilled and a little bit bouncy, and you're like, man, this is a very well crafted track. So I just want to say that straight away.
Thank you.
I mean, unfortunately, I mean, the other track, just while we talk about these songs, you sent another one via email as well, the Bonza Start, which was, and I want to get this one out of the way while it's fresh, sort of on my mind and on paper. The song was, I loved it. I mean, I absolutely love the song. The song was genius. And then, but again, while I was listening to your tracks and I was just getting into the flow of things, I was watching a video and I was like, man, what's this guy doing? And I was trying to work out whether he was eating raw cigarette roll-ups, like that were unlit, or like hemp sticks. He looked like he was eating things, and I was like,
he was
eating? And I couldn't work out.
Do you know what he was doing? I'll tell you what he was doing. I was on a bus, and I saw this guy, and he was chewing this stuff called cat.
Oh,
okay. You heard of cat? It's like I think it's like a
I don't know what it is.
Isn't it a cocaine derivative or something like that? Anyway,
it's a stimulant.
These guys, it's a stimulant of some sort. They chew it and he gets really out. And I was like, I've got to film this guy. He's off his head. So I slightly filmed him with my phone. This is years ago, and I decided to just chuck it on that track. And I thought, I'm going to put this on this track. Yeah. It was a quick 10-minute made video.
I mean, I was like, it was so bizarre that the almost matched to the music in a way. I was like, this is kind of weird.
Yeah.
I knew he was eating something. He had this sort of weird white, sort of dry saliva around his mouth. I knew it was fucked up. But I was like, is that dude eating roll-ups? I was like, what's going on here? And I knew it was
the best bit.
It's crazy. I didn't know. Yeah. Go, carry on. Sorry.
The best bit, my favorite bit is when he thinks he's run out, and then he finds one in his pocket, and he pulls it out, and he goes, "I've got it."
But it's amazing. Right. Just again, I said this off there, but for the listeners out there, I'm recovering from a cold, so that's why my voice is so fucked up. I couldn't. I mean, it's such a great vibe to a song as well, because the song's kind of wild in itself. You're like, and then it's almost like a reimagining of what he was doing. Like,
yeah, that project has got a long kind of story. It started out with a guy called Duncan Redmonds, who's he's from a band called Snuff, and many years ago they used to, Snuff. So many years ago they used to rehearse at the studio I used to run, which is a place called Jumbo Studios. I met those guys then and had a long kind of history with them in bands with them and projects and stuff. And over the years, Duncan made this. He got a Pro Tools rig in like the late 90s, early 2000s, and he started recording funny bits of sound and making collages. And about 10 years after that, about 8 years after that, I got hold of it, all the audio. And him and I used to work every Wednesday night, and we put this album together, and that's the Bonza album. And then the hard drive broke and got lost, and we lost everything. And then recently we found a copy of the master, the mixed version that we didn't know we had, and now it's being released now. So it's coming out on vinyl. I'm not sure when it's being pressed. There's a big queue at pressing plants in the Czech Republic where it's being done, as what I've been told. But you know, it's taken this long, so I'm pretty patient.
There's a big queue. That's kind of, well, I mean, I could imagine. I mean, vinyl's back on the rise. I mean, it's kind of on subject. I seen a YouTube video the other day, and this is a good reason why I think vinyl could go on the rise. Some person had invented genius concept. Obviously, when you put a vinyl on, the vinyl spins. Some guy had invented, I think it was called something rock block or something like that, and it was like it looked like a square block, like a wooden block that sat on top of the vinyl and then went round it like a robot. So rather than the disc spin, it was like a portable speaker. It was also Bluetooth capable, 0 wires. It was all wire free. That just rolled its way around. It had a little fucking needle that you could pull down, and it was amazing. I was like, that's crazy. I was like, why has nobody thought of that? The vinyl player's been out since the gramophone days.
I don't know. I remember years and years ago, you used to buy these little VW vans, and they had a stylus in, and you could put them on a record, and it would drive round and round. It was just like a novelty thing, and it would sort of mince your records up. It's not very good for your records.
Yeah, I'd forgot about that little VW thing. Huh.
Yeah, I had one. I'm sure I did many years ago.
That's kind of shit now. That's almost disappointed me. I was like, man, it's a new thing. And I was like, no, wait a minute. No, you're right. There was a VW. And it
I'm
did
pretty sure.
Chomp your records to pieces.
Yeah, it did chomp your records to pieces.
Maybe this guy, I mean, I could imagine so. It's got fucking wheels on it and stuff, you know? It's rubber.
It's like a little scale. It's like a little scale electric car, isn't it?
well, imagine that, a little fucking scale electric riding around on your vinyl. It would terrible.
Yeah, I think I prefer a record player. Yeah. I've got lots of vinyl, but I rarely play it anymore. I mean, every now and again. I've sold quite a lot of vinyl the last couple of years.
I used to have
only because it's.
I used to have a mild collection, but most of it was all, again, you know, you spoke about snuff. Most of my stuff was all old punk stuff, old punk vinyls. So I had some stuff like
worth
Crass.
A fortune now.
Yeah, I had some really good stuff.
Nice.
I had Crass. I had some fucking old UK sub stuff. I had a really crazy. Sorry, you broke up then. Say that again.
I'll say, don't look up the prices now, because punk records now are fetching really good money.
I wouldn't. I used to collect stuff like that, and I remember having a Jimi Hendrix EP, an LP, and it was printed with his face, and it was amazing. But I sold it all. Some of it I sold, some of it got stolen. But I remember I was like so proud of some of it, especially the UK sub stuff, because some of that is fucking tricky to find back in the. I mean, and I was pretty young at the time. You know, I'm only 30, but I was big into punk when I was like 17, 18. And I was getting vinyls then, and you know, I used to collect VHS tapes, and the only thing that I've briefly kept that I got rid of recently was an old Nirvana in utero tape. It was a cassette, and that was only because I was like, I don't really fucking need it anymore, and I almost destroyed it once. Well, I didn't. My mum wanted to test her old record player to sell. That had a tape, you know, a big hi-fi unit piece of shit, and she went to test my tape. She had a bunch of tapes. She said, "Oh, just try this fucking rare as shit tape." So she almost scrambled it. So I was like, "Nah, I'm going to sell this now before anything really bad happens to it in the wrong hands." Let's go back to the excuse me, the undercover Cockney, because that was something again. You know, it's your project. How did it come about? What's the story behind it?
So I do it with my music partner, a guy called Paul Emil. Paul and I have been making music together for like best part of 10 years. We've had other projects before. We did this kind of funk soul project thing called Root and Groove Element, and we had a little bit of success with that. It was good. We got Record of the Week and Record of the Year on Peter Young's Jazz FM show, and he's dead now, I think, bless him. This is about 7 years ago. And then we carried on doing stuff. We both got a love of dub and reggae. So we decided to start making some dub tracks. And then other influences started creeping in. See, I love all sorts of music. I like electronic music. I like really avant-garde, noisy music. I like punk. I like rock. I like all of it. You know, there's good in all of it. Even country and western, there's some good. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. When people ask me, you know, what kind of stuff am I into, it's so tricky because one week I could be listening to Bonnie Taylor, fucking Bonnie Tyler, and then, you know, the next week I could be listening to Slipknot, or it could be anything.
Okay,
You know?
yeah, fair dues, yeah.
I think you can take a lot out of
It's about
most music.
Music to me. It's about intention, and you can kind of tell if someone's real or not, if it's fake or not, if their intention's good. You know, if their intention's real, they're not just pretending. You know, my favorite band is The Clash.
Oh wow!
Because they were just like, you know, the realest thing that I've ever seen. They're incredible.
There would have been
incredible.
To,
you know, and they're only around for 5 years.
I mean, again,
you know, to be around.
Yeah, it'd been great to see. Like back in the day, you know. I mean, I'm a huge fan. I wasn't even aware that there was just 5 years. I didn't even know that. I thought it was a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But that's crazy. That's so short for a band.
Much 5 years. And it was, yeah, man. And look at the influence. Look at the legacy they've left behind.
I mean, one thing
I would say the Clash are probably responsible for sorry, go on.
In fact, no, carry on, because you've got a really good point. I think I know what he was going to say.
I said, but for me, the Clash was my kind of way to pick, or the first one.
And they have so much
They had
influence.
such a huge kind of
Their influence
massively.
in pop culture over the years has been phenomenal. I can't name many films that don't have. Well, there's probably a lot that don't have a Clash song, but if you're a UK film artist, not even that. You know, there's tons of American films that have Clash songs. You know,
well,
London Calling. You know, it's fucking.
The thing with the Clash is that what's the quote people always say? They're the only band that matters. The only band that matters, because they kind of did it, that whole thing, going to New York in the sort of early 80s and getting involved with all the hip-hop guys and Fab Five Freddy. They were so on the case. They did that stuff before Blondie was doing it.
Another favorite.
So on the case.
Love Blondie.
You know?
Fucking, I love her.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. And then of course Mick Jones went on to form Big Audio Dynamite, which is completely off the wall at the time. No one knew what to make of that at the time. It's just amazing.
Well, it was like almost one step ahead in a way.
So yeah, they're absolutely just really into that whole sort of foresaw that dance thing coming about 4 years before it actually did.
Well, one thing that I find is most artists nowadays, it's either you have this one-hit wonder, or it's something that's socially media driven, or it's the grind. And with everything, it's the grind. You have to take the grind to do it. And most of the time, what people don't realise, it probably takes about fucking 10 years. It takes a significant amount of time to get your shit together, to get everyone flowing right. And I personally think 10 years is the limit. You know, if you haven't done it by then, you're like, you know. But even then, you know, 5 to 10 years. I mean, I'm not saying that is the case, but with most artists nowadays, if you're starting from the bottom, by the time, let's say you start at 18, by the time you're almost 30, you should be pretty, you know, if you've been solidly grinding without no promotion from anybody, without, you know, if you're really doing it on your own, you can make an impact in 10 years, I believe. I mean, it's happened. It's not easy.
You've just got to be, you've got to be good, and you got to have some luck. I think there's a lot of luck involved.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
You know, right place, right time.
Yeah, there's a social.
I used to run a rehearsal studio, but I mean, I'm talking about before the internet existed. I used to run a rehearsal room from the age of 17 in Northwest London called Jumbo Studios, and that was the home to Reinforced Records. It's for here. That's when drum and bass first came from, that label. Jungle first came from that label there.
Jungle's great. I love Jungle, man.
And then also we had the Future Sound of London from that studio as well. They were fresh then. It's when a record called Papua New Guinea came out before they were signed to Virgin. I was all around me when I was 17, 18. And I was seeing this success from these people, and the way they were getting success is by firstly working really hard. They all worked hard, you know. Hard work trumps talent if talent doesn't work hard. That's very true.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's like a total, that is what it is. It's just from what I've seen personally, I know friends that have, it's either struck lucky or it's like, this is now the moment. And that's because they've been fucking grinding. And I mean, physically
Yeah,
grinding without no, I mean, it is luck. Some of it is luck, unless you're doing
yeah, yeah.
something that is completely out of the box that people go, whoa, what the fuck is that? Like, that is crazy. Some really
Yeah,
controversial stuff.
it's also having the right people around you.
Oh yeah,
If you're doing a band, you've got to have people you can rely on to help you. In every department, a good lawyer, good tour management team, or techs, etc., manager, whatever it is, you've got to have those people there to help you. Because without that team, the machine can't work.
Yeah.
I've seen very efficient versions of those machines in action, like for big bands that I've worked for, and sort of big artists, and you can see why they're so successful, because they're just really, really good at what they do. They're super efficient. They turn up on time, that sort of thing.
Well, that's the other thing,
and that's why they're in the business for like 30 years.
Punctuality and consistency.
Yeah, I'm a big one for that.
I mean, well, even then, you're one of the very few people that's come in early. I was like, oh shit, got me off guard there. It's half jamming out, half kicking tunes. I was like, yeah. It occasionally happens.
Yeah,
it does
I'm
happen.
always on time. Always. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I love. It's consistency, and it's just a grind. If you're doing something and you quit after 12 months, then you fucking, your heart probably wasn't really in it. It was probably never really in the game. Let's talk about what other artists have you worked for? I mean, you've been doing this again. It was on my notes that you was doing it since you were 17. I was going to get into that.
So when I was, when I was 17, I started working at a rehearsal room in Dollis Hill. It's gone now. It's been knocked down, called Jumbo Studios. I've been there since about 79. So I started there in 89, maybe end of 89. The same week I started there, I saw the Pixies at the Sound Country Club. Surfer Rosa had just come out, I think.
You keep mildly breaking up, pal.
And it all happened in this. Oh, sorry. Okay, you hear me now? We good?
Yeah. It's just a bit of signal problem. Now? Yeah. It's
okay.
just a signal problem. Sorry, I wouldn't worry about it.
So so within a couple of months, I sort of started working there through a youth training scheme. And the guy who owned it, he was a guy called Ronnie Mann. Bless him, he's dead now as well. And he gave me a job. He used to be the tour manager for the Police, Sting and that. They're the biggest band in the world. So he kind of took me under his wing, and within about 2 years, he moved out of London and gave me the keys to this big rehearsal recording complex for me to manage and look after.
Wow!
I was like 19.
Fuck.
And then I just met so many people. So our first job with the band was this band called Flowered Up. Flowered Up were like the kind of London version of the Happy Mondays.
Oh, okay.
I think 2 of them are dead now. Yeah, they did a festival called Weekender, and I was a roadie on their Full Metal Racket tour when I was 17. I was so wet behind the ears, and that was a real baptism of fire. It was incredible. They got in so much trouble in different hotels and different venues, and it was crazy.
Well, I was going to get into a wild stories section later, but that was on my there's so many with those boys. I mean, the thing is, the real shame about that band is they took loads of drugs, but they got into smack. And it's one thing partying, doing some knees and whatever, but when the smack arrived, it was all over. It's game over, and it came in really early, and it was like a secret. And one of the crazy things with heroin, again, my sister was a drug addict and again, I don't really give a shit. She can slander me for this, but it kind of ruled her for a lot of her life. So I've seen it firsthand. But recently, but she was always, to some extent, very functional. And it's always amazed me, because I've run through my life with some shady fucking creepers and crawlers, some really dodgy people that could just come from under rocks. And I'm like, geez, man, you're a mess. And then I've looked at my own sister who can function. She's held jobs, but it's just something that's always contained in her life. And I'm also, but one thing I am is a purveyor of knowledge. And over the course of my life, I've learned more and more about drugs, doing the fact that I've done quite a lot of them and quit myself. And one thing I learned is it's not heroin that's the real problem. It's quitting it that is the problem there. That's the killer. It's not necessarily, you know, apart from overdosing, you know, you can completely overdose, but you can really have a functioning lifestyle on heroin if you can maintain it and keep that dosage correct, which is kind of fucking crazy. But it's coming off it like alcohol, which will kill you. Which is one of the real weird problems. Same with benzodiazepines. If you come off that straight away, boom! If you're an addict, straight up death. It's a real killer. It's one of those things that people don't really think about or know about. You know, quitting heroin, there's a reason why it's so hard and you have to go into rehab. It's because you're going to fucking die. You know, legitimately, you're going to die. Those withdrawals, it's going to fuck you up. You know, and I can't imagine how many people back in the day, due to science that wasn't out there, that wasn't published or out yet, that didn't know about that and actually went through some horrible withdrawal process and kicked the bucket just because they didn't quite know that, you know, that was the worst way to do it. Cold turkey, is it? You know, it's
the one drug that just kills creativity.
It really does. I'm not saying
it completely kills it.
Yeah, I mean, you can in terms of creativity. Oh, mess that shit up, you know. But you can work 9 to 5. You can still. There's a doctor that was on a podcast, and he was it Dr. Carl Hart? Maybe I might have to fact check that. And he's a professor in America, and he did no drugs for most of his life, and then studied them, but firsthand. So he did the education part, and now he's like, man, it's actually, you know, there's a lot of papers and documents about it. It's kind of wild. Well off subject. It is a very big killer of creativity.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's so
it's
much. Go on, Karen.
It's the one drug that I've seen kill people.
Oh, it does.
You know,
without a doubt.
Other stuff doesn't really do it. Other drugs make you into an arsehole, or they make you skin, or you know, all sorts of things like that. But
that's one of the best ways to put it.
Well, they do, you know. If you get,
yeah, it does.
It's true. It just gives you no money and also no friends eventually as well.
I mean,
but heroin will kill you.
Cocaine's a bank killer, I say. You know, that's definitely the one that makes your skin. Is
there you go.
Cocaine. It's a hell of a drug, but it'll rob your bank.
Indeed, yeah.
And most of the time now it's laced with fentanyl, so it's going to kill you as well. So heads up, people.
No, really?
Yeah, it's laced. They keep cutting stuff. Again, I'm sort of anti-pro drugs. I like to look into a lot of it, mostly because there's nothing that I've not done myself. I've never been an addict of heroin or crack, you know, but I've tried them just because I was like, I got to a certain age and I was like, man, I've done everything else. Let's just fucking try it. And again, it was some sort of brief one-offs, and I was like, okay, we know what the score is now. We've pretty much done them all, you know. We've done the book. We haven't quite done the book. There's many more out there, but I'm retired.
But also, from what you've told me, you're into kind of supplements and the right food and vitamins and stuff like that.
Nowadays, it's more supplements.
I'm the same. I don't take any pharmaceutical drugs. I don't take any drugs at all. I smoke a bit of weed. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, I
don't even take a paracetamol.
Oh wow.
Nothing.
I mean, they are bad for you. That's what's crazy. I mean, I get the occasional fucking migraine, and I'm like, right, let's chew up some ibuprofen and some paracetamol. And I know how bad they are for you. I tend to avoid them because I've got bum kidneys from doing a bunch of stupid stuff, a terrible diet. But one of the things my doctor says, look, you know, you keep taking tablets, and eventually, you know, it's like putting silt at the bottom of a bucket. You know, it's like a bucket full of water. You know, it just builds up, and sometimes you'll pass it, and sometimes you won't. And I was like, really? And I was like, so you're telling me I'm not going to take any more? And it was a weird sort of. He was like, well, I'm not going to tell you not to take tablets orally, and I was like, great. So that was my story of how I ended up taking suppositories, people. It was,
Nice.
yeah, it's a fun life. If you ever...
Throughout the lockdown, since last year, I did it. And also, my dad, he died of cancer a couple of years
Oh,
ago.
sorry to hear that.
And so during that, thank you. But during that time, I did, I read a lot about cancer and health and all the rest of it. I went down every fucking rabbit hole you can imagine, all of it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
A year non-stop. I just researched. And then it's become a bit of a hobby now. So now throughout the lockdown, because it's obviously a health thing, the COVID thing, I've been looking into that as well and come across the most, incredible information that, it's not conspirity I'm talking here. I'm talking about real medical theories.
Yeah, no.
So, I've already heard of a thing called terrain theory. We have germ theory.
Yep.
But it's never. And we have terrain theory. So I think someone's health is dictated by your environment, your nutrition, and your emotions.
Well,
and everything that falls under those headings.
Emotions are the strange one, because it's like back in the day, people are, well, stress is a real killer. And it's like, yeah, Renault, legitimately is. Stress can really tie your body down to shit. And it's like, people are like, well, that's bollocks. And it's like, no, it's like pseudoscience, It's like, no, it really isn't. There's like a legit...
No. Well, look at
tons of papers and tests. It's not...
Look how quickly your body reacts. If someone gives you a fright, your body instantly changes, and you go into that. Your nervous system, it just switches, and you run or you jump, or that's how powerful the body is. It can just, and that's how powerful the mind is.
I mean, it's like one way I know it personally is occasionally, I've got mild mental health problems due to the fact that I used to do a bunch of drugs, and the fact that I suffer from insomnia. But occasionally I go into the, like a manic, like boom, like almost at the start of the show, full of energy. And it's like almost like a shot of epinephrine, and, it's what your body's doing, and it's an emotional response. And it's created this huge influx of energy that's almost, it's hard to contain sometimes. And it's kind of wild that the body can do that without, I mean, again, I had a couple of beers, but the beers didn't do that. It was the emotional. I was like, oh shit! Again, you sort of caught me off guard. So immediately, my body was like, boom! I'm on the back foot. Right, we need to do some. Got to take some charge. Exactly. It's a strange way. People don't really look or think into too much about it. But again, I'm a rabbit hole dweller. I go down them rabbit holes to the point where it's like, we're carving tunnels, and we're going to see the reptile people with these rabbits. That's where we're going. Well,
okay.
Not really, not necessarily with reptile people. Because that was we not yet. We'll get into the.
No, not yet. We'll
get there. We'll get there.
I think with health, you have to remember that we're all electromagnetic beings.
Yep.
Everything that happens in our body is an electrical signal. It gives off a frequency. Your intention gives off a frequency. And so why wouldn't we be affected by frequency, whether it comes from a light, a sound, a vibration?
Oh yeah,
everything affects us.
Well, I mean, this is where you can go into consciousness and get really deep, because there's I look into the fucking everything, and consciousness that goes on so many levels, and to the point where there's only so much we see and take in. With all of our shitty senses, you look at a dog or a cat, that cat, I couldn't even imagine the world of a cat. Even a dog with its extreme fucking hearing, they can hear pins drop. Imagine how fucking loud that would be to them. A firework in the distance to them is like a gunshot to our ears. Again, fucking feel sorry for the dogs that are about to receive all this coming up.
Well, I mean, the spectrum of frequency available to us is like 2 or 3%. It's nothing. It's tiny. That doesn't mean the rest of it doesn't affect us.
No,
the rest of it does affect us for sure.
Well, there is, because there's advanced weaponry in America that they've that literally almost fucking can knock you off your feet with audio fucking decibels. You put it to the frequency and it goes boom. It's crazy.
That's the one. They've had that for donkey's years. They've got the, what's the other one called? The riot control one where they fly microwaves.
Ring. Oh, it burns you.
No, The one that
burns
burns you, yeah,
Yeah, it burns you. Yeah, it
they got
burns you.
this like this thing. They point it. It's an energy direct weapon or some shit like that. I don't know.
Imagine that shit on the. Imagine a fucking civilian with that shit running down the street, waving this fucking weird mirror-looking thing at people and burning them to fucking pieces. Man,
I'm pretty sure there's probably a video on YouTube telling you how to build one.
Yeah, there's people out there that are trying to build rail guns. Like legit.
Yeah, I saw one. Yeah.
There's people out there doing some wacky shit. Then it's like, wow. I mean, I'd love to. I've occasionally. I mean, I'm not fucking some scientist, but I've had some wild thoughts and theories and gone, I'd love. If I knew how to do this, could we make myself a cyborg? You know. Again, I've got like 3 toes on my right foot, and it really does alter like movement and shit. And there's been moments where I'm like, how can we make this better? You know, just getting really high, getting lit up and having these wild ideas. And, you know, fiber optics, I don't know if it would work, but I'd imagine that fiber optics, if you was going to put any wires in your body, that would be the one. If you was to try and graft it to yourself, I think fiber optics is the one. That's about as far as we've, I'll say so far.
I thought didn't they use you want titanium, surely, with a 3D printed cover for it to look like a toe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I personally, there's been moments where I'm like, I could just cut it off, invent a fucking robot foot, like some Terminator shit, just to get correct fitting shoes. Not even to be some super cyborg. Right, okay. Just some like, man, I ain't got to fuck around with shoes anymore. You know, I got to wear boots all the time. It's tragic, man.
Okay.
Fucking boots all the time. Looks nuts. And but there is some crazy weaponry, and you know, we'll get back into that later. Let's keep on this fitness side of things, because the supplements and stuff is something that it's very overlooked. And one thing that is going to it's been controversial and it's been over talked about is ivermectin, which again is it's super. It's been proved to work against many parasites in humans. It's a horse dewormer, putting it out there. That's its main street sale use, you know. But it's completely safe on humans, and it can get rid of malaria and all sorts of other shit. And it's like there's a lot of controversy at the moment, mostly in America. We don't really get into it too much because we've got all sorts of shit going on. But that was one that's meant to be very good against COVID, but it's like you can't really get it over here as well, unless it's the physical horse dewormer, you know? Whereas in America, you can get it in little tablets, and it's kind of strange. In other countries as well, it's in tablet form.
There's a lot of things you can't get here. You can get there.
DHEA. I think can't get that here.
Well, one thing they have over in America now, they have if you're diagnosed with something that's terminal, I think you now have the right to try.
Oh.
Which is amazing, which you should have. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you should. I mean, you should be able to try what the fuck you want. It's your body.
Absolutely, but you're not allowed to. I mean, I learned through my dad that you know, in this country we have a thing called the Cancer Act of 1943.
Wow.
And the Cancer Act is basically an industry. Yeah. It was put in place to protect the barium industry, which was what was used to treat cancer back then.
Okay.
And then they moved on to chemo, and then radiotherapy came in. So basically, when you're treated for cancer on the NHS, you've got 3 options. You've got radiotherapy, chemotherapy, or surgery, plus drugs, of course. There's no other options.
Yep.
But there are plenty of other treatments around the world that have been shown to have really good results against fighting cancer. But in this country, we tend to lock those people in prison rather than...
Yep. Well, even in America, this is why it's wild that there's still people making advanced weapons in their home and fucking about with their own genetics. You know, there's people out there in America that are literally biohacking, like physically taking fucking dogs and mucking about with their DNA. Some dude was trying to make a glow-in-the-dark dog. Who the fuck wants a glow-in-the-dark dog? A glow-in-the-dark Labrador?
Well, think of it like it's like we're always told that during the Second World War, the Third Reich had these experiment camps. And they were doing these experiments with genetics and blah blah blah. So when the Second World War ended, are we expected to believe all that just stopped?
Oh yeah,
of course it didn't stop. They just carried on somewhere else.
Operation Paperclip.
It would have been going on all over the world. all that stuff. The NASA scientists going from Germany going
Werner
to
von Braun.
NASA, and where did all the rest of them go? There was plenty of scientists working for those people.
Abby Jacobson, I think her name. I think that's her name. She wrote a book about Operation Paperclip. Fantastic book. You can also find some of the lectures on YouTube. Very, very, I think her name's Abby Jacobson. I'm terrible with names. But she's also got one of the most loveliest voices I've ever heard in my entire life. Very attractive woman, but she's got a very soothing voice. She's very, her voice, if you just listen to her voice, you could listen to her all day. But she's sitting there talking about wild stuff. You know, she talks about the Pentagon, and DARPA. She talks about Area 51. Very, very, she's a fucking academic professional, just to put out there. Very well in a field. But the Operation Paperclip one was wild because there was a lot of Nazis as well. You've heard about the dueling they used to do with the sabers? Do you know, like we used to do fencing? Well, the upper elites of the Nazis used to do that with goggles and shit and just strike for the face. That's all it was. It was, almost standard fencing, but wasn't to the death. But once you've got that hit on the face, bang, that's it, game over. And that's how most Nazis, you tell most high-ranking Nazis, because they'd have this wild-looking, fucked-up scar that would just, you're like,
it's like the kind of it's like the cliched SS officer from a movie or something, getting with the scar down his face.
But that's legit. There's tons and tons of it on Google. You talk about rabbit holes. I go down the rabbit holes. I create some of them. I don't even know how some holes I go down. But the Nazi thing, a lot of them went to Argentina. You ever seen? I think it's called Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf is a fantastic documentary. Apparently, it's about Hitler and the fact that he survived Germany, and he got out before, put a body double in, and then fled to Argentina. Lived out the rest of his years there. There's a lot of, well, I can't say that's exactly what happened, but allegedly that is what happened. And there's some almost credible witnesses. There's people say, he fucking arrived one day with fucking Ava Braun, whatever her fucking name was. And, they would just come and chilled out for a couple of days, and then they had to move on. And, it's like, why would you be making that shit up?
It wouldn't surprise me.
You don't know.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me.
Who wouldn't have a body double? You're the world's most wanted man. Who was into the occult. You're making fucking, trying to make anti-gravity shit. You're scaring the world with crazy fucking theories and dominating the world globally. You're not going to have a body double? Really? People used to do that shit thousands of years ago.
Absolutely. They'd have multiple doubles, wouldn't they? They'd have lots of them as well.
That shit since the medieval days, and even far greater beyond than that. So I couldn't imagine that he wouldn't. And I'm sure there'd be very few people rocking that small fucking Adolf Tash. That was probably just his thing. But if he's seen someone else have one of them, he'd be like, I'm not so sure about you. I have to fucking ship you off.
Hitler, that was Charlie Chaplin, wasn't it? That was a fun tash.
Yeah, it's almost, you can't replicate it now though, can you? That's the problem. There's something you're never going to bring back. Moustaches are coming back, like legitimate, like paedophile looking moustaches, and you're like, who are these people that are going out with these? I thought about it for a moment. I'm not going to lie. There was a moment a few years ago where I had a moustache, but because it's so blonde, I'm like, that doesn't look right. So I don't really have it, but at the minute, normally I have a shaved face as well, but because I've been ill, I haven't really got on top of it. This is like,
fair dues, yeah.
This is literally about a week's worth of fucking growth. It's crazy.
I can't grow beards. I could grow a beard, but it just drives me crazy, itching too much. I end up shaving it off. I'm
literally like an ape man. I grow hair everywhere. It's fucking crazy. I lost off my fucking point then. But yeah,
Hitler's moustache.
Yeah, I don't think it's coming back. I definitely don't think it's coming back. I want to keep on the supplements stuff still. You ever heard of another one? Another good one is DHEA, which isn't allowed in the UK. Which is another. It's
No,
like
what's that?
it's a bit like an overall. I might be really fucking this up. It's like a regeneration thing. There's a lot to it. I probably am butchering what it is. Problem is I've got that many supplements and I keep talking about supplements all the time and trying to remember them all.
Right.
But it's like it's one that you should just look into.
Okay.
I know
DHEA.
DHEA. It's very good for life extension purposes.
Okay.
And there's tons and tons of stuff, but it's just one that you can't really get here, which is a problem. They should allow
What's it made?
it.
What's it made from? What's it made
I
from?
have no idea. I don't know.
Okay.
That's the only other thing is it was I haven't looked into it for about 7 months. So my brain's pretty dead on it. I just know it's on my own
Just
supplements
the-
list to go and get.
Yeah,
that.
the one supplement I've just discovered quite recently is chlorine dioxide.
Yeah,
CDS, chlorine dioxide solution.
Yeah.
Now this stuff, I mean, I recommend anyone who's hearing this, go onto BitChute and look for a movie called The Antidote to Everything.
Ooh.
It's like an hour and 40 minutes long. I even showed it to my mum last week and she was blown away. I mean, she's in her late 70s to almost 80, and she couldn't believe what she was seeing. This these people, they've been curing malaria and HIV and cancer with this stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
incredible, and there's lots of proof for it as well. It's like, you know, I've read every bullshit blog about cancer, all these fucking stupid things they say cure cancer. It's all bullshit. All this drinking, you know, your body weight in carrot juice and all that nonsense. It's rubbish.
What is that going to
You
do?
But some people believe that stuff, man. Some people believe that. Sort of
Well,
thing,
it's a hope
you know?
and a prayer, isn't it?
And-
You know, you try anything.
Yeah. But I mean, this. I'm not saying that I know for sure this chlorine dioxide. It's known as MMS in America, and it's been poo-pooed a lot. And they try and tell. Do you remember when Donald Trump? Everyone said that he said for everyone to drink bleach.
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't actually say bleach.
Yeah. Oh,
he said,
that's what it was. Okay. Yeah.
yeah, he
I
was
remember
talking
now,
about chlorine dioxide.
Yeah, I remember
That's what
that.
he was talking about.
That's why it rang a
This
bell.
shit's real. It's
Yeah.
real.
I knew it was-
And I've taken it. It works.
I knew it was
like I said,
reverberating.
I had a stinking cold last week, just couldn't shake it. Did the viral protocol. So you put like it's like a 3,000 part per million solution. You put 10 milliliters of that in a liter of water. You split it into 8 portions. You drink it every 15 minutes.
You ever heard of NMN?
Say again.
You ever heard of? It sounds like I'm just saying 3 N's. NMN.
NMN. Okay,
Yeah.
no. What's that?
That's the bit like the DHEA. It's a kind of a it's good for cognitive stuff, repairing your telomeres and stuff like that. There's a lot of good stuff.
Oh,
I
okay,
think.
that sounds interesting.
It's get another one. It's tricky to get in the UK. I wouldn't recommend buying off Amazon because it's probably not
No.
legit.
Well, I've discovered that buying any supplement, it should be made in Europe before you buy it. If it's not made in Europe, don't buy it.
Okay.
That's a general rule. So if it's made in China, forget about it. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, the problem
You
with China stuff is it's all they don't clean their fucking gear. You know, you could
It's
be
just
mixing
garbage.
a
Yeah.
bunch of stuff together. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, we're gonna make this today. Let's not clean the line because we've got to fucking keep production running, folks. Like
Yeah.
it happens everywhere because
Yeah.
it, you know, it completely does. I've worked in fucking factories.
Another really interesting substance is DMSO. You come across that?
Ooh, I haven't heard of that one either.
Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
DMSO is a carrier.
Okay.
So it's again like ivermectin. It's used in horses and it's used for veterinary purposes. So what you would do, you would mix the DMSO with the medicine you want to give the horse, and
Okay.
then you would rub that in the area where the horse has got the problem.
Yep.
And the DMSO carries it through the skin, does it on people as well.
Okay.
Right. So basically, so for instance, I've read of treatments where people have treated cancer tumors that are, say, in their neck, and they've mixed DMSO with cannabis oil,
Yep.
put it on their neck. The DMSO carries the cannabis oil straight through and leaves it in the tumor to fight the tumor.
Well, even
It's
cannabis
amazing
is
stuff.
amazing for cancer for many reasons.
It's amazing.
You know, that's the other
Yeah, yeah,
thing that's
yeah.
just so overlooked. And it's like, well,
Yeah.
it's just that fucking bad drug. Really? I beg to differ. I
Mm.
beg to differ.
But
Um,
I think most drugs that people are given for any reason are given to cover symptoms or to make you
oh
feel
yeah,
better.
yeah.
Right, but
That's
the
all it
thing
is.
is, when you've got symptoms and you're puking up or you've got diarrhea or whatever it is you got, you're sweating, you're being sick.
Know all
It's
about
happening
that.
for a reason. You're detoxifying yourself, and you have to do that. So why would you want to stop your body doing that? It's madness.
Do you want to hear?
It makes no sense.
Do you want to hear something wild? And this was something I
Uh-huh.
learnt today, and I'm gonna butcher it. Again, I'd look at a lot of stuff. I'd trawl into the web, and I come across a YouTuber. Not entirely sure about his profession. He's got 1 million subscribers.
Mhm.
I'm not going to call the name out. It doesn't really matter. But he was doing a video about how oxygen can kill you. And most of his other videos were pretty legit. I was like, let's look into this. Because I was like, oxygen? You mean the shit that we breathe? Okay, I've got to look into this.
Pure oxygen.
Yeah, oxygen in itself. And I was like, this is kind of strange. And then he dug into it. And it kind of was slightly eye-opening. And I thought, his main thoughts behind it were revolving around aging. Because I didn't even know this, but again, oxygen is one of the most fucking dangerous chemicals. It's a very negative butchering. It's very it's got negative elements to it. Is what I'm saying. It's a negative rather than a positive, like charge, I think. And there was some bullshit about it, and he went into a lot of detail about it. I'll probably put the link up somewhere on the fucking show after, just to give some people some clarity on my butchering of the subject. But he broke it down into sort of oxidization as well, and the way it got broken down, I was like, okay, this makes sense. It was kind of strange. It looked like a conspiracy. It looked very conspiratorial, but I was like, no, this is kind of. I mean, it could be bullshit, but I was like, I don't know. I don't know exactly how credible the guy is. He seems a very legit journalist, but I don't know.
I would say oxygen. I know. I used to work with like big bottles of oxygen for a job
fucking
years
bad.
ago. And it's crazy stuff, like the big BOC bottles. But also, I've had oxygen. I've been to oxygen bars in Asia, like in Bangkok and places where you can go and sit there and breathe oxygen for 10 minutes, and you feel great. You feel great afterwards. You feel really good. It's like having like a vitamin B shot or something. You feel really good.
Like an AD, like an NAD drip. You ever tried one of them? They're meant to be fucking.
No, I haven't. I heard about them though.
Yeah, I'd love to.
No, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, they're meant to be pretty. I'd love to try one, but it's just so expensive. I was looking into it and I was like, $250? I don't think so.
Yeah.
And then I was like, how can we do this ourselves?
Yeah.
So I found out that you could get eight bags, just 8 of the drip bags for something like fucking £10 or something like that, some ridiculous small number. So I was like, okay, that's the easy part. Now we just need to get the solution. Right. Mix it the right consistency, get one of those fucking tool stands, and boom, we're done. Got to ship those products in from somewhere. I'll look into it.
God knows what's in it. I don't know. I think it's too much to add into you.
I couldn't have. Well, you meant. I think with some of them, you meant to sit there for about 2 hours. It takes a long time for it to go in. You can watch a film in the time. So the guy, I'll give you the name now. It's on the fucking air. Fuck it. His name was Joe Scott on YouTube.
That's the name of his channel, is it? Joe Scott.
Yeah, Joe Scott. Answers with Joe. And it's it was a very strange thing. It was kind of like. I can't even call it bullshit, because when you watch it, you go, okay, there's some science behind this, and you don't know whether to believe it or not. But it's almost like, not saying it's exactly the same, but it's almost like the people that come up with a flat Earth model. and then go, well, if you do this and you put your camera here, go, okay, slow down. You know, you go, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm still not sure where I stand on that whole flat Earth
Oh,
thing.
really?
It's like it can't be true. I don't know. I mean, I'm undecided. I don't know. Who knows anymore what's real and what's not?
Well, that's the
I don't know
problem.
anymore.
Is people...
You know, after the last 2 years we've just been through, it's just been the most surreal experience. It's almost, I think this is the greatest time ever to be alive.
Yeah, mate.
In a lot of respects it is, but in also a lot of respects it isn't.
Yeah.
Culturally, it's the worst time ever to be alive. That the culture has suffered so badly. You know, the arts, etc.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the greatest times to be alive technologically. But however, if you were some sort of fat fucking cat king in the medieval days, living the dream, wow, you know,
that's a great time to be alive. Yeah,
it's a great time to be alive. Fucking Roman emperor, getting fed grapes on your back with some fucking huge tits in your face, living the dream. You know, it's all from perspective, isn't it? You know, even then, if there's any time I'd want to go back to, it would be the Greek times.
Is that your area?
I'd love. Well, that or the Egyptians, but I think it'd be a hit and miss. I think I'd be a slave straight away. So what would be the point going back? You know, I'm not going to go back.
I reckon those times would have been. They'd be so brutal.
Yeah,
so brutal.
It'd be tricky.
The amount of death going on would just be like off the scale, wasn't it? It'd be like, whoa, man, come on. You know, everyone's dead by the time they're about 30.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's the old age, and you're just growing a beard, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You probably die of tooth decay or something. You know what I mean?
That's probably what you would have as well. I mean, them motherfuckers would just rip it out in the street, be a public display. And that's I mean, I love it. I'm a big fan of history. Do you know one thing that I learned over the last 24 hours? Again, it was on this same guy's channel. It was talking about it was talking about old fucking medicines they used to use and stuff. And I'm totally into all that old school shit. I'm a pagan. I look into fucking old school remedies and bullshit. And this guy was saying that they used to I can't remember what he said it was for treating, but basically they just used to chop a rat in half and put the half of a rat on the area that was fucked up. And it was like, what would that what kind of madness is that? What benefit? Who's the benefit in that? You know, what's the score? Why would you just go, hey, okay, what we need to do, we need to cut that rat in half and put it on that wound quick. It's like, what? Imagine saying that in this day and age. Fucking
think for how many years they must have done that before they realised it didn't do anything at all.
Probably about 50, at least 50.
Exactly. A good generation. Yeah, absolutely.
Or four generations of their lifetimes. In fact, 50 years. You know, people live. It's what's so wild as well. People used to live next to nothing. You know, it was like, you know, you get to probably, you know, not 30, but probably, you know, mid 40s, maybe at best. You know, 50, 60. But then if you go further back in time, people were living much longer. It was kind of strange.
Do you know what I think the difference was, you know, if you go back to, like, you know, ancient Rome, they had sanitation, didn't they? They understood they understood what hygiene meant. And I think as time, you know, you sort of, after the Romans left the UK, you had the
shit days,
the Middle Ages, and it all got a bit dark and stuff until the Renaissance kicked in. You know,
the Dark Ages,
many 100 years later. Yeah, it was pretty shit. You know, and hygiene wasn't top priority, I'm guessing, back then.
Well, imagine if Rome would have conquered us completely. Well, we probably wouldn't be here today, but imagine how that would have impacted the whole world. Everything would have been different. Like, if Rome would have conquered the UK, so much shit wouldn't have happened. Like, think about the fucking rule of Britannia. That wouldn't have fucking happened at all. Rome would be the empire of the world. They would be standing still, I'd imagine, to the day as the conquerors. I think that would have been it.
Some would say the Roman Empire still exists. It's housed within the Vatican.
Well, I think that too.
You know, that is the Roman Empire pretty much. They kind of receded, didn't they, from all around Europe when the empire fell.
Did you know about the two mayors of London?
The two mayors of London.
Yep, you have there's London,
Yeah.
London. You have London City, and then you have London.
Yeah, the city of Maryland. Yeah,
Yeah, which is kind of, most people don't know that in the UK, that there's this small banking financial district of London that is completely
I'm quite
separate.
well versed in that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Well, have you heard of a role in the city called the Remembrancer?
Yeah.
So there's a guy, it's his job, and what he does, he sits in Parliament, and if the Parliament try and put something through that's not in the interests of the city, he steps in and says, "Oh no, you can't do that." And they're like, "Oh, okay, sorry about that. We won't do that then."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Carry on." And he's just there to protect the city's interests. That's all he does.
I mean, I have a friend. I don't want to call him out, but he's going into politics. He's a wild card, literally a wild card of a guy. Fuck off, mouth. And he's studying politics. I don't know how he is recently because I've not spoke to him in a while. But it'd be crazy to know that a person like him is going into politics. If you actually seen the guy, he looks a bit like, I don't know, what's fucking hell. It's kind of crazy now with his long ass hair. I don't know, he looks like a blonde Charles Manson meets the Big Lebowski. It's a very strange look. He's almost got that weird V for Vendetta-esque beard. You know, that Guy Fawkes-esque fucking beard going on. Long dyed blonde hair. Big trench coat.
So
it's kind of
which
bizarre.
which party is he, or is he independent?
Oh, I don't know. I never speak to him about his actual politics. We did do a brief sort of show, but it never got publicised. I couldn't do it, man. It was wild. It was very wild. We started off again. He come up to see me, and we started off having a smoke and a drink, and then we was like, man, let's take this show to the streets, and it just got wild. So I was like, no, we're gonna have to delete this. Like random conversations with taxi drivers, and it was just the most compromising. Let's hope he doesn't get into politics, otherwise he's going to owe me a million favors, because he ain't finding that fucking SD card anywhere, the son of a bitch.
That's gold dust, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's my ticket to the table. Put me in. Give me that. Remember a role. Well, let's change things up a bit. Do you know what? If I could have any role,
I think that
I'd want to look after them Ravens.
Go
the
on.
Tower of London. I'd have that job.
Really?
Yeah, I'd love to sit and working with them birds.
Beef eater.
Yeah,
beef eater.
Yeah.
The beef eater. Yeah, you got to wear a uniform though, but you get to live in the Tower of London.
Yeah, it'd be sick.
As
Cool.
Well. Yeah.
I mean, it'd be pretty restrictive.
Yeah, I remember I used to be friends with a girl when I was a kid, and her uncle was a beef eater.
Wow.
And she used to stay there in summer holidays, and like they had these little cottages and stuff within the Tower of London. And
that's nuts.
And they'd feed the ravens and all that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, it'd just be a fun job. There's like an old legend, like myth about the ravens, where if they fucking go,
that's right, yeah,
the fucking town's done. And one died not long ago. It's kind of strange. I'm
sure I bet they've got a good stock of them tucked away somewhere. There's no way they're going to be out of ravens.
Yeah, no. Imagine the panic. Because I think it died of random circumstances as well. And I think it was during COVID. So imagine that. Like, you've got to go and tell the Queen one of the ravens is gone.
Yeah, it's like if I woke up tomorrow morning and in the paper it said all the ravens have left the tower, I wouldn't even blink because it wouldn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me anymore. One day after the other, it's just mad headline after mad headline. I don't know what's going on in the world anymore. It's just insane.
Crazed man robs ravens. That's the headline I'm looking for.
God. It's crazy.
So it's a self-titled one.
People talk about being red pilled or blue pilled or black pilled, but
Oh, I haven't heard the black pill. What's the black pill?
Oh yeah, black pill. Black pill is when you've kind of seen everything and you're super cynical.
Okay.
But the white pill is when you just ignore it all. But the best pill to take is the clown pill, and just laugh at everything, laugh at all of it, because most of it's pretty hilarious.
Here's a story for you, and I'm gonna have to pull this one up. It was on my notes, mostly because, again, I knew we'd get into the conspiracy side of it. So let's talk about the conspiracies. This is a document. I'm going to read it as it is. Let me just bear me 2 seconds. I have to fucking find
What area are we in here?
This is the area of UFOs. This is one of my favorite subjects. I'm a big fan of, I think we've been here a lot longer than what we have. And, I think that there's a lot going on behind the lines that we don't get to see. And, there's a lot going on. So here's a paper that I found, and it's circulating throughout the whole of the web right now. And it's a document.
Is this one of these recently released ones?
Yeah, so from Russia. It's a Russian document that's been apparently translated.
Okay.
So the paper in itself is a document, blah 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 blah. Some serial numbers, from Russian International. And here's what the event says. In 1991, the KGB, Top Secret Intelligence Administration, a lot of wait. After blah 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 blah. After Gorbachev dissolved in 1991, the KGB, Top Secret Intelligence Administration, a lot of material from that department found their way abroad, in particular to the CIA. As reported by the authoritative magazine Canadian Weekly World News, US intelligence obtained a 250-page file on the attack by a UFO on a military unit in Siberia. The file contains not only many documentary photographs and drawings, but also testimonies by actual participants in the events of the CIA representatives, referred to in this case as a horrific picture of revenge on the part of extraterrestrial creatures. I'm terrible at reading, by the way, and I actually feel like I'm doing quite well. A picture that makes one's blood freeze. So here we go. According to the KGB materials, a quite low-flying spaceship in the shape of a saucer appeared above a military unit that was conducting a routine training maneuver. For unknown reasons, somebody unexpectedly launched a surface-to-air missile and it hit the UFO. It fell to the earth not far away, and 5 short humanoids with large heads and large black eyes emerged from it. It is stated in the testimonies by the 2 soldiers who remained alive after freeing themselves from some debris. The aliens came close to them and then merged into a single object that acquired a spherical shape. The object began to buzz and hiss sharply and then became brilliant white. In a few seconds, the spheres grew much larger and exploded by flaring up an unexpected, extremely bright light. At that very instant, this is where it gets wild, 23 soldiers who had watched the phenomenon turned into stone poles. Okay?
No way.
Stone poles, right. It continues. Only 2 soldiers who stood in the shade and were less exposed to the luminous explosion survived. The KGB report goes on to say that the remains of the UFO and the remains of the petrified soldiers were transferred to a secret scientific research institution near Moscow. I'm not going to continue on. It keeps going, but it's a legit. It's a real. I'll put it up to the camera if you can mildly. No, you won't be able to see. I'll send you. I'll send it you. I'll send it you. It's a tricky one. It looks.
That's some wild stories, but that one. That's a good one.
looks. I mean, when you look at it, it looks legit. But you go stone poles, but it goes into a little bit of detail.
Stone poles or. Yeah,
just probably stone men.
Okay. Or were they turned to stone? Were they stone men or stone poles?
Well, again, it says it says a little bit more. It sort of half speculates that then they didn't know what there was. I should have probably read the last bit, that they didn't know what they was dealing with in terms of energy manipulation, and then they're now on the back foot because it's like, wait a fucking second. Yeah. These are turning us to stone.
So I think. I feel and believe that there was a lot of a much better sort of understanding of energy in terms of weapons, in terms of doing good things for people, water pumping, all that sort of stuff. All that stuff existed a long time ago, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Antiquitech is a big interest of mine. I love learning about that stuff.
Well,
there's some great channels on YouTube.
The two-way flowing water valve, you know, that continuously can flow around. That was invented by the Greeks way back when. It was shit.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, it's a legit thing. I'm a huge fan. I mean, there's so many things. I can't pull so much out because I look into everything, and I've just read that fucking huge draft of data, which is a rarity for my show. I don't ever really just pull something up, but I wanted to pull that up because it's wild.
But that kind of story with the sort of the energy that they're dealing with, and you know, these apparent aliens sort of morphing into one, ending up in one ball of energy, and this big light coming out and turning soldiers to stone poles. It's like, whoa! But we can, you know, we can envisage it though, because we've seen it in movies. We've seen that sort of thing in X-Men movies and Marvel movies.
Well, it said there was petrified.
Else, you know?
So to me, if it says they're petrified, I'd imagine that they're just burnt to a crisp. You know. But not necessarily burnt,
like really, very quickly.
But due to that fast heat exchange, maybe it just solidified them, and you know they're like, oh wait.
Well, you know, there's extreme heat. There's been, you know, there's evidence all around the world of buildings that have been cut into rocks with like extreme heat.
Oh yeah.
Some sort of solar flare maybe or something like that. There's all sorts of crazy stuff that's happened, and there's evidence for.
One of the biggest boring drills, I believe, I think, and again, I'm pulling this out of the Tim's bullshit files in my mind, where everything's stored, that it basically heats up the rock to carve tunnels, which will leave it so it leaves it with a smooth finish, rather than, you know, if you cut out a tunnel and you bore it, you know, you need it to be smooth. And that's how a lot of the latest boring equipment works, is by heating up this fucking rock so hot that it's melting stone, which is like, can't you know, people go, that's bullshit, you can't do that. Depends on the stone.
Do you know something? that technology is older than you think. I used to, my dad was he was a demolition man. He worked for years in demolition.
That's cool.
And when I was very young, in between touring and working in studios, I used to do a few weeks here and there with him. And they used to do this thing called thermic lancing. Ooh. And it's a metal rod with like a torch on the end. You know, and it literally goes through concrete like a knife through butter. It's incredible. It's amazing. Yeah.
Imagine those dumb videos you see, like people wearing forklifts and they drive off fucking loading bays. But imagine a version of one of them where two stupid arseholes are like, look at his fucking gun. And it slips out of his fucking hand and rolls over his foot. You know, that would be crazy. I think it'd swipe his foot off in an instant. It'd be like a weird sort of
nasty things.
Like an anime scene. Or like when someone cuts a sword through someone and it goes shing, and then the body slides off. It'd be fucking wild.
You can get the equivalent that does it with water as well.
Oh yeah, water power.
Yeah, it's really powerful. Yeah, I've those as well. They're amazing. I used to use cool tools when I was doing demolition and like really big machines to knock stuff down with. It's great.
Well, there's a big. I'm a fan of urban exploring, and under London, there's apparently a big, huge fucking lake. But there's a big boring machine. There's a big boring machine under there which uses the same sort of stuff. You know, they'd pump water into it, high powered, and then grind away. You know, mostly as well to keep the machinery cool. Because otherwise, you know, that big piece of kit like that producing that much heat underground is. You know,
there's a river. There's a river under the Mall.
Yeah.
Is it the Mall River?
Yep.
That's a famous one.
Yeah.
And, I mean, when I was doing demolition, I got to explore quite a lot of places underground and also the very tops of buildings, like climbing around the roof of University College Hospital.
That's cool as shit.
The big cruciform building with all these spires on top. I've got a video from it. This is back in like late 90s, 98 or something like that. Yeah.
That's wild.
It was good fun though. And delving about in the basements, the sub basements, and there's tunnels. There's a tunnel that goes all the way from. So where are we? University College Hospital is right by Warren Street station-ish. There's a tunnel that goes all the way up to Leicester Square. and there's one that goes all the way to Holborn, and they used to be used to
Wow.
move drugs around, well, pharmaceutical drugs for the hospitals when it was built back in
That's
the sort of
crazy.
late 1800s. Yeah,
I
I was
mean-
under all that stuff. I stripped all those corridors out, all the old stuff that was in them years ago.
That's wild. There's like tons of. I mean, I love like videos of it because nowadays people just, you know, they do fucking live streams and stuff of just them exploring abandoned buildings.
Yeah, they're
and,
great.
You know, I've done a fair few myself. I went under Coventry. There's a river that runs under Coventry. I went under there. That was
Wow.
it was kind of fucking wild. That was. One of the scariest things I'll have to say is when you're going into those situations to begin with, and you've got roaring traffic going overhead, and you're in this little culvert,
Right.
this little tiny fucking tunnel,
Yeah.
and it's like boom, 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 boom. You're like, fucking Jesus. That and the fact that the cobwebs look like something from Stephen King's It. You know, it was there was
Okay.
this could have been. At one point, I thought I was going to deal with some big demon spider. There was some huge cobwebs with
Nice.
they were like physical ropes. They were massive. They were huge fucking ropes. Let's actually get on to the real conspiracy stuff. I mean, we're diving all over the place. Very, very fun.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's keep on the conspiracies. So what's one of the biggest conspiracy? I mean, flat Earth. You know, you said you was on the ropes about that. Me too. It's
I find it quite funny, the flat Earth thing.
it
It's
is
just,
funny.
you know, it's funny. I don't really care one way or the other
No,
about that because it makes no difference to me.
no.
There's nothing I can do about it.
It's the theories that always amuse me, you know, because then you have to go, wow, space is then fake. Some people think space is a fake, you know, like the Truman Show. You know, it's like, what?
Yeah.
I had a friend, I've not seen him in a long time, and he was full tilt. And we went for hours and hours on the subject. He almost, he half convinced me. Because he was just so into it and he could rip off. I'd love to get him on my fucking show, but I don't know.
But
what's
the
going
flat
on.
Earth, it's the flat Earth thing. He's a flat earther, was he?
No, just it was full conspiracy, full tilt. And I mean, he probably knows more about it than me. And I look into a lot of shit. There's probably stuff that, you know, we could trade off on. But there's when he looks into a subject, he'll look in like the flat Earth thing. There was stuff. And this was back before Google and YouTube decided to go, hey, we're going to fucking shadow ban all these. We're going to remove them. And, you know, there was some huge, he'd just pull off effortless amounts of fucking data out of his head. And I'm like, whoa, slow down, you know. And we're sitting around getting high as well. And it's like, fuck. Like, it was reeling it off. And then it was crazy. But what's the biggest conspiracy that you believe in to date? You know, there's tons that you can pick out of.
Biggest conspiracy.
Yeah. And what's one that you could go?
The most,
okay,
the most interesting for me is I follow a journalist called Benjamin Fulford. You know him?
Nope, not heard of him.
Okay, so Benjamin Fulford is I guess he's in his late 50s. He lives in Japan. He was a finance guy. He's got his own website. Where he does a blog every week. He starts to do a few videos here and there, and he's talking about the thing called the Khazarian Mafia. I don't know if you've ever heard of them.
I haven't heard of that. No.
So his contention is the Khazarian Mafia run the world.
Okay.
And you've got the thing called the White Dragon Society, which is an Asian family.
I've briefly heard of that.
Okay, it's all on his website, but he just highlights some very interesting things that happened that the MSM don't talk about. So recently, you probably don't know this, but China fired a cruise missile over Sydney, Australia.
Ooh, I didn't know
That's a really provocative act. That happened a couple of days ago. Now, I only found that out because he's reporting on this, but he found out because some small paper in Sydney reported it and someone posted a video on the website.
Ooh.
So you can see it for yourself flying over Sydney. I mean, just yesterday, in the last few months, 750 planes have flown into Taiwan from China, like warplanes. Taiwan are preparing for war. So the conspiracy stuff that you could call conspiracy, but over the last couple of years, it's all come true. So maybe it isn't conspiracy, is kind of what's happening in the world right now, what's really happening.
Yeah.
Not what we're told is happening, but what's really happening.
I wouldn't even say that's a conspiracy. That's just a narrative that is out there, but you've got to find it because day after day, more news. hey, this celebrity's had a baby. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
There's
everything's
a lot of
everything's
stuff
kind of linked. I think once you get past the fact that anything you see in any newspaper or on any television program, it was designed for you to see, and it's designed for a reason. So it's either designed to entertain you, engage you, switch you off from everything else, or it's designed to enrage you, make you feel. Well, it makes you. Right now, they're trying to divide everybody.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're trying to divide yeah. Okay, but the one thing they don't want is everyone suddenly coming together. You know, a good example of this is in New York right now. The anti-vaccine people mandates. It was very split before, and they kind of politicized it. So it was kind of MAGA people were anti, and BLM people were pro. But now the BLM people are like, oh no, we don't want the vaccine either. So they're going, wow, I agree with MAGA. And MAGA, hey, I agree with BLM. Wow, who'd have thought it? We actually agree about something. Well, and I think as time's going by now, the public have been fed such a shit sandwich in the last couple of years all over the world. And they're starting to realize that really everyone wants the same thing. All everyone wants is somewhere to live, family, friends, roof over your head, some food in your belly, and some fun to be had.
Yeah. Camaraderie. Yeah. That's what we want.
Everyone wants the same. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter what religion you are. It doesn't matter what your culture is. They're the things everyone wants.
Yeah. I mean, that is a fact.
It's real simple.
You know, there's a few rogue people out. I'm not, there's a fact, but there are a few rogue elements that, there are a few people that just want to fucking cause carnage and chaos. There are those.
They do, but they've always got. But they've always got an ulterior motive.
Yeah,
they do it for a reason.
They are doing it most of the time. It's fucked up, but most of the time they are doing it for those same reasons. But they can only do it in a nefarious way because most of the time that's all they've known. Some people raised in a shit situation. Oh shit, I'm now gonna go and push fucking drugs over county lines and do this and get involved in this, and that's all and it's kind of tragic in a way that. We are very tribalistic as humans. We have been for thousands of years, and that's we're going to continue to the day. It continues now. And if anything, now it's even more broader. That we've got so much going on that it's hard to keep up. I mean,
it's too much, and that's where earlier I mentioned about how culture is disappearing like the arts, and I think one of the reasons that is because recently, pop culture has become politics. When I was in my mid-20s, in the early 90s, pop music was pop music, and dance music was dance music, and culture was culture. No one had any interest in politics. No one gave a shit. Apart from when the criminal justice bill happened and people protested against that, it went through anyway, and everyone with it and didn't give a shit. You know what I mean? It was them and us. What they had to say, they weren't interested in what we had to say. And we just got on with it. And there was no racism. Dance music took care of that. Everyone was too off their heads taking ecstasy.
Everyone was all pilled up.
Everyone loved each other. It was genuinely like that. It was amazing. It was an amazing time. If you look even to the sort of social history of that period, in the late 80s, the biggest export from this country was football hooliganism. It was massive. Right? And then all of a sudden, Acid House happened. Well, it stopped for a while. Why? Because everyone started taking ease.
Well,
it's well documented now.
One of the best. I mean, I'm a big fan of ecstasy. I haven't took it for many years, because of I'm an aficionado of pills. Because when I used to deal in them and I used to take them, I used to look into them. I can identify pills a mile off, and even in terms of what the fuck is in them. Even back in the day, pills, you get stuff like speckled clovers, love hearts. You get some crazy shit. And again, you don't get pills like that nowadays. They're more MDMA, whereas years ago they'd be cut with a bunch of stuff. I remember having a bunch of pills that were cut with fucking acid, and they were wild. I was staring into a fucking turned off fireplace. Like an English shitty fake fireplace, staring into it. There was a candle behind me, and I was staring into it, just looking for hours. And one of my friends was crashed out on the couch. I was staring into this fireplace for hours, just looking at these small visuals, and this was off pills. It was amazing. But one of the fun parts about this story was this is how wild things used to get back in the day. Is for some unknown reason, my friend had scrunched up a load of small Rizzler papers. Like he'd just got a Rizzler and he just scrunched it up, and there was tons of them. He just rolled it up into this tight little fucking stupid ball. Right, he just rolled it up tight as he could, and then there was tons of them all over the floor. And my friend earlier on in the night was like, "Oh, I lost some drugs earlier." So after this brief moment of looking in this fireplace, and I was looking at it for so long, and I was out of it. I looked on the floor and I seen these little tiny pieces of paper, and I looked at it and I was like, man, that must be some sort of crack rock. And I was fucked to the point, you know, I didn't even see crack at that point. I didn't even see it, you know, and I don't know how my brain confused me. It literally tricked me into thinking that my friend on the sofa was smoking crack, and he wasn't. To the point I'd gone around the floor, found about 10 of these little scrunched up pieces, and I literally put 2 and 3 together and made fucking 6. And I was like, man, that's the drugs he was on about, smoking crack. So I went and slapped him in the face, woke him up. I was like, boom! I was like, what are you doing smoking crack, bitch? Like going crazy at him. He's like, what the fuck you on about? And then we're tussling around on the floor. Shit was getting crazy. And then, like, you know, very good friends. Still always very good friends. And he was like, what are you talking about with crack? And I was like, look at all those rocks. They're everywhere. And he was like, man, I was throwing paper around. And I was like, they're the drugs you lost earlier. And he was like, no, I lost a 5 bag of weed earlier. And I was like, oh, you know, one of them.
That's
wild.
That's a very crackhead thing to do. I remember seeing crackheads at the studio, and they score their lump, and then they break little bits off it and wrap it in little bits of paper, and they flick it around the room. They flick it around the room, and then when they run out, they start searching around for it.
It's
and they don't search over there, or they'd come back the next day, and it was mad. Yeah. The studio I worked at was in Dollar Hill. That was the zone back then. It was just crack everywhere. It was terrible.
I mean, it was just one of them
horrible drug.
It's just absolutely. It's just one of them wild things where you go, holy shit! Like when you look back, and I haven't told that story on my show. I haven't told that story for a very long time. I don't think I've ever told anyone that story, in fact. There's been very few people I've told that story to. That's an exclusive, almost, from Tim's wild days when he was 17 and slinging drugs. But yeah, let's keep on the conspiracy. What about the moon landing? You know, because that's a big one. Even aliens. Think there's any sort of deal with that? People talk about the moon being fucking hollow, and you know, we got hollow Earth, you know, on the flat Earth.
Yeah. What's my favourite theory I heard about that was that what was it again? That Saturn is giving off this frequency.
Oh yeah.
Because do you know about history of Saturn and Saturnalia,
the Brotherhood
and
of Saturn,
sort of stuff, and Satan,
Satan,
and because there's literature from back in Roman times where Saturn was like their moon, but it didn't have rings around it. So anyway, the rings have appeared around it in the last 1,000 years or whatever, and they're supposed to give that a frequency. I'm gonna get this right, which is amplified by the moon, which is a disc and not a big round thing.
Yeah.
And then that fires to Earth, and that's how people on Earth are controlled. Wow. That was the David Icke one. It's a great story, but I'm not sure.
Flat moon.
Flat moon, yeah. Like a
moon.
Sort of like a big amplification disc.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to it than that, I'm sure, but that's essentially what he was saying.
Well, that's almost going back to Space Odyssey 2001 with the black with the monoliths. Because what was on the moon with the original site was a black monolith that was projecting frequencies to the Earth. Where did they go? Well, in 2001, they didn't go. I think they did go to Saturn, but I think in the book they went to somewhere different. I think they changed it for a reason. I think they went to Jupiter. Jupiter. Yeah, Jupiter is the one that they went to. Sorry. In the I think it was in the movie. Yeah, it was in the movie. They had to change it. Whereas, you know, it was 2001, fucking fan, one of my favorite films of all time. but it's on that
Yeah,
same
it's
sort of
fantastic.
thing,
I've not
you know,
been
with
for
a
a long
black
time.
cube. You know, you talk about the
Yeah.
Brotherhood of Saturn. There's all this black cube stuff. It's in my logo. It's
Well,
literally in my
there was
logo.
a well, there was there used to be this YouTuber guy called Swilliam, and he lives around here because I've seen him in the streets, like where I live in northwest London. And he used to make these videos walking around London at all of the kind of all the symbology you can find, especially in the city, in all the kind of the stonework and stuff.
Yeah, the architecture.
So exactly. So he did it. It's still on YouTube. It's called Swilliam. You can find this video, and it's all about that big red cube that's in the middle of the Serpentine, which is a very apparently satanic. It's an art installation right in the Serpentine in Hyde Park. Or was it Regent's Park? I never remember. Well, it's near the Serpentine Gallery. It's still there, but it was there up until a year or two ago. It's a huge red obelisk cube thing, and he goes into all the kind of the meat cubes and what they all are, you know, and this all kind of links to sort of there's similarities between that and the big cube at Mecca and stuff as well. That's the kind of obelisk cube thing.
There's a guy on Reddit called, and he's getting banned all the time. I don't know. Well, the reason why people keep banning him is because they think
Reddit. Wow.
Yeah, he keeps getting removed. The bad thing is he sets up the page and then they fucking remove the guy, which makes no sense. I don't know how that works out. The dude is called Candleman. I think changes it. Candleman 100 changes it frequently.
Okay.
They get rid of him because they keep going, yeah, you're a fucking devil worshipper and all this shit. And he makes a lot of bullshit film references with his cube, but it's almost like you can, because it's just a black cube, you can tie it anywhere, you know. But when he puts his points out, sometimes they're somewhat relevant. Sometimes it's like, oh, the black cube's in fucking this cartoon today, and then you know the next week it's in some fucking soap opera or something. So you're like, I don't know. There's the questionability is one of them.
There's definitely one of the things that interests me as well. I heard this story recently about when television first arrived in the UK. And how only very few people had it when you had to buy a set until the government stepped in and did a deal with a company in America called DER, which ended up being a big a TV rental company, and they bought thousands of TVs over it. It was cheap for people to rent a TV. It would be like £1 a week or something like that.
And a coin slot.
So this will be in something like that. So this will be in like the kind of 50s, I guess. But the guy who was talking about, I think it was on Morgoth's Review. He was, which is another YouTube channel that's good to watch. And he was, Morgoth.
Yeah,
and he was saying that, before that happened, where he grew up, everyone would be out every evening, when it wasn't pissing with rain or snowing, and you'd meet up in the street or in the park, and you'd talk. And he said the moment television arrived, that never happened again. It never happened again. And then it also, he was kind of, making the point that the government was so keen for everyone to have a television as soon as possible because they saw how powerful a medium it was.
Oh, yes.
Completely. Well, television programming, it's a program,
Yeah.
It's
that's
there
what they
to
say
program
as well. It's a program.
It's a program, I mean, without sounding sort of too namaste, I believe, words are spells.
But
combinations of words can do things.
I'm a firm believer in that. You're talking to someone who's I'm a pagan. I'm someone who legitimately believes in a bunch of old magic, and I've got a fucking bag of casting stones there, for fuck's sake. I occasionally do fires. I do a bunch of shit. I don't really like to talk about some of it on air because it's some of it people go, what the fuck is this madman doing? It's sacrificing people.
I've read a lot of stuff. When I was really young, I read loads of Aleister Crowley. I read Anton LaVey, Satanic Bible. I read all that stuff. I remember there was one time there was a Jehovah's Witness came and knocked on the door where I was living at home. I was about 16. And I said, "I'll read your book if you read mine." And I gave him the Satanic Bible. And he didn't really want to touch it because he thought it would just like burn his fingers or something. Anyway, he took it, and I took his Watchtower book, and legit, I read it. And I don't think he read mine, but he came back and saw me the week after, and he was genuinely trying to save my soul. He even came back when he knew I wouldn't be here, and he spoke to my mum, and he was really worried about me. I didn't even know the guy.
Yeah.
Now, I think my mum said to him, "It's just a phase. He's just reading books. Don't worry about it."
Years ago, I used to invite him in myself. I was just one of these people, again, this was when I was a wild card. And, I'd invite him in and I'd go, yeah, let's have a chat, and most of the time, they'd be great. I'd have some good conversations. But most of the time I'd try and get them to see my point of view and they'd just leave. I'm like, they're talking about, again, they do. These people must have thought I was the Antichrist. It was.
Thing is, with the Jehovah's, they don't like it when you point out a few just basic fundamentals. Well, they don't like it.
I started talking about a bunch of stuff because I'm not, when most people think about paganism, they go, "Oh, you believe in the devil." No, that's not what I believe in. I believe in a lot of older gods and tons. This is why again you talk about, you did briefly mention it. The Brotherhood of Saturn, but you said Fraternis Saturni, I believe, was the phrase that you used.
Saturnalia, and
yeah. But I see you again. That's why I said it was a Brotherhood of Saturn, because that's a book in itself. I believe you've read, because if you've delved into the world of that, that's a legitimate book. Most of it talks about sex magic. Mostly, just putting that.
That's
out
very
there.
Crowley. Crowley was into sex, but I mean, to be honest, I did the Crowley thing. I read nearly all of it. I sold all the books about 3 years ago on eBay for a fortune. Everyone wants them. And something, as I understand with Crowley, he was a perv old man that liked doing too much coke, and like fucking young girls, and he was also very manipulative. Manipulative. And the whole of and magic in theory and practice is basically about manipulation.
Yeah.
Well, the ceremony is symbolic, but essentially it's the manipulation of people.
Well, the thing was, with him is he just went from group to group, took little bits, probably bullshitted some stuff, but due to the fact that he'd been in, he's a 33rd degree Mason, I believe. It's the highest fucking you can get. So, to get to that level is fucking, how the fuck? A normal man. He was a nobody. Yeah. So to go from there and he went to a few other places. He went into Germany, did some stuff, I believe. Then obviously went up and into Scotland and then did the fucking 33rd degree Mason shit. Then I believe he got his little fucking retreat on the coast. And then, that's when it all went.
That was Sicily, wasn't it? I can't remember what it was called. I think Crowley was probably, he was a facilitator of degeneracy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
These people.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm a fan of the guy.
No doubt.
That's like saying, man,
it's interesting.
That's like saying Rasputin's the man.
Interesting. No.
But it's something.
Just to be clear, Tim, I don't believe in any censorship whatsoever. None.
Yeah.
None. Absolutely zero. I want to hear everything from everybody.
Yeah, me too.
If it's a shit idea, it will disappear into the swamp. If it's a good idea, it will rise to the top. And that's it. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the problem. Is some people just, as soon as any conversation that isn't on their frequency, they just dismiss it. They never want to take in anything that could be outside of their spectrum of knowledge. And that's most people's problem, I believe.
Normally, people who dismiss things often just haven't got an argument.
Yeah,
which means they're probably not qualified to talk about it.
Or they have got an argument, but it's the same repetitive words driven in 50 different formats. It's like,
and they realise they're talking to someone who can see right through it.
Yeah,
it's a discussion and stuff. Well, that's a whole other subject. The whole identity politics bullshit. That's a whole other subject. Probably best avoided.
One of my it's not a favourite conspiracy, but it's something I like to. I mean, it's out there, but I like to believe that that dragons were real.
Really? I've not heard that one.
Yeah.
I'm down with giants. Yep. I've read about the giants being real.
I think that all of the old Greek shit, it's in every fucking ancient civilization, these weird demi creatures, fucking, that was part human, part fucking animal, some part God creation. you know, because it was always some weird fucker who made them, you know, and they're in everything. Sumeria, you know, they're in fucking Egypt, you know, everything. Look at the fucking Sphinx. It's part fucking,
Yeah.
you know.
Could have been a spillover from the dinosaurs, couldn't it? 'Cause
Yeah,
the dinosaurs
well,
just didn't all disappear.
that's my point. Is I believe that, you know, well, this is it's a two-parter. I believe that, you know, the dragon thing that was like, there was just, again, we had to go in through nuclear fallout. At some point, shit got catastrophic. We went into some fucking caves, had to probably hide because the world was on fire, you know, and I think we've been around a lot longer. That's my first point. I think that knowledge, boom, it went tens of thousands of years ago. I think it's happened several times over and over again. And knowledge is hard. If the world got burned to a crisp now, well, the knowledge is gone. If there's a few survivors with maybe some decent kit and maybe a computer and some power, well, you're good. If you've got some books, even better, you know? And I think that this has happened over and over and over again. And I think that one of these instances, in terms of the legends of dragons, was that pterodactyls, big flying fucking reptiles, well, who says there wasn't a different version of them? Or maybe even them. And when we come out of these caves and we started getting back to society and agriculture, one of these motherfuckers is hungry as shit. And it comes swiping down, takes a fucking child. Well, you know what's going to happen in that society. Back in the day, you know, we're all massively undereducated as well due to probably what's happened. So it becomes a dragon. It becomes a fucking fierce creature that becomes, you know, like the Kraken of the sea. You know, which is just giant squids. Yeah. We have giant squids now. They don't take down ships, but there could have been something way bigger. Who fucking knows?
Also, do you not think that the perception these people had of these creatures, which fucking, you know, we also the perception they had was changed by what they were eating, because they were taking some hardcore psychedelics back.
Yeah. Mushrooms were
in these ancient civilizations, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's Terence
so
McKenna
that must have played a part in it.
You know, you obviously you're up on this Terence McKenna's theory. You know, the monkeys come down from the trees and started eating these mushrooms, and then boom. You know, the level of creativity, and this is what you know makes us human. Creativity. Yeah. You know, we wouldn't have a civilization if we wasn't creative. We didn't create. You know, cars were created. This microphone created. Fucking hat created. You know, everything.
Well, we're the only species that have got things to do other than just survive. We're so amused.
Well, monkeys
so many things to amuse us. They kind of have, but it's very limited. Yeah, essentially, they just
fishing though.
Yeah, essentially, it's just to survive. They don't do stuff for pleasure. They don't listen to music.
No,
they don't, you know,
they don't listen to music.
I mean, music's a great example. I mean, music's you know, because music is. Well, there's no reason for music.
No. No, not really. No, there isn't.
No, there's not. No.
But imagine if you jumped to radio in front of a bunch of monkeys.
Yeah, well, I guess that, you know, if you played a bunch of tunes, I'm sure they'd have a favourite. You know, if one started dancing, the rest of them would maybe.
But, wow,
like dance every on. You could put this sort of 10 o'clock news on, they dance. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. Could do.
That's the dance out the window.
That's the level of creativity. Maybe if we gave those, here would be a real test. If we got a monkey and we gave it some mushrooms, and then over the next 50 years, you know, see how those generations go, like a Planet of the Apes-esque style thing. Because they are fishing. Some people were fishing, and they literally was fucking around with a monkey and. They tried to fish, and then now they're bambooing stuff with a fucking pole. You know, that's a tool.
Yeah, so they've learnt to use a tool. Yeah. So they learnt to use a tool. But how long's that taken?
Well, we showed them. That's the thing. They didn't learn.
They copied us. They mimicked.
They're
mimicking us.
Yeah.
You see, this is the thing, a problem I have with the whole theory of evolution. So we haven't found any fossils for the ones in between.
Yeah, well, we keep finding some.
The in-betweens?
No,
okay.
we find we don't. We find sidelines. We don't find the straight line. We find, hey, this is the Homo florensis, or this is the the little hobbit people. Or you ever seen them? That's a wild conspiracy.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's videos of them little fuckers running
little
around.
people.
Apparently, fucking, there's a guy on a
Yeah,
motorbike.
crazy.
There's a guy on a motorbike going down a track, and there's a little man was standing in the path, and then the bike stopped, and then the guy was trying to keep up with this little man. It was
How big was it? Or how little?
Little, yeah, but it wasn't like a small. It wasn't like what you'd reference as to a small person nowadays. It was like a thin, slender, fucking. He was jogging. The bike couldn't keep up with it. This kid was like gone. Like, the video's amazing.
What country was that in? Do you remember?
It was. If I was to take a guess,
It sounds like
it was Indonesia way. It was out that sort of way. It wasn't. But it was crazy because they was following him. They couldn't keep up with him, but there was mild camera shots every so often. They'd like, oh, it's there, and then they're trying to speed up, and he's round the corner again, and then he darted into a bunch of tall grass, and then they got off the bike, and they just couldn't find him.
But I've never seen that. I'd love to see that. That sounds amazing.
I trawl the web, and there was one where I was like, wow, it was so crazy because you couldn't really fake it. It was like, how can you fake that? They're literally fucking scrambling for him. They're literally like, come on. And it's like, the fucking dude's gone. It's like, and it was a motocross bike. It was a wild one.
Strange creatures. I'm sure they must exist. There must be like odd creatures all over the place.
Well, this is where I go back to my mild theory, is that we were fucked around with, and that maybe we did get some mushrooms, but they can go through space, and I think that they're probably put here. I think everything was put here, and that there was maybe some.
So are you? Sorry, first about the Anunnaki. You heard about that?
Yeah.
The Anunnaki.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Okay, so have you heard of it? Have you heard of a chap called Michael Tellinger?
Yep.
Okay, so he does these videos on YouTube. He does a thing called Ubuntu. He's based in South Africa, and he's very into frequency and understanding frequency and all the things it can do and benefits. And he's been investigating what the Africans call them cattle corrals, and they're stone circles all over South Africa. There's thousands of them. And they've been there for a long time. These are ancient. They're way older than cattle corrals, and they're centers of energy. And this guy, Michael Tellinger, goes into them, and he'll show you with these meters and things, the energy that's there. So he thinks, his theory is these were sort of landing points or communication points for the Anunnaki, who would come down and harvested whatever they are harvesting from the planet so they could survive wherever they're from.
It's an interesting theory, wasn't it, really?
Gold. I think it may have been. Yeah.
That's the theory behind that. Is their planet needed some? It was apparently if you spray gold into the atmosphere, it can reflect light and protect the atmosphere. And that is some weird science. They're doing it to the day. We're doing it with metal particles, but gold is apparently one of the best ways to do it because of the properties of it. And this planet's abundant with gold. So the theory is that that's why they come here, and that planet circulates on a weird elliptical scale system, and then it comes into contact with us every, can't remember how many fucking thousand of years, and then when it come to us, they'd come and get our fucking gold. And in that time, they'd get it while they could, and then bang, they've got to go again. Certain time scale. Got to fucking, which I could imagine.
Aren't they the ones with they're the ones with the elongated heads, aren't they?
Yeah,
like long skulls.
Yeah, there's talk of that, but it also goes back to Sumeria as well. The ancient Sumeria and stuff like that. It goes everywhere. It goes over fucking the Mayans, and the Aztecs. It goes. It's wild. It goes into fucking China and shit like that as well.
That long skull thing is also a body modification they would do to them when they were kids. They'd wrap their heads up really tight, wouldn't they, in bandages, and they'd shape their skull to grow like that.
Well, they use planks of wood as well. Do you know that?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
nice.
They use boards of wood. God. Yeah, there's some crazy shit they do back in the day.
I know they do it. They do it in India. They do it to like kids, like parents who have these kids, and they wrap their heads up in these things and make them into like pinheads.
Yeah.
Pointy
heads.
Yeah. And then they take them out like big supposed to be good luck. This
Yep.
sort of
Well,
mentally
it's-
handicapped kid.
well,
Who's
it's
like
like
being led around with a fucking lead on him, and people touch him and they give money, and it's supposed to be lucky. It's mental.
Well, Carl,
Crazy.
it's funny because I'm a segue into that. Carl Pilkington, he did a thing where he went to different countries, and he was going around. It's a strange one because you can't use, it's almost a weird way to talk about it, but these old school freak shows, it's a fucked up way to put it, but
Yeah,
that's literally the terminology of it. And again,
Yeah.
I've got 3 fucking toes. I can be classed as one of them if I want to be. I can say that. I don't give a fucking shit. And so I could I could go there myself. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure if I went to that place and whacked my foot out, they'll go, "Whoa!" They'd be probably surprised how mildly well I walk as well. They'd go I'd probably get some gold for that. But that it is a thing that they do revere that stuff, but they do sort of half break the boundaries between let's misshape this person and or rather than hey, this person was born that way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also I've seen it in Thailand, in Bangkok, a couple of times where and it's kind of self-inflicted. They self-inflict this sort of injury, like they bend their arm the wrong way and break it the wrong way, and then they'll lay on the street on this roasting hot iron plate and just look up and beg for money. It's like, whoa, man.
Well, it's like the Chinese.
That's heavy, man.
Back in the day, do you know the?
They wrap the feet up, didn't they? That's right, the geishas.
Feet
Japanese,
binding. Wow. You ever seen the real pictures of that? Fuck.
Yeah. Like, they used to do it in Victorian times to waist, didn't they? Like those crazy corsets.
Oh yeah.
You know?
This is most of these stuff. Like when I was in school, you'd find all this stuff in books. You could go to this weird little section of the library that was almost dedicated to paranormal bullshit, and you'd find these books with these interesting stories on.
I'm a little bit older than you. I mean, when I was like sort of 16, 17, those books we used to find in, there was a shop in Camden called Compendium Books. I always said that when Compendium Books left Camden, it was done, it was finished, because all the record shops had gone by then as well. But this bookshop had all that stuff in there. You couldn't get it anywhere else. There was a series of books called Research Books, and there was a book called Freaks. You could probably still get it. It's amazing. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah,
every crazy freak in the world.
I think it was actually gifted. I think there was a legitimate. I think it was on a record as well. That it was.
There's a really famous picture.
He was gifted it by
There's
Ricky
a famous
Gervais
picture.
Right.
That's the book. I've got the book. There's a really famous picture in there of some tribe. I think they're maybe from the Amazon or something. And there's like these 5 guys all stood in a row, naked, and they've all got what they call elephantitis of the scrotum.
Oh yeah.
So it looks like they got a massive sort of 20-pound sack of spuds hanging from their groin area. It's mental. And also there's another family in there called the O'Grady family. They're from the 50s in America, and it was lobster boys. They had like just had fingers like this on their feet and their hands, and then the 2 of them who had this rare disorder, this man and woman got together and they had kids, and the kids all had this lobster shit going on as well. They were part of some circus freak show. It's wild,
There was,
people do that to.
It's sad that they was exploited and shit like that. But it's kind of crazy that in certain continents, it's like they're revered. Do you want to take just a quick brief intermission? But no, it is wild when the fact that you could get those books so openly, and it's almost like what got me into the game of conspiracies. Like back in the day, being in the library and finding all these rare books. With these shitty ghost pictures in and, terrible sepia pictures of fucking ghosts. And you're like,
Do you know something though? I really miss the time back then where any kind of culture you wanted to consume, be it books or records or whatever it was, you really had to make a lot of effort to get it. To get that particular record you might have heard John Peel play on the radio, you had to go into town. You had to remember what it was called, then go to a record shop in the West End. Maybe one would have this obscure indie or dance 12-inch or something like that, but you really had to search for it. And the same with books back then. You had to send off, you had to write to people, to little publishing companies and get things sent, and fanzines and things like that. And so people that were in scenes back then, I don't think they were as fickle as they are now. I mean, scenes come and go now in like 10 minutes, don't they? Because it's
Well, think of like the bullshit dance crazes that are almost weekly. It's like, oh, new dance this week. I mean, imagine being. I mean,
like,
I couldn't imagine being a child nowadays and having to keep up with that strange pressure of like, oh my god, I've got to keep up with this weird TikTok craze or whatever it is. You know.
well, what
Nothing
I find
against
weird
those
about as
people.
well about no, you know, something each to their own. But I think that there's never been a point in time where kind of the youth. So let's talk sort of 15 to sort of 30, say. Where the youth have had so much at their disposal, right? You can listen to any record you want now. Doesn't matter what it is, how obscure it is. When I was 20, if I wanted to hear this obscure record, I had to go and find it. And if it was rare, you couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
Maybe you could find someone who'd tape it for you, or maybe you couldn't, and it would never get played on the radio, so you'd probably never hear it. You know what I mean? Now you can hear everything. So if that being the case, why is it that all the new music that I hear is so shit?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, man.
Well, I have a theory on that, because most new music, but not all music, mostly I'm talking about pop music now. But pop music used to be good once upon a time.
Yep.
Now it all sounds the same because it's all being using the same computer programs.
That makes
Everyone
sense.
uses the same shit.
Yep. No,
Yeah, they all use the same stuff. They'll use the same latest sound library. They all process their voices using the same software.
Well, even then, there's only, you know, even if you get a different plugin, somebody else has made that, tested it, and probably used it themselves.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
It's not even a theory. I think that's pretty legit. You know, that's the
it is legit.
thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the real thing. I don't think there's a theory behind that. That's probably the most
it's one of the things in music that drives me wild, because it's kind of like music by numbers, isn't it? It's really easy to do it. I can knock those tunes out all day long. They're easy.
Well, I used to do fucking bits of music myself. Again, you know, I'm only on Ableton, and you know, I used to have just a launch pad. I've had some small keyboards. Most of the stuff that I used to do was all vocoding, and the only reason I did that was just because it was just something that was different. It wasn't like, okay, we're gonna fucking put a beat down and blah blah blah. It's like, no, what I'll do is I'll make that beat, or at least try and make the beat, manipulate my voice, and then lay that down. Let's fucking whack something else over it. You know, I can't manipulate a drum loop.
Nice.
But you know, you can. It's simple enough. You know, if you've got some fucking keys, you can still do it with a keyboard. It's pretty easy, actually. If not more easy.
It sounds like the best way of doing it is it's like I've always used music gear. Well, I remember getting, you know, over the years, getting lots of new gear, a bit second hand or whatever it was, and I never ever read a manual until I had to. We used to just turn it on and start pressing buttons and turning knobs and seeing what happened.
That's what I do.
You know, and it's the best way. I mean, you can't do that so much. I've got to read manuals now sometimes. I mean, because shit's really complicated.
The only reason that I quit was just because I would tamper too much. I could sit there and get for hours. You know, when I'm obsessed with something, I'm like down that rabbit hole straight. Saying which, you know, if I look into it, I look into it. But with the music, I'm
you know, this is the producer's paradox. You see, it's knowing when something's finished. I really love the whole psychology of producers. I love the whole this sort of discussion of the role of the producer, because the role of the producer changes as time goes by. You know, I like, you know, band when you used to get certain producers producing a band, like say for instance the Clash album London Calling. Yep, it was produced by a guy called Guy Stevens. Now he was a massive part of making that record sound the way it did. Not just because of his technical knowledge, but because of his presence there and how he got the band to behave by doing things to them, by causing conflict, by making them having a good laugh, getting them really pissed, getting them really stoned. Crazy shit, man. You know, just the maddest stuff. I've seen it.
Coordinating. That's what
I've done it. You know, get bands.
That's a coordinator.
It's getting the best out of people, understanding where their strengths are, and you know, and you know. I've always liked the idea of being in a band where it's like, you know, it's a gang. It's supposed to be, you're in a band with your mates and it's you against the world.
Yeah.
I've always loved that concept.
Well, I mean, it's sad. It's kind of a sad fucking tale in a way. When I left school, you know, I was all in on music. Since I was in school, I was
Mm.
all in on music, mostly singing. There was a
Uh-huh.
weird fucked up front man. Kind of why I got into a lot of drugs in a way. But you know, I left
Uh-huh.
school with a fucking bunch of mates. We had a band. Unfortunately, I got into a
Cool.
shitty relationship. And I split from
Okay.
them. And for years, they were doing their own thing and doing pretty well. And in the background, I was kind of like, "Ugh," you know, I was like, son of a
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, they dissolved the band a couple of years ago, and they've separated themselves with their own stuff, which is kind of crazy in itself. I was like, it's not really, you know, it's weird how one moment you can be like, oh fuck, but then you're like, oh wait, what the fuck's going on here? You know, and these were great friends, but it was just,
Mm.
it's, you know, that's what got me into music. I left it with school, but I kind of tried to get back into the passion of it. I've always
Yeah.
wrote stuff down. You know, wrote fucking
Did you
songs.
did you release anything?
Back in the day, no. Due to
Time.
the fact that this was when I was, you know, 16, 17. You know, we'd do like the mild couple of gigs. Um, the probably is maybe, and I'm sure if I hit him up, a recording somewhere.
Okay.
I'm hot, maybe a couple of songs. I'm highly sure and certain that if I reached out to the guy, my old fucking guitarist, I'm sure it actually, because he keeps everything. I'm sure he would have a copy of it.
Yeah, I keep everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's one of those people. He's a very very talented guitarist. He's a very talented dude. And I'm sure that somewhere it might be interesting to listen to. I can almost play it back in my head because I know what it sounds like. And now when I listen to it, I'm like, man, that sounds like dog shit.
Exactly. I say I've got recordings of every band I've been in since 1990. And
Wow.
I have listened back to a lot of stuff. Like I used to record everything. Every single rehearsal got recorded. Every single one.
Yeah,
So that'd be like 6-hour rehearsals. That's like 3D90 tapes or whatever it was. We fill up twice a week for, you know, best part of 6-7 years. I've got bin liners full of these tapes, and we never ever taped over anything ever.
yeah. That's what you should do.
I mean, a lot of it's
That way.
garbage, but I mean, some of it's great. You know,
But that's
some
the
of it's
thing.
really
There's
good.
always some fucking gold amongst the shit, you know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
I'm sure. I'm pretty certain there might be even a couple of songs. Part of me goes there's one, but I think we did have, again, it was another talented friend of ours called Sam, and I would love to see what he's fucking doing nowadays. He was an extremely talented guy. I'm pretty sure we was about 16, 17, and I think he was about 18, but he was a fucking audio wizard. And I'm sure that we got him to do like a, you know, like sort of an EP one time, because he was a close friend of all of ours, and I'm pretty sure we did three songs, maybe four, but I think one of them was
Right.
a cover. We used to, again, it was like a punk band, so we, you know, as you do. when
What
you
cover
leave
version
school.
did you do?
We did a couple
What
of
cover
old,
did you do?
I think there was a couple of Misfits songs we did, old Misfits.
Okay.
There was, I think,
Yeah.
one of the first cover songs, just because it's one of the most easiest, was Green Day, Brain Stew. You know, it's so simple to learn. You know,
So what?
you know what I mean? It's like four
So
chords.
what? But the you know, it's like I was in the punk scene for ages. I played in a punk band called Southport
That's
as well,
cool.
which was so well. I'll tell you how we got the name. The you know, Snuff I mentioned before.
Yeah.
When the bass player called Andy Crichton, he died. He was in Snuff, and at the time, the guitarist Simon wasn't in them anymore. Duncan still had the band going, and they did a benefit gig for Andy's family, for his daughter and his wife. And I was asked to play bass with Simon in this new band he was putting together just for this gig. And he's got 5 songs. We play bass. I was a guitarist, so I learned to play the bass a bit and did this gig. And we turned up at the gig, and it hadn't dawned on us that we didn't have a name. We didn't even think about it. So we got to the gig. It was at the garage in Highbury, and it was Snuff, and it was Leatherface, and us, and Wat Tyler. And there was this band called Southport on the bill. We're like, who's that? They're like, oh, it's you. And it turns out that the manager of Snuff at the time, Jim, he supported Mansfield, and someone else supported Southport, and someone had knocked someone out of some cup final or something. So they called us this name to take the piss out of the other one, and it kind of stuck. So we ended up calling ourselves Southport, and then after that gig we did a couple more songs, and then we did loads more gigs. We got loads of gigs, and then we got a tour with this band called the Lunatics, who are from New York, like a female punk band. Yeah. They were pretty good. We did a demo just before that. I remember at the studio in London Bridge. We did 10 songs, all 9 we had, and then we gave this tape. Damn, it was tapes then as well. We gave a demo tape to the record label that had the Lunatics, and he just signed us. He gave us like 10 grand, just like that. And we'd only been around for like 3 months, and then all of a sudden we became this. It was wild. And then I think for about 4 years. We played about 200 shows every year. That's just crazy. Toured constantly and sold T-shirts and went all over Europe and played with some fantastic bands. You know, if you've ever heard of No Means No, you know that band? Yeah. If anyone doesn't know them, check them out. I toured with them, and they're possibly the greatest live band I've ever seen. They're just incredible.
That's fucking awesome.
Incredible. They're the only band I toured with, but I watched them every night, and they played for 2 hours every night. It was fantastic.
I mean, unfortunately, brilliant. I mean, I'd love to get back into music someday. I mean, I still fuck around, but I just sold all my gear. The fucked up thing was I bought some gear, and just before I started podcasting, I sold it all, like 2 months before I started podcasting. Okay. And I was like, whoops. Like 2 months into podcasting, I was like, that audio interface would have been great about now. You know, all of this kit that I had, I was like, I could have incorporated all of this into my show.
See, I'm not using any of it. I'm just sitting here on my little MacBook, and I could be using all the nice microphones. Yeah. I've got a nice camera somewhere as well, but I was like, I can't be bothered to set it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's too much. It is an effort. I mean, I try to be minimalistic.
Yeah.
I mean, I will be upscaling production again shortly. That's a fact. But I mean, I'm gutted that my music career ended like very fucking quick. But one of the most funniest things during the time, we did we always used to do these like open mic nights and like battle of the bands type shit deals. And we did one once, and there was a band that was also in our school. And we didn't really know about them until that was in the same year as us. So it was literally, was 16. Like, and we had done this fucking open mic night. And we realised there was this band from the school. It was all kind of half friends, you know, as well. You know, we weren't close, but we knew each other and shit. And I remember we did our fucking song, but 5 minutes before that, we was all chatting and everything was all cool. And I'd seen that one of my friends had his lyrics on a bit of paper. So I fucking took them bad boys in an instant. So I scooped them up, fucking folded them up, went to put them on my sleeve in some crafty manner, went to the toilets, opened the window and threw them out. And we also then wrote a song. Yeah, we wrote a song about it as well called The Lyricist, which was fucking even another kick in the balls. But it was funny because then I went on the stage, fucking killed it, and then they come on after us, and then it was a Billy Talent song that they was doing, which was we should have done that ourselves. I'd have fucking nailed that. I'd have nailed it as myself, and they did. Red Flag, I believe, and like he got fucking about 30 seconds in because he was like there was a moment where there was a panic, you know. Everyone was watching, and like it was like where the fuck's my lyrics and all this shit, and like there was a panic, and I think that's what set him off. I think he knew the lyrics in his head, but because of this weird like altercation that I'd done and stole them, I put him on some sort of weird fuck up moment. And
sorry, I've done
30 seconds
in
and
the past where
fucked it. Like, it was amazing. He fucked it up 30 seconds in and come off stage, and I told him, and he literally back kicked the shit out of me. It was a good moment, you know. I was young as well. Kicked the fuck out of me.
I remember being stood on stage playing a song in Southport, a song that we knew, really easy to play. We knew it backwards. We played it hundreds of times. And for some reason, the singer, Silent Night, he couldn't remember the first line. And I couldn't remember it. And the drummer couldn't remember it. And we just played around the intro for about 5 minutes going, oh no, what is it?
Oh no.
And we were like, what is it? I don't know what it is. I can't remember. And in the end, someone from the audience shouted it out. We're like, oh yeah. Once you get the first couple of words, you're off.
Oh no. Someone from the audience shouted it out.
Yeah. That's happened a couple of times.
Amazing. That's wild. I mean, I can just imagine
it was weird.
The same 30-second introduction going round and round and round, like
it went round and round for ages. Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh man,
that happened quite a lot. It's weird because you play these songs so many times, and you kind of you know them so well that sometimes you get like this mental block, and you don't know how to play it. And you go, I've forgotten what I'm doing. I've totally forgotten what I'm doing.
I did it myself.
You played it every night, you know.
We did, like I said, we did a cover of Hybrid Moments by the Misfits. And for some unknown reason, luckily it was just in a practice. I'd just gone to meet them for a fucking random, like, a day. This was many years later. I just hooked up with them. We had a few beers. Went to see a band after, and I watched them play. But during the practice, I was like, "Come on, man, we'll do some stuff." And I was like, yeah, fuck it, man. And it was the first time I'd hit the mic in years, like many years. I was like super pumped. I was like, yeah, man, it'd be cool to do this. It's like, fucking, let's do it. And then kicked in, and I was like, what's the fucking lyrics again? It was like staggering. One of my favourite songs, one of my favourite bands.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's going on?
Just mental block.
Yeah, I literally looked to the sides like that, and it was like people looking at, like my fucking friends are looking at me like, what's going on? Like,
I've had it all, man. I've stood there and just like he goes 1, 2, 3, go, and the drumsticks click, and I go, oh shit, I don't know what to play, and I just can't remember at all how to play the song we're about to play. And I've had it before where every member of the band starts playing a different song all at the same time as well.
That's terrible. All different tunes. No correspondence.
That's so funny.
Just like, let's go.
Just none
just mismatched bullshit.
That's the whole punk scene. The punk scene's a brilliant scene. It was brilliant. I mean, when I was doing it, it was like we were about the only band that wasn't a punk ska band. We used to play a lot with our mates. Was Cap Down? Remember Cap Down?
Yeah, Cap Down. Oh my god, from Milton Keynes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But they were. Well, actually, after Cap Down broke up the first time and Southport broke up, me and Si and Boob and Tim from Cap Down, we started a band, and we actually recorded as well. I've got 4 tracks that never got released.
That's sick. Cap Down's one of my favourite.
Which is like Cap Down.
Cap Down is one of my favourite bands. Bitches in Nike shoes. Oh
yeah, man. Them boys just that first album is amazing. Yeah.
Man, that was a
do you remember that? I did they did what was it on their second album single, Actual Rage. I did a remix of that actually. That's on one of the singles. That was on Fierce Panda. That's my remix on there. Yeah.
Oh shit. That's crazy.
They're brilliant, man. I toured with those guys loads of times. They're brilliant. I love that band.
Another one like them is Catch 22. You ever heard of those? Catch 22. They're pretty good.
Heard the name. Are they ska band as well?
Yeah. Like Scarcore, you know.
Yeah.
I'm big into. That's what I was big into. You know, huge Scarcore fan. You know, anything that's got fucking some punk and brass. You know, I'm like in that shit, especially if I can fucking skank my tits off. So, you know.
So you're into less. So you're into Less Than Jake as well.
Yeah, I like Less Than Jake.
Less Than Jake.
I'm not saying I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I've played with them a few times.
Yeah, they're cool. I can't say I've listened to all
live. Amazing live.
I can't say I've listened to all their stuff. I am a fan. It's like the mighty Boss Tones as well. You know, there's huge. There's some really fucking crazy bands that I listen. One thing
a record you may have heard.
Well, Far Away.
A record you may have heard that I did was Snuff did a version of No Use for a Name song because Tony Sly died a few years ago.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know that.
And and Fat Wreck put out a competition for name songs, and one of them's a snuffed in one of them. That was recorded in this room, actually.
Wow.
We did like a mariachi version of No Use for a Name song.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
know
remember what
that
song's
song.
called now.
Yeah, no,
it's out
I
and about.
know the song you're about.
That was all done in this room.
That's crazy.
I had the whole of snuff in this room.
That's wild as fuck, man. Do you know,
it's crazy.
This is one of the things I love about the UK, because it's so fucking small. You can have these great interactions, you know, and it's at some point I'm hoping to set up fucking real shop to have, you know, people come in and fucking sort it all out. Because I'd rather have a face to face, get properly fucking lit up, you know what I'm saying? Like now, if we was face to face, fuck, this would be a wild night. I think we're pouring drinks.
Yeah, man. Well, the thing is also, it'd be great to come and play some music as well.
Yeah, well, even then, you know, I love interactions. I think even then, you know, Gaz Reynolds, you know, he fucking hell, he's invited me to come down to London to do a fucking podcast in a pie and mash shop. I'm like, yeah, we'll do that.
Well, do that a couple of weeks, and I ended up with that cold. I love pie and mash. I love jelly the eels as well. It's delicious.
Yeah,
one of my favourite foods.
But it's just one of them,
fantastic.
You know. I was like, yeah, man, I'll come down. We'll rock it out. I mean, I'm a big fan of London. I've only
when you're down, make sure you check me.
Oh no, I will. I mean, the only other times I've been to London, I've said this story once, but I'll probably say it with a bit less clarity and fucking pissheadedness this time. Is the only times I've been to London was to go and see Infected Mushroom. One of my favourite bands, because again, vocoding, they just, and with a fucking any guitars and the guitar work and everything is amazing. But I went to go and see them live with my partner, and it was a fantastic day. Like we got off, and it was in Bethnal Green, and we got off, and I went to some fucking pub. You know, I was fucking getting on it. You know what I mean? And I got my hair cut as well while I was down there for some fucking strange reason. I forgot about that in the last version of this tale. I got my hair cut. Doesn't make no difference to the tale. But I met some old school boxer. I can't remember his name, but he was a fucking world, like UK big boxer back in the day. But he was, you know, it was. I think at the time he was, you know, he was about in his 70s. And I befriended so many people because I'm just a people person. And you know, befriended him, and we had some fucking drinks, and we was fucking around, and he blew me in the jaw, like bang! Wow! It was crazy. It was super fast. Like he got the draw on me like an old fucking Westerner. You know, it was, you know, firing fucking pistols. Yeah. It was crazy because it was just like, you know, I mean, I fucking used to do bits of security, and I can fuck around, but it was just wild. I was fucked out of my head as well, and it was just the most unparalleled clock, and it weren't even a big hit. It was just a legitimate, you know, and it was like boom. I was like, wow, man, you're fast as fuck. You know, it was one of them moments where it truly astonished me that doesn't matter how fucking old you are, you can get the jump if you want to. And you got the jump. Yeah. But it was wild because we went to see Infected Mushroom, and we had to, well, unfortunately, a lot of wild shit went down. There was a lot of people spiking drinks, and my partner almost got spiked. Wow. I almost got fucked up in a bathroom because I had to, you know, I kind of was like, yeah, what's going on here? And we fucking had to get the fuck out of Dodge. A bunch of, I don't know what country there was from. It was some fucking Eastern European country somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it was. But yeah, man,
I've been to quite a few of those.
Yeah, there was people again. There was a woman that had fucking, like, there was a few people that had got, you know, that fainted and shit. But then there was literally a moment where, you know, I've seen fucking some shit going down. Because again, I've done fucking security courses. I was on the ball, you know, and again, I was protecting fucking my partner as well because her first time in London, and you know, if anything would have gone wrong, it'd have been on fucking me. I ain't gonna have that shit hanging over me. And you know, it was wild. You know, there's a bunch of threats, and I had to get the fuck out of Dodge because I almost got fucked up. It was a wild day. One of the most wildest days of my life, but it was fun. You know, it was like, I got punched in the face by an old-timey boxer. Fucking, there was people collapsing all over the place because of wild madmen. I got ran out of the fucking estate.
Why was the gig so wild?
Just because it was just wild. There's just people collapsing all over the fucking place. That was crazy.
Wow.
About 4 or 5 people collapsed. I was there, literally in front of someone. I had to call a fucking.
I don't heard about it. I don't know them. What kind of music was it?
Infected Mushroom, psytrance.
Oh, it's psytrance. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really dubious drugs being done there.
Yeah. It was saying there was a moment where I went out and I alerted fucking the security because I was like, look, I'm fucking showing them my badge as well. I had a badge back then, and I was like, look, man, this is what's been going on. Right. You're fucking on the ball, and then. Obviously, a woman collapsed, and I literally was like, "No, I want a fucking female over here to deal with this. I don't even want a male person over here." And shit got wild, man. It was a wild, wild night. I mean, I'm almost gutted because I didn't really get to see much of the fucking music. That was my big piss about. I was like, man, it could have been a great gig, but it was just was so messy.
I think that's one scene that passed me by completely. I used to rehearse at this place in Acton, like in West London, and opposite was an empty warehouse. So we used to rehearse on a Sunday morning. And the psytrance party was just finishing, and everyone was coming out, bright-eyed, eyes like saucers, walking around like spacemen, all on ketamine, all on ketamine. Just so funny to watch. So funny to watch.
Well, I mean, I'm not nothing against. Sorry, just let me just say this just before it gets cut into some weird fucked up moment. Nothing against people from Eastern Europe, by the way. Everybody spikes drinks in the world. I'm gonna put that out there to save my own fucking arse. Or some motherfucker poisons me or some shit. That's a joke, by the way. That second bit. All this show.
Have you been to Eastern Europe?
No, and after this show, I'd probably never go. No, I'm joking. I'd love to go. I'd love to go. I really would love to go.
No, it's amazing. I've been to Romania. I've been to a couple of. I've been to Bucharest and Timișoara, and I've been to Sofia, and I went to Russia once as well, which is mental.
Sick. I'd love to go. I really would love to go to Russia. I've spoken to a lot of people.
I went.
Sorry, carry on. No, go on.
I was saying Russia is like. I went to Moscow, then we flew like another sort of 3 hours, even close to the edge of Russia. I can't remember what the place was called. It was freezing. It was like -20. But Russia is one of these places where it's like they've taken capitalism. How long? This was about 8-9 years ago. They've taken capitalism and they've just twisted it into something else entirely. I did a gig at this club called The Most in Moscow, and it was a private members club. I was working for a DJ, and every woman looked like a porn star, and every man looked like a gangster. No neck, just massive guys, man, huge guys.
Some jacked up dude.
I was and like the whole place was all made of glass and sort of like bare brick, and all the booths had their own volume knob for the sound system, and the DJ booth was on hydraulics, and it went up. It was all underground as well. It was crazy, man. It was the maddest night. The hotel we stayed in had guys with Kalashnikovs outside it. It was wild.
I mean, this is why I want to go these places, because I'm a wild. I don't like to put myself in dangerous situations, but. I'm 30 years of age. I've got a few more wild years to go.
Yeah.
I've got a good 20 years worth of wild.
I've got a great story about. I was in Katowice in Poland about 5 years ago. Again, working for a DJ, and I was working for a guy from Depeche Mode.
Yeah, okay.
A guy called Andy Fletcher, the one with the glasses, the ginger one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And he was doing he was DJing there, and he was DJing this thing. They had this thing called the Depeche Mode party. So I don't know if you're aware, but the Depeche Mode have a fan club all over the world, which is like an army. It's huge, hundreds of thousands of people. And in Poland, this is the longest running one in the world. It's been running for like 30 years. And every Friday night, they have a Depeche Mode party without fail every Friday. And it's been going on for like the best part of 30 years. So they eventually got someone for the Depeche Mode to come. So I was there with Andy. He was DJing, So they, he played a bit of Depeche Mode, and then they said, "Oh, could you play this track at a certain time at midnight? We want you to play this. It's like it's called Pimp. It's a really old Depeche track, and it's like this weird electronic
I know this
sort of
yeah.
it's almost like worshipful sort of sounds coming out of it. It's a weird track. Anyway, so Andy goes, yeah, okay, we'll put that on. Anyone got a copy of it? We put it on. And then all the lights come up and we stood back watching it, and all these dudes start taking their tops off. They're like these big, heavy duty sort of skinhead guys. And all these chicks start taking half their clothes off and swinging around like this. And they start doing this worshipping thing. The track's louder, and all these balloons get released in the ceiling. And it's like this big ritual, and they do it. They do it at every. I've got a video of it somewhere. It's wild. They do it at every single party. They have every week. They have this track. Ends up with like all people in circles on the floor, with the tops off on their knees, with their arms in the air, giving it all this. It's wild.
That's
the craziest fans I've ever seen.
See, look, I mean,
it's wild. It was great. Yeah.
I expect within the next couple of years, I'm going to take, well, one of my mild plans, if it comes into fruition, is to take this fucking podcast on the road briefly. Because again, I interview the fucking world, anyone and everyone. I've got a small, mild agenda of who I will interview. And I want to, you know, I like to interview fucking wild cards myself. But I want to take it on the road at some point. And I want to do some sort of weird fucking, like, we're going to go here, we're going to go here. And we're just going to take it fucking crazy and get in some wild situations and just see what the fuck happens.
Some of those travel blogs. There's a great channel. Do you know the channel on YouTube called Bored and Bankrupt?
No.
You come across him? He's really good. He's an English guy, and he just, throughout the whole of the lockdown and for the last couple of years before, he just travels, films it, and makes travel blogs.
I mean,
he goes to the weirdest places. He goes to the street. He can speak Russian as well, which is handy. I'd love to do it. I mean, that's the one thing the lockdown stopped me from doing is traveling.
Well, just before lockdown started, I planned to do a fucking trip myself, and it sucked.
Yeah, me too. I had a trip planned.
I had a big. I was going to go fucking do some next level expedition type shit. You know, my dad's a fucking rock climber. He's named mountains. Like, he's done fucking. Wow. He's a legit climber. He's done a bunch of other stuff. But when I was a child, you know, he'd go away doing fucking expeditions for months and months. And one thing that now, and again, I'm that age myself in a way. I could have done it a couple of years ago, but I never really thought about it, about how much you should kind of do these things that test you, and you can gain so much culture and knowledge, and you can get perspectives on life that you'd never get anywhere else. And most people don't even fucking want to do that. And like I said, just before lockdown, I planned to do something, and it was just cut off, and I was like, fuck. And it was, you know, it was I was going to go to fucking Amazon. That was my plan. I was just going to go fucking go fucking full tilt and go do some next level exploring, get to the bottom of some shit, you know. Another one of my reasons for going there as well is just because of the deforestation. And I was going to go there and cause some shit to those diggers that are fucking up the trees. I was going to go, you know, I was going to lead the war. And look, maybe that's why COVID started, because them fuckers knew I was coming. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, by the way. Totally joking. I'm going to get fucking shut down. And
I think there's plenty of trees left though, isn't there? I hope there is anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, chopped down.
They just need to really get hemp on the go. You know, the machinery is there. They can turn it from raw component into fucking whatever they need to.
I'm a big believer in the use of hemp as well. Yeah, it's an amazing plant. It's an amazing plant.
Going back onto the music, because again, this is I'm a big fan of a lot of Eastern European music. Have you ever heard of turbo polka? So it's like
I have,
polka ska music. That is my shit. One of my favorite bands is called Ruskaya. You ever heard of them? Yeah.
No, but I experienced. I went to a club that played it. Where was I? Where was I? So somewhere in Eastern Europe. It was a tiny place, but there was a club that was playing it, and I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" I was like, "This is wild."
Right. It was something.
And there's like a folk. Isn't there like a folky version of it as well? There's like this Eastern European. Yeah. Like, it's kind of dance music, but it's folky.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
I
into
can't remember what it's
all of
called,
that.
what the genre is.
No, I don't think it's
Yeah,
got a
it's mad
real
stuff.
fucking genre. But I
I don't
mean,
know what
there's
it is.
so much. Oh, excuse me. I'll send you a fucking couple of songs because
Yeah,
some
do
people.
man, please, please.
What I occasionally do is with all these guests is occasionally when I'm listening to a song, like one thing I used to love back in the day, and it was something that I kind of want to bring into the 21st century. And I remember driving along again back to my dad. Is I remember being in his car and a song had come on the radio and he'd whack out his phone and play the song down the phone and shout tune, and that'd be it. And then the fucking song would be down the phone, and that was some cool shit back in the day.
Yeah,
And
man.
I don't know
Yeah,
if you know about any of that. That was a legit thing for when I was a child. Like tune, and boom, your fucking phone would go to the car radio, bang,
Yeah,
to
man.
the
Yeah,
speakers.
I remember that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and I kind of want to bring a newer version of that into social media, where when I'm listening to a song, I'll fucking share it with everyone, and it's like
What you're sort of describing there, that
my
the roots
version
of
of
that
that.
comes from it comes from a sound system. You know, I don't know if you ever. I mean, years ago, I used to go to things like Shaka Sound System and Abashanti, all these
Yeah.
big reggae sound
Yeah,
systems.
I know that, yeah.
And you know, if a good tune came on, the crowd would kick off, and they'd have to
Yeah.
rewind that and start it again.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And then that spilled over into the kind of drum and bass world, because the early drum and bass, when it was called jungle, I used to go to.
I was going to get into.
I used to go to
back into
Blue
the
Note
jungle
every
as
week.
well.
You know?
Yeah.
It's, I mean, that around sort of 94-ish, and it was wild, man. It was such a great.
That's like Helter Skelter
that was
times
Goldie's
as well.
night. It was.
Do you know,
Yeah.
that's when
Wild
back in the
times,
day,
mate.
like fucking, you get like a fucking Helter Skelter fucking, you know, that's like the dance Helter Skelter shit. You know about that? Probably, yeah, you know about that. I don't even need to ask you. For the listeners out there, it was I don't know way to put it for Helter Skelter. It was like the only way that you could kind of get dance club tunes realistically on a fucking CD collection, I guess. It was you normally come in big fucking
Also, but you've got to remember,
like a 4-pack of CDs.
You've got to remember, like pre-internet, you know, like especially in the drum and bass scene, that's a good example of it. If you wanted to hear certain tracks, you had to go and hear a certain DJ, because that DJ is the only one that's got it, because it's on a dub plate and he's got it direct, because he's got the producer's his boy and he's got him under his wing. So you know, so like Doc Scott would only or someone like Groove Rider, but the only one who's got Dillinger tunes, or Reinforcer, the only ones who've got Lemon D tunes, or they're the ones that have got all the Four Hero tunes. I mean, like Ronnie Size, he played like those big hits he had. I heard them for about a year. DJ'd at the Blue Note before they came out.
Yeah.
Because he played them every week down there. It was like him, Ronnie Size, and DJ Cross used to DJ at Blue Note every week.
Yeah. Man, some of these names I haven't heard in years. I haven't heard some of these names in a while, because I've always been plugged into music.
That place was a tiny little club in Hoxton.
Yeah.
And every Sunday it was just rammed out with the drum and bass crew. And what was so good about it back then is drum and bass. That club, it was the first time we had, to me, drum and bass nights were full of geezers.
Yeah.
And Blue Note wasn't like that. Metalheads wasn't like that. It was, everyone was there. Everyone was cool to each other. I mean, I hung out I remember around that time at Jumbo where I was working, Lady Miss Kia from D-Light was recording there a lot. So she used to come out clubbing with us to what do you call it, to Metalhead nights. I remember who was there one night with her? She had the Mike D from the Beastie Boys was there one night.
Fuck, man.
It was they were great times, man. I remember the Goldie's end of tour party just after Timeless came out, and drum and bass was massive then. And the end of tour party was wild. Everyone was walking around bottles of champagne. It was like
jungle drum and bass that really got me into drum and this was crazy, because when drum and bass first hit me was when I was literally in a punk band, and I couldn't really get into some of it. The closest, I mean, again, this was when I was listening to I listened to Scarcore and stuff still. I had still a bit of music knowledge, but drum and bass and that kind of stuff never really got to me for a bit. But I remember once I started listening to jungle drum and bass, I was like, okay, I get it. You know, I get it now. And it was jungle drum and bass.
The whole thing with drum and bass is all the guys who are the sort of top boys, in my opinion, in drum and bass, and the originators is the Reinforced label. They're four heroes. It's Mark, Mac, Digo, Gus, and Ian. They're the four heroes.
Yeah.
They made, I mean, every great drum and bass record was pretty much made by them. Or if it wasn't made by them, it was made kind of by them, but with someone else there sort of saying, I'll do this, do that. Like Goldie started there. Doc Scott started there. Groove Rider, Fabio all came out that label first. You know, it was a real special time. And I was their studio manager. They had a little broom cupboard in the attic of the building I used to manage. And they used to make all these amazing records out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, not many people know, but their second album back in the 90s, it got NME Album of the Year. It's just been re-released. It's called Parallel Universe by Four Hero. If you don't know it, listen to it. It's a masterclass in drum and bass. It's so ahead of its time. No one sounded like that then.
What was crazy was back in the day as well, and I wished if I could go back in time and take some knowledge back, and rather than doing shit in broom closets, because that's what people would do. They'd be like, oh man, I've got this space under the stairs and I've turned it into a fucking studio, you know what I mean? And that shit was real. You take a fucking under your stairs, this tiny fucking area, and you turn it into a studio, and then you'd be ripping out fucking tracks. Like, and I know
studio was special back then. It was like a special thing to be able to go to a recording studio, like before pre-internet, when everyone's got it on their laptops, you know, and like to go to a recording studio for a day, you made sure you used it, you know, you got a lot done. But there was also shit just took longer back then.
But there was these like pop-up, there's almost like pop-up studios in a way, because you know you get the fucking, like I say, people would just take their spare bedroom, like the way in which podcasters do nowadays, and just turn it into a studio. I mean, I'm fucking ghettoing myself out in a 10 by 10 fucking half customized shed, you know? And this is fucking winter now. This is why I got this ridiculous dog coat on. No, it's not ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, it's getting cold now.
This is no, but this is you're from the UK as well. You'll appreciate this fine artistry in this fucking dog coat. These are one of the swankiest pieces of works from the UK. You know, these are oh, it is. Do you know something I learned before I was 30? And there's a running family joke with these dog coats, because it's something that old ladies would wear. And these are what pensioners wear. But I can see why, because I've just got a t-shirt on under here and a bit of a vest, and I'm boiling in this. And it's, I don't know, my thermostat's fucked up because I need to put a new battery in it, but it's not the greatest of temperatures, but I'm cooking my tits off in these granny coats. They're amazing. So if anyone wants to get on some, I need a sponsorship deal with these coats, because these are legit.
The granny coats.
So fashionable. Look, they've got dogs printed all around them. They're fucking amazing. Why would you not want a coat like this, people? You know, people need more coats like this, and if you're in a cold country, get them. I think it's almost made out of Alaskan wool as well. It's not made out of shit. I don't understand why they're always on charity fucking markets. They're hard to come by. Occasionally,
I remember back in the day, I used to buy army surplus stuff. We used to buy like
me too,
from Camden Market. They're great. They're cheap as you like.
I always used to buy ex-military stuff because I used to love camping and stuff. But I used to love paratrooper boots. Because for one reason, for stability, like I said earlier, my foot's fucked up, and paratrooper boots were made for jumping out of aeroplanes. So I was like, okay, if you can jump out of a fucking aeroplane in them, well, I'm great on the ground. I ain't jumping out of no planes. I ain't even jumping off a wall. I can't imagine how much fucking stability I'm going to get. But let's get on a mild bit more conspiracy talk, and then we'll have to maybe round up. I don't even know the time.
It's 9:30.
Oh, is it? Jesus. Get on a bit.
Oh, flew by.
That's crazy. I feel like this could have been a record breaker, but I don't know. I don't want to take up too much of your time. And
all right. I've got nothing else at the moment. I have so much time on my hands at the moment. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's the thing about COVID, and this is why I like doing the show, is because it's literally a show, but it's not because we're just talking. You know, this is like a legitimate conversation. I don't even like to sort of bring it round. This is why I like to let it free flow. But I like to bring up weird points. You heard much about the Pandora Papers that's coming down? Now, this is back on the real conspiracy.
I don't. I have heard. I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it. To be honest, my kind of during this sort of months, I've kind of stepped away from anything conspiratorial because there's too much real shit to read, and also I'm trying. I'm trying not to sully my mind with all this nonsense. I'm trying to keep it all kind of, you know, constructive, at least constructive. You know, I'm not saying I'm trying to make. You can't make yourself happy constantly, can you? It's impossible. But if I'm going to watch something, it's got to be constructive. So, I mean, I'm very into, you know, currency and the whole kind of world economy and geopolitics and that sort of thing, which does tie into the conspiracy quite beautifully because so many have come true in the past.
Well, cryptocurrency is a great one. That's a subject I've not spoke about in a while.
Are you into cryptocurrency?
Absolutely, I am. That's almost like a rhetorical question. Cryptocurrency, decentralized fucking money. Absolutely, I can admit that. Absolutely. You know, for certain gangster type people, it could be great for them, but there's a good purpose as well for it. You know,
to be honest, right? If you're a gangster. If you're a gangster and you're using Bitcoin to do your transactions, you must be fucking stupid.
Yeah,
because the whole thing is on an open blockchain. You know, it's only a matter of time before they build the software where they can search it just like that and find out who's got what.
Well, that's the thing.
Most people don't realise this.
They keep going, well, it's so hard to crack. Yeah, really? So was the fucking Nazi fucking codes they were doing that was fucking up Europe. Yeah. Well, what happened? Fucking Alan Turing got involved and he fucking built a machine that cracked the fuck out of it. You know?
Yeah,
code breaker. It can happen.
Well, I mean, I think I'm not sure if Bitcoin will end up being the one, but I mean, just crypto generally. What I find most exciting about crypto and where my kind of investments are is in the really important kind of coins that are going to achieve all these protocols that are going to make stuff happen, like NFT stuff and kind of Oracle coins like Chainlink that are linking real world to crypto world and that kind of thing. And also, I sent you the link, I think, for that website, Audius. Yeah. So yeah, that's where I've got the undercover Cockney stuff.
Yeah, it's, that's what I went to. Yeah.
.co.
So how does that relate to crypto?
That's a blockchain base.
Okay.
So that's a blockchain based music sharing thing. And as you go up the ranks, then get more followers, you get plays, you can earn audio, which is their cryptocurrency.
Oh, that's wild.
So basically, what the thing with creative art and cryptocurrency, the reason they're so good for each other is because it gets rid of all the middlemen. Yep. Unfortunately, since the internet began, the biggest problem in the music business is companies like Apple, Spotify, Tidal, Google Music, Amazon Music, all these
Napster.
People. They're the people that have been Napster. Well, no, not Napster so much. Unless you're Lars Ulrich, you know what I mean? Lars Ulrich took care of Napster, didn't he?
That was a music joke, man. That was a legitimate. I knew you'd get it.
Absolutely.
For you. That was for you. That was.
Yeah. Lars So if you think of it this way, once upon a time, the people making money from records would be record companies. Yep. And record companies, they made huge profits, but they took that money and they invested it back into bands. Right now, the biggest money makers in music are Spotify and Apple. They don't do anything for bands.
Oh no, you've just I get it. No, you've just literally fucking
all that money
synapses up in my brain. I get it.
Think of it this way, right? Think of it this way. For the last best part of 15 years, at least, if not 20 years, Apple iTunes has been the place. Yeah. Now Apple have got so much money. At no point in those last 20 years did anyone go, you know something, we've got so much money, we could go and employ the best A&R from the best labels all around the world and make the best record label and invest in and make the best record label in the world. And no one thought that because they thought, well, why should we when we can get the lion's share of every track we sell and give the artist and the record label nothing?
Do you know
terrible.
what's crazy? Here's what's fucked up is like
it's over. That model's over. It's over.
That's what I'm saying. That the model that they made, and what's fucked up is that the model that they made with the music industry was so fucked up. It was literally like the lion's share. You know
what it was before the internet happened. Record companies, they were making out like bandits, and they had done since the 60s.
Lion's share,
right? I mean, they made a lot of money. I mean, crazy amounts of money. But then you know what else was it?
You can't even put
one of the things that stopped.
Can't put money to it.
Well, one of the things that stopped people buying music or spending money on music so much is when gaming came along. Because all of a sudden in HMV, once upon a time you had records, CDs, and tapes, and then you had videos, and then all of a sudden gaming came along, and a lot of people stopped buying music. It's like buying games, and that's what they spent their money on. And then the internet came along, and people started robbing music, and it was all free. Music's free. Everyone thinks it's free now.
LimeWire.
If it's free and no one's buying it, it's LimeWire, Kazaa, and all the BitTorrent programs, and you know, Pirate Bay and all that stuff. You know, mountains of music just got shared for nothing. But nothing's going back into the, you know. I think when if you're a fan of a band, it's a great thing to go out on a record. The week a record comes out, go and buy that record, and some money's going in the band's pocket, and it enables them to continue doing what they're doing. And it means you're investing a bit of you into what they're doing because you believe in it. You're investing in it, aren't you?
Well, that's what.
This brings us round now.
Kind of so wild about it.
This brings us round now to.
Go on, carry on. Sorry, go on. I keep cutting you up.
I was going to say because the investment thing. So now we're around to the time of cryptocurrency and NFTs, so non-fungible tokens. I can create, say I release an album, or say I release a song. I can create 10 NFTs of that song, and each of those NFTs, I would sell for say 500 quid. But that would entitle the owner of that NFT to 5% of the royalties from that song forever, for as long as they hold that NFT for. That's the way music's going.
That's how it's working. Yeah. See, this is what I was going to get into.
That's how it's going to go. That's how it's going to go.
That was going to be one of my questions. Is the thing? I mean, excuse me. Is the way I've always seen NFTs has always been. I've had a slightly skeptical view.
Yeah.
But I know there's some things behind it, because it's not.
Yeah.
Otherwise it'd be bullshit. It'd be like a pyramid scheme, and it'd fall to the ground. You know, it'd be like
it's an amazing thing.
It'd be like putting a rock on a house of cards.
Yeah.
But when it comes to music, and I didn't realise that the link that you sent me that we spoke about at the start of the show.
Well, the thing is,
was one of those sites, and the fact that does that, and it's all through blockchain, is actually, again, you lit my fucking brain up on fire. Which is a rarity.
The thing is with NFTs. With NFTs, there's a company I distribute my music through called Ditto Music, and they've just opened their own NFT creation site. And they're the ones, because the thing is with NFTs, most of them are built on Ethereum tokens, so you can have a thing called smart contracts.
Yeah, Ethereum,
which means you can. So you have a smart contract, which means you can write any condition into that minted NFT.
Yeah.
So that condition could be, to say it's a piece of art, for instance. I'm the creator. I sell it on an NFT platform. You buy it. You pay me at 1 Ethereum for it. But I've written into that NFT that if you sell it, I get 20%. Or however much percentage I say of your sale price, because so that it could then go up in price. You could then sell it for 3 Ethereum, and I get 20% of that when you sell it. That person could then go and sell it for 10 Ethereum. I'd get 20% of that as the creator, depending on what I wrote in the contract.
See, one thing I love is contracts, and occasionally I get my head into it deep. But man, you're like into that. You know, you're fucking into it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think I know enough
but that's
about
the thing.
it. I don't know enough about it.
You've lit my brain up, and I know a lot of fucking shit. And the fact that I didn't even realise that you could do it within, and how it worked within the music industry. And it's
you can do anything with an NFT.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it a few times.
You can do anything.
I have thought about it. Some really wild card moves from my show. Some of those not. Yeah, every show is what it is. I've thought about doing some wild shit, like really, really wild shit. and I've not put it out there. Some stuff I've done, and I've not put it out there. Some stuff that I know that will get me fucking. I can't put it on YouTube. I'll be banned instantly. Jesus. You know,
Put it on, but you know, it's like stop using YouTube as well. Everyone stop using YouTube. Go onto Rumble, go to BitChute, go to Odyssey, go to Library. There's so many better websites now.
Well,
you know, and anything that comes out. Excuse me.
No, it's okay. Yeah, carry on.
I was going to say anything that comes out on YouTube that's worth watching will end up on one of those other video sites.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, I to begin with, I just did fucking audio, and then I was like, okay, let's just put some video to it so people can get sort of at least a gist of who I am. You know, they can put a face to the fucking fucked up voice today. You know, and I'm both coughing. I fucking goes. This is the problem. We smoke too much. I'm sitting here fucking both probably lit up to shit, and you know, it's yeah. I think the problem is there's certain sites, you know, you get like Vimeo and stuff like that, and people forget about stuff like Odyssey. I mean, I did. Most of those fucking websites that you just named, I completely forgot about. But most people go to YouTube just because of monetization and because it's the narrative of the social media platform. You know,
thing is, all these websites like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc. You've got down yesterday, which was very funny. Anyway,
yeah, I'll get into that.
They've had a big head. They've had a big head start in terms of building up their servers, databases, blah blah. And it's very difficult for other sites to compete with that now.
Yep.
Very difficult, which is why they become quite niche, I guess. But you know, they're only going to get better if people use them. Yeah, that's the thing. People just got to use them, and then they'll get better and better and better.
Well, that's
I think the big problem with these other the big problem with other video sites right now is they don't have the live streaming capabilities that YouTube has.
Yeah. Well, even
and the
then,
whole super chat thing, and you know.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is it's just being ahead of the game, especially with live and. You know, I didn't even realize until the other day that YouTube, you can do this weird members program now where you can pay $5 or $7. One of my biggest, I went onto a live stream the other night with Michael Malice. You heard of him?
Yeah, I love
Michael Malice. Yeah. Super fucking cool dude. He, you know. A proponent of anarchism in a way, you know, he's legitimate.
Yeah.
He did a live stream the other night, and I didn't know that. I mean, I put a couple of questions up there, and they weren't going to get answered because people could pay $5, $10, and they could get their question. And I was like, there were shit questions. I had legitimate questions, and for a minute, I was like, should I just pay to get this question across? And I was like, no. I shouldn't really have to. This is a legit question. At some point, it's going to read through that chat, or maybe one of his assistants or publicists or whoever.
What was your question to Michael Malice? What was your question to Michael Malice?
It was about the Pandora Papers. That's what it was about. I wanted his take on that, and there was people just asking. Again, I'd have expected him during all of this shit that's going on to have a very good take on it, especially.
Do you know something? Michael Malice has a great mind, but throughout this whole thing, he's really swerved anything even vaguely conspiratorial.
Yeah, I mean, well, it wasn't the conspiratorial stuff. It weren't even the fact that it was conspiratorial. It was the fact that people are looking to conspiracies and people are trying to say all these outages over social media are linked to the Pandora Papers. So I weren't even trying to get into that. All I wanted was, what is your take on it? Just a simple take, you know, of whatever's going on it. And that's all it was. It was just a legit question. Didn't need to answer it. There was a bunch of other questions. But when you see that someone can pay $5 and answer something that is fucking ridiculous to ask to some great mind, you go, what the fuck, man? It's not an insult in plays. Because my question was probably my question was exactly dog shit compared to some of them. It wasn't a complete, you know, there was some legit questions, but some of them were like, what? Like, that's like some fucking fanboy, you know, you can send that to the fucking any fucking website, you know, you could learn that somehow. Like, you almost wasted a $5. You literally just probably wasted your money.
Yeah.
Some people were spending $30. Now that's fucking crazy.
I've seen on some of the super chats. I've seen some sort of like stand-up comedians get when they're just doing like live chats.
Oh, who?
They're getting like $150,
Which
$200 for a live chat.
I'm a big fan
Alistair
of comedy.
Williams used to get really good. Alistair, you know Alistair Williams?
Yep.
Alistair Williams he went a bit, he got a bit red-pilled, a bit black-pilled actually. And he's not on YouTube. They got rid of him and he's sort of shrunk. I saw him do stand-up. He's a fantastic comedian.
Yeah.
Who else is great? Leo Kearse is fantastic. Nico Yearwood is fantastic.
I'm a big fan of stand-up comedy. Yeah. And while we're on the subject, this is, again, one of my fucking all-time favourite comedians. So I have to keep taking this fucking one earpiece off because, again, I'm getting over this fucking bullshit cold and I've got, like, tragic earache. One of my favourite comedians, Dave Chappelle, just recently did his fucking special. His last special to date, and it's called The Closer. It is one of the greatest. I've not seen that one. Special. It got released. How recent is this? Is this the 5th? It got released on the 5th. So that was, I don't know what the date is today.
Look, the one before it was amazing. Amazing.
I think that was Sticks and Stones, maybe, or I can't remember. It's got 5 on there. It was good though. But it's his last special for a while. I'm not going to give too much away just because he has reasons on there. But it was I think it is, again, he's the GOAT, the greatest of all time. I think that special that is just fucking done is the greatest of all time. It is truly a fucking master craft of comedy. And again, I speak about comedians all the time on my show. I speak about fucking a lot of the time.
You know,
but this was the
special thing about Dave Chappelle. Right, the special thing about Dave Chappelle is that all that money he walked away from.
50 million.
Yeah, when it
50 million.
Like that, wherever it was. It was a crazy. It was a crazy amount of money.
50 million.
But you know something, that walking away from that made him richer than any comedian's ever been. He's the only comedian in the world, and the only one that's ever been he could literally sell out any stadium in almost any country in the world, and he doesn't need anybody to do it.
But it is himself. The reason why the stories of them going on stage and just riffing for 4 hours, and just complete gold. And they're the moments where you go, man, I wished I was there. But the minute I watched it again, I was waiting for it to drop, and the fucking problem was, again, it was dropped on the same day. I'm a big fan of comedy. One of the greatest podcasts in the world. I shout it out all the time. Is Kill Tony. You ever watch that? It's on YouTube. Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Redban. They do like a fucking. They have guest comedians on, and they do like a panel. Like it's like almost like an X Factor-esque style thing, and then people get to come on and do 60 seconds and then a little bit of an interview. But it's wild. Anyone can go on there. If your name's in a bucket and it gets pulled out, boom, you're on stage. There's people bomb, people kill, but it's one of the best. And I get up every single fucking morning, and it all dropped on the 5th, which was crazy because it was it was Tuesday, the 5th, wasn't it? That was the day. And I got up early. I watched my fucking Kill Tony. I tuned into Virtual Red Band just after. And then I was gonna fucking then watch Dave Chappelle, the closer. And unfortunately it didn't drop after I'd done these 2 little fucking moments where I was laughing my tits off, and then I was like, right, time to watch fucking Dave Chappelle. I'm in that fucking zone. And it didn't drop due to the fact that it was still under US times. I had to wait 45 minutes. Okay. I was gutted. I was sitting there in anticipation. It was the 5th. I was like, it's the fucking 5th. Why isn't it here, you fucking bastards?
And listen to yourself. You're talking about waiting 45 minutes. Yeah. I remember waiting like 4 months for a film to come out.
I know. I know that's the difference. It's so parallel, isn't it? It's complete opposites, polar opposites. Sorry, it's not even parallel. It's like polar opposites.
Everything's so immediate. Everything's so immediate nowadays. It's just immediate. Everything's just like that. And if you can't get it just like that, you don't want it. You move on to something else.
But I was going to
massively dropped.
I was going to mention earlier on in the show. This is it's not even under the conspiracy title, but was talking about some stuff, and I was going to mention it when I think I was talking about my son. I was going to talk about my son briefly. Was talking about sort of attention spans and there's some articles coming out that like the fucking show SpongeBob SquarePants, because of its weird cuts, like frequent cut scenes, is bad for short-term memory because it's going like picture, 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 picture. And if you're very young, it's terrible and it will ruin your short-term memory. And I sat there and thought about that, and I was like, it kind of makes a bit of sense. But then I thought back, how many shows have these short scenes that are just like, boom, scene, 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 very, very short.
Okay.
And then it got me thinking deeper. And then I was like, these new YouTube shorts. And then Netflix nowadays have this weird category that's bullshit for some reason. They've decided to do their own version of shorts, but they have very, very, it's like they've took Blockbuster and just one singular Blockbuster store and gone, hey, we're going to take 30 seconds from each of these films, and that's all we've got. Like, if you go into Netflix now, they do this on a phone. They do this weird short version, like you get shorts on YouTube, but it's from shows on Netflix. Just shows, comedy, just comedy shows. There's no horror. It's just comedy shows. Now, there's only maybe 50 comedy shows on Netflix. So most clips are all the same.
Are you sure there's any comedy on Netflix? Because I stopped using Netflix about 2 years ago. It was just garbage most.
Well, that's where Dave Chappelle's new special is, unless you're a bootlegger, which you can get it pretty easy.
Of course I'm not.
No.
I wouldn't know where to go. Yeah.
No. Well, nobody does. That's the problem nowadays. Nobody knows. Nobody knows these little left turns in the alleyway in which to get to these fucking platforms. It's so tricky. It's so hard.
The internet.
Sorry, say that again.
Big place.
You cut off there. Sorry.
The internet. I say the internet's a big place. It's got lots of dark corners to it. It's wonderful.
Do you know one thing? I've never been on the dark web, and when I first heard about Bitcoin, was years ago, just before it reached big, going back to crypto, and I wished I'd have got on it before it went big. And it was funny because
mine, and it cost me. I bought mine for 350 quid.
That's not bad. That's pretty good. That's fucking damn good.
Yeah,
that's damn good.
That was a good.
Yeah. That was about when that was probably about.
I wish I'd bought more.
Yeah, that was probably about the time. Actually, that was. Yeah, it was around the time I was looking into it. Unfortunately, the guy was, again, I was a bit of a shady character, but we was looking into it, but it was one of them moments where you couldn't have like crypto.com or fucking eToro or whatever. They were so Robin Hood. They were so fucking obscure that we didn't know where to go. And this was one of them weird moments where I'm going full circle. We was almost looking into the dark web just to go and get some fucking crypto. But I've never, and this is where I'm going back into it, I've never been on the dark web. And it's one of them, I'm like, how do you even fucking go about that? That's kind of crazy. I have
no idea.
I know. Do you know the only reason I'd love to go on there? Because people always talk, I don't even want to go on there for illicit reasons, but people always go, yeah, there's always fucking government files on there and a bunch of crazy shit. And I'm like, yeah, I'd like to try and delve down that rabbit hole, but I think at some point it might get me kind of fucking compromised. Some fucker could send me a bunch of wild shit, It's
one of them. Do you use a VPN?
Moments. No.
Do you use a VPN?
Fuck
you don't
no.
at all, no.
No. What's the point? They can know. Listen, here's the thing with VPNs is I think it's all bullshit. I think it's almost a fucking conspiracy in itself. Hey, trust this VPN. We're going to send you to this fucking place.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that. I agree.
Untraceable.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of town. You just put me there. You might as well fucking come get me here.
The only thing they're being sold for is that you can watch like Netflix Mother, isn't it? Really?
Yep.
That's about it.
Overseas viewing.
Quite handy. I mean, it's overseas viewing's good. Yeah.
I've never done it. Unless you go to
HBO, I've watched with a VPN.
Hey, I mean HBO is probably, in terms of American broadcasting, HBO is fucking fantastic. I don't even watch most UK stuff. I think most UK shows are
It was
dog
once,
shit.
yeah.
You know, UK shows are crap. Most stuff I watch is American.
I don't watch any. To be honest, I don't watch any UK TV anymore. I stopped
Nope.
listening to the radio for the last 2 years.
Yeah, me too. It's all dog crap.
I don't subscribe to Netflix. I don't subscribe to Netflix anymore. I subscribe to. I do censored.tv. I really like that. That's good fun. Again, it's just lots of piss taking, which is the best way. Censored.tv is Gavin McInnes's channel, and it's got Jim Goad on there. Okay. It's got Soph on there. It's got a whole bunch of people on there. It's good fun.
You ever heard of?
I'm sure someone will think I'm a fucking Nazi.
Well, I don't know, man. I'll talk a bunch of wild shit, and I'm sitting here with fucking head. Well, you can't see it now because I've got fucking hair, but I've got a bunch of fucking wild head tattoos, and I'm covered in fucking runes and shit.
Excellent.
You know, I used to be bold as well, so just to put that out there. But you know, for those people that think I'm a fucking neo-Nazi, then, yeah, we'll come and see about it.
I became bald. I used to have long hair once.
I had dreads before the pandemic. It was I've still got them in a bag. I'm thinking about getting them put back in. I'm thinking about it just to take the piss even more about myself.
I had dreads.
They're bad.
When I was really young, and yeah, it was great at the time. Yeah.
Do you want mine? I could fucking sell you mine if you want. I can gift them to you. We can sort something out.
Good. I remember when I got cut off. I remember when we cut into them and had a look, and it was like, oh god, I've got to get rid of these, man. These are disgusting.
Yeah,
I gotta go.
I mean, I kept them pretty clean, but it was just so much fucking maintenance, and I don't like to do it myself. I'm fucking lazy in terms of looking after my hair. I was like, this is a good idea, so let's get on it. And then I was like, I've got to roll them all the time. All right, whatever. And then they started loosening, and I try and roll them back into place, and I'm like, why isn't this working? Well, this is bullshit. And then so I'd have to keep going back to my fucking.
Cut them off.
Yeah, well, I kept going back to my fucking dreadlockist, and obviously I'd be there fucking regular maintenance, and it was costing a bomb. Then lockdown,
pay for it.
Lockdown happened. I know, if I'd have had a fucking partner or someone that could do it, I'd have quids in. I'd have kept them. But yeah, I just kept going back, and lockdown happened, and I was like, fuck this, man, I have to cut them off. It's just too much. Far too much. Too much work, too much money.
Yeah.
Too much fucking, like you said, you get a lot of gunk in there if you don't look after them.
Paying for hair. Yeah, you can't be paying for hair.
That's why I kept bald for a bit, but I haven't shaved it in a while, man. It's getting a bit long now. I need to do something about it. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I normally have wild hairstyles. I normally just get rid of the fucking sides. Get some weird sort of, I don't know, some fucking strange look that no one else has. I think you have to keep stuff original. That's the thing. People just have all these weird fucking same hairstyles nowadays. The one thing I never really got was perms. All these people that have kind of that try and look zany, that try and look really different, all end up looking like they're all the same. Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Someone really different nowadays is like, you know, they look very normal, and that makes them look really different. But you know, someone who hasn't got a tattoo, someone whose hair isn't dyed green or blue or some shit like that.
No, that makes sense. No, exactly what you're saying. It's like there was a brief moment in time where girls would dye their hair every fucking single week. You know, I had an ex fucking partner every fucking fortnight. Bang, bang, different colour.
But what's weird, when I see younger girls with like dyed hair nowadays, their dye jobs look like they've gone wrong. It's sort of like this sort of shitty green colour. Because my mum was a hairdresser, so I grew up right. So I grew up around people having their hair dyed as a little kid, and she would regularly get, like, you know, the next door neighbour knocking on the door, the teenage daughter's dyed her hair and it's gone green by mistake, and that's the colour that girls are having it now. It's like, this can't be right, surely. Yeah, I think people used to dye their hair better once upon a time.
I mean, even when I was in my punk stage, I had a fucking mohawk, and I was dyeing that you know, quite a fucking lot. I've had my hair a bunch of colours,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you know, that was just some
Excellent.
fucking. It was like, you know, if I look back on it, it was almost like a weird phase. You know, it was like I had
Yeah,
that
yeah.
weird punkish phase, but you know, it was. I didn't see
Yeah,
many
yeah.
other fucking people having a mohawk in my fucking school. I was just kicking fucking life in the ass. You
Absolutely.
know, it was
Yeah,
someone had to
I had
do
a
it.
little one.
It's me.
I had a Travis Bickle once, you know, for the taxi driver
Yeah, I know the one.
mohawk, just a little stubby one. That was quite cool.
Well,
Yeah, I had some silly haircuts once.
I had like a full one for a bit, and then I cut it into fucking a half. So, well, no, I had a full one for a long time, and then it got so long. Again, I used to have to do that old school fucking PVA glue shit, and then I was like, man, this is getting
all that.
for real, like fucking proper fanning and shit. You know, I was deep. Again, I look into it. I've been deep, man, deep in the fucking trenches with that. And then it got too much on the back, and I was like, man, this is so hard to put up. So I shaved the back off, and then I had this sort of half mohawk for a bit. And then, and it's crazy because that's almost been the same sort of haircut, apart from the fact that it's been a mohawk for my whole life. Even when I had dreads, it always,
sounds like the
even my dreads ended like there. You know, it doesn't cut like at my temple, but it cuts a little bit down, sort of the back of your temple. You know what I mean? So I'd have like.
Sounds like you look
2
like
inches
the
in
kid.
there.
Have you ever seen, have you seen that movie? Have you seen that movie called Suburbia, the punk movie?
Yeah, I've seen Suburbia.
Yeah, you know the kid.
Oh,
is
wait
He's got
a
that exact
minute.
haircut
Which
you
kid?
described. Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
The kid who rides the kid who rides the tricycle around.
Yeah.
The little kid. You know what
I
I
know
mean?
you
Yeah,
mean.
yeah.
But,
That's a good film. I've not seen that in years. That film.
there's a few old punk films. It's very rare that I get to talk about this stuff. I mentioned it to. There's a few that are amazing, and
I've got a good story about one of them.
Well, one of them that's very rarely mentioned. I mean, I probably shouldn't, but it's fucking. I was talking to an Australian friend about it because it was an Australian film, a Romper Stomper, which is fucking crazy racist film, but it's some.
Yeah, it's a mad film. Russell Crowe.
Yeah, Russell Crowe, which is kind of crazy, and it's. I think everyone should watch some of these films just to get a perspective from the different side of the track. To go, okay, this is what people were thinking back then. Okay, so we know at least the score of what was going on. You know, because people just always
that's
assume,
what those people thought back then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But people always assume that. You know, it was always a continuation of stuff like that. And why did it happen? Well, you know, no one really got a narrative, but there's a bunch of old skinhead films that, again, I'm not a fucking skinhead, but I've got this perspective on it the old school fucking
the origination. Skinhead is a thing that's been really misunderstood.
Oh yeah,
especially like now, because originally it was a working class thing. And it was like, and the clothes came about through, their utility clothes almost. They're working class. Boots, jeans, shirt, smart, clean. You know what I mean? And like the whole kind of, it all happened in the 60s when the sort of the Caribbean people were coming to London as well, into the UK. And all the music blended together. The skinhead music was like, it was black music, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
It was amazing. And then it all kind of, but then you had Oi. Then Oi happened.
Yeah, the Oi movement.
You know, like Gary Bushell. Oi music happened. And then, I'm not a big fan of Oi music. It's all
I'm not. It's fucking too heavy.
That kind of broke off.
Nuts.
And then these boys come start getting nuts coming. And then you had like, I'm sure you've heard of bands like Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Who were like a Nazi punk band.
Yeah.
Fucking horrible cunts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
I think didn't he end up dying or something? The singer.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing: is most people originally it did come mostly through ska music. It was a conjuncture of ska and punk, and that was something that I learned back in the day.
Into that.
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
Yeah. But what's funny about Skinhead? It degenerated.
Yeah. It did.
Sorry, Skinhead degenerated from kind of like the scar thing into this sort of Nazi thing, and it came out of that. And then by the 90s, if you saw a skinhead in the West End, they're probably some gay geezer. You know what I mean? Because they're the ones that had shaved heads and wearing big boots. They're all gay.
Yeah.
It
But
was,
that's
it was
the,
like a
the thing.
fashion thing. It
It's
was
like,
odd.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I mean?
It's like a misconception. It's like certain things, you know, you can always. It's like, you know, it's like looking at fucking trees. You know, they're all fucking trees, but they're all different. You know what I mean? And sometimes you can look at two trees and they might look the fucking same, but they're not the fucking same. That's a bad
No,
analogy.
no.
That was a terrible analogy. I knew what I was talking about in my head.
I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean.
There's something to it. I don't know if there's something to it, but the thing with the again, I used to when I was coming out of my fucking well back in the day, you know, even when I was in a band and stuff, I used to know a an old punk dude from my fucking town, and you know, he was fucking a great guy. But he really introduced me to a bunch of stuff and taught me some roots about stuff that I wouldn't have even known about, especially in terms of music. The dude was a fucking music genius. This fucking bullet belt right behind me, this is a bullet belt. That was fucking his from back in the day.
Oh, okay.
That's old as fuck, you know? And there's a few.
I'm guessing. Let me guess. The bands he taught you about would have been bands like GBH, Discharge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. UK Subs.
UK
Chaos
Subs,
UK,
yes, well, no, yeah. Exploited.
Yeah, all those sorts. Exploited, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, exploited. Yeah.
But even then,
that's what I call. It's what I call gut.
There was so many back, you know. But it weren't even that. There was and the crazy thing was, it was a weird thing because I'd just got into sort of punk, and it was almost like then I'd met this dude, and through fucking weird interchanges, and then he was like, no, this is the thing, you know, because I was punk because of this fucking.
He schooled you, didn't he?
He literally schooled me, but he schooled me in the way in which he told me the legit truth of it. Whereas some people nowadays would get corruption and bullshit, whereas this guy was like, no, this is the fucking, this is this. To the point where, again, you know, you talk about the skinhead stuff, and it was culturally like bang in the middle, you know, and it's just been so fucking cut up into bullshit and Nazism and crap over the years that people almost now put it hand in hand, but it isn't the case. And you know, it's this. There's another film, you know, you talk about suburbia. There was another one as well, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was Tim Roth was in it. I think it was his first film, and you
made
Made
in Britain.
in Britain. There you go. Got it. That was another one of them. You know, it was fucking. I think UK.
Yeah, he's horrible in that, isn't he?
Yeah, it was. The Casualties did the song UK 2, I believe. It was.
Okay.
That was, you know, it's very rare they get to talk about this old punk shit. And I'm 30,
That's a good
man,
film.
you know? It's some old.
I mean, to be honest, when you were getting into it, would have been like what 2008, 2009.
Yeah, about that. Yeah. About that.
So I mean, Christ,
maybe a
man,
couple of years sooner, but around there when I was.
It had all gone by then. Yeah, it was done.
Dead.
Done long time before that.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I always thought to myself, the punk up. I mean, I was a big fan of the Clash, but I was too young to have seen them when they were around.
Well, half of the stuff that he even said to me, he was showing me stuff that even he was like, man, this is rare as fuck. Stuff like, he got me into a bunch of psychobilly stuff as well, like the guana bats and fucking, you know, some really fucking out there music.
Texans and
the
that.
Fucking.
I used to go to college with the bass player from Schizo.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, a guy called Justin. That was a long time ago. And I used to go to a few psychobilly gigs. They're mental gigs.
Yeah, I love psychobilly. I fucking love it. It's one of my favourite styles of music. Just there's a lot of new stuff. I used to go to gigs in about not as good.
I used to go to a place in Hendon called the venue called the LMS. They used to have psychobilly gigs there, Long Tall Texans and Schizo. And Schizo were kind of like a punk. They were like Mohican, but played psychobilly. Yeah. It was wild gigs, man. Rough gigs, really rough as well. Not like punk gigs. Punk gigs weren't as rough as that.
I mean,
but psychobilly gigs, they're like big guys there.
I mean, we spoke about like if you could go back in time, and one of the things that I'd love to do is go back to the punk days, just to go through those wild gigs. If I was in like perfect health and everything was all good, and you know I could fight my way out of mosh pits pretty good, like I could now. You know, I think that'd be cool just to live through so much
Only
fucking great.
the only
music.
thing back then, though,
Wild music.
which the only thing back then that used to happen though was imagine being spat at.
Yeah, that's the fucking
'Cause
drawback.
back then, that was a thing.
Yeah.
That is nasty, man. That's nasty. It happened to me a couple of times. We did a gig. We did gigs in somewhere near Bristol, and the punks there were still spitting. We're like, oh, fuck this, man. I'm not involved.
Yeah, no, you don't need that shit on
Can't be getting
stage,
spat
man.
at while I'm playing.
Fucking
it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's the only other thing is like, if someone's spitting at you on stage, it's fucking. You just want to beat the shit out of them to begin with. You don't even want to.
Yeah.
You know, let alone play. You're trying to play and concentrate, and you know, talk about mental fucking blocks. Well, some prick spitting at you from out of nowhere. That's a. I think there's been a few wild moments even now where people have dove off the stage and kicked the shit out of people. Someone did something recently and got the fucking life beat out of him. I think it was
a few great ones. See, yeah.
Do you know what is a crazy one lately? Is like rapper beefs. You know, like back in the day, there was a different thing, like coast to coast in America. But like nowadays in America, there's people like rappers are kicking the fucking shit out of each other's in like stores and putting it on fucking World Star. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like legitimate people just fucking almost shooting each other in the fucking stores. It's crazy. In fact, there was a thing, and even I mean, I looked into it myself, but even then, going back to Dave Chappelle, he had a fucking joke about it, man. And I'm not gonna give it, but it was so funny on that special. He's got a bit about it, which is fucking great. I highly recommend watching that, man. It is.
I'm going to treat myself to that tomorrow. I think.
It is an amazing special.
Are you aware of Bill Hicks?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Bill Hicks is fucking another one of those greatest of all times.
Because that was the one. I mean, he was around when I was kind of like, you know, my early 20s, and Bill Hicks was the man. It was like, wow.
I think his last show, I believe, was in the UK. I think.
It's at the Dominion. Not his last, but one of his last ones. Yeah. One of his last ones. His last work he did was actually on a public access channel, and it was just after the Waco thing happened.
Wow.
And he was telling people on this public access channel, it's all on YouTube, and he was talking about how, you know, these guys weren't doing anything wrong, and the CIA just went in with tanks and flamethrowers and killed everybody.
Fucking flamethrowers. It's nuts, man.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
Flamethrowers.
Yeah. So he was kind of, you know, I think Bill Hicks is the first person that made me kind of question things.
Yeah.
You know? There's a really famous bit he said where, you know, he was asked, you know, oh, you know, I think the puppet on the right's running the country. I think the puppet on the left's running the country. Hold on a second. There's one guy working both puppets.
Yeah, one guy working both puppets. Yeah. That's a good bit.
And that just sums it up perfectly. All of it.
Do you want to have another?
It just sums everything up.
I think we can go for the fucking record on this son of a bitch. I mean, we're like 3:23. The record's 4:10.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. It's not far off. I need to take another piss, and I think we can fucking do it, man. I think we can.
Yeah, go for it, man. Whatever you want to do, I'm happy talking.
It's one of the only problems. One of the only problems of sitting at a fucking small desk. I mean, I should have built this fucking desk bigger. I made it perfect for my hands, and not for, you know, relative height.
Not much else.
yeah. So it's my knees, and it's a long ass fucking desk in a corner. Let me start to get coughing up. Cut all this bullshit out. There we go. Yeah, I think we can break the fucking record on this one. This has been a super fucking great conversation. One rabbit hole I'm gonna get down is it's almost on the conspiracy. I've got a bunch of questions on here I haven't even fucking asked yet.
Go for them. Sure, bang for them.
We'll get to them. I just want to send you on a rabbit hole first, because you seem the kind of guy that gets it deep into stuff. And there's a recent rabbit hole that I've gone down, which is fascinating. It is one of the greatest rabbit holes I've ever gone down in my life. It's part conspiracy, In a way, it's hard to tell. It's part conspiracy, very comedic, somewhat racist. It's a wild card of a rabbit hole, and it was the reason I come across it was because it was featured on a podcast. Tom Segura, you know the comedian Tom Segura, and his podcast with his wife Christina Pazynski. They do a podcast called Your Mum's House, and they do the wildest clips on the internet. Like they find the wildest shit, and I mean, when I mean wild, it's like the stuff that you would find on the internet back in the day before shit got really censored. You know, back in the day before you got 3 pages worth of search results, where you could go, hey, I'm 15 pages in and getting the good shit, you know? And there was a video on there. I was going through, backtracking through so much stuff, and I come across a guy on there. Unfortunately, like all the greatest fucking people of all time for comedic purposes, and this is why it's just funny. Some stuff isn't funny, but some of it is fucking hilarious. And his name is Fed Smoker. And I'm going to do a somewhat docu-series on this guy because this is a fascinating rabbit hole. The guy was doing 20 years worth of YouTube videos. Literally, when YouTube had just sprung about, he was fucking on that shit as living on the streets in some aspect. I don't even know if he was on drugs or he was schizophrenic. I don't know what his deal was, but he consistently would go from town to town and aggravate police officers. He would cause scenes, not necessarily cause scenes, but there was sometimes I'll have to send you down the rabbit hole. Trust me, it's the first video I'll send you, you're gonna be like, wow, this is wild. And then then the rabbit hole will go crazier. But the guy kept consistently claiming that he's a fucking double agent and that he takes fucking badges off cops. And, you know, then you go state to state. It literally goes state to state and fuck cops up. And people would lose badges. And he did it for 20 years. Now, if it weren't for the fact that I found out he died under mysterious circumstances, I'd have gone, man, that's kind of fucking a wild life to live. He might have been on crystal meth. He might have been on anything. He could. I'm pretty sure the dude was on acid 24/7. But he was also. Right. But he did loads of. I mean, he was a great dude as well. He used to rescue dogs off the street and fucking. He clearly had money as well. This is what's so wild because he was always having food, like buying big ass steaks for dogs, like a big fuck off American steak, like that fucking big. You know, that's some huge 24 fucking ounce steak or some ridiculous number. And, you know, getting these dogs and then you get a sick dog and then it'd be healthy. And, you know, he'd meet these homeless people when he went from a bicycle to a car. And then when he got his fucking car, his car was jacked up. There was wires everywhere. His car had 6 dash cams. Like the dude it's hard to work out whether the guy was nuts or whether he was a rogue agent. Right, and again, the guy's name's Fed Smoker. I think it's going to be the latest thing looking into this guy as a conspiracy because it's.
And he's dead now, you say?
Yeah, he found next to the side of his car, which was a bit strange. And when I look into stuff, I'm like, this is a wild card. I don't think this guy would have. It could have overdosed. I don't know, but there's. It's hard.
It sounds like he upset a fair few policemen, didn't
he? He went every fucking state. He was there's calls of him ringing the FBI, state troopers. You should.
That's what I mean.
If I could share the screen right now, I would. I'd share it and cut it.
Just from what you said, it sounds like he's just upset too many policemen, and they just decided to get rid of him.
Well, people were losing badges. That was what's crazy. It's hard to. It's one of those
he was taking their badge off them.
No,
he was taking it off them.
People were fucking losing their jobs. He literally was. He claimed he was from. He was a state Nebraska, from the state of Nebraska. He was a double agent, and he took the fucking chief of police. Took the chief down. Took everyone down. And then what he
Wow.
did is he kept going state to state, and all he wanted to ever do was talk to the fucking chief of police. And the reason that he was doing it was because apparently there was all fucking child molesters. It's a very, very dark, deep rabbit hole.
And when did all this happen? How long ago was this?
Fucking, it was been well. There's videos of him doing crazy shit from 2000, and then I think he died last year. So this dude was 20 years in the game, and he was never in jail. There was no ticket. They never had a ticket. He kept going. He kept getting given fake tickets. He was trying to fight the fact that he had to go and fucking pay these fucking. He was trying to pay a fine. Apparently, there was a video of him trying to pay a fine for a ticket he received, and it was like, you haven't got a ticket. And he was like, no, I want to fucking pay it just in case. And it's wild moments like that you go, well, why is someone going to, as drugged up as you are, you're not just going to give your fucking money away, you know?
So has anyone dug into this yet? And
I don't know. I don't think so.
I've done a thing on it.
No, I don't think they have. This is my latest case. This is...
it sounds like one of those Mad Lad things that the Count Dankula would do. Do you ever watch those?
Yeah, I've heard of it, man. I've heard of it. I mean, I know there's people out there that I've not seen so far someone that has covered it. So I'm like, I'm going to do it. Fuck it. I'm going to take it on my hands and I'm going to do it. But
yeah, you should.
But
sounds good.
Here's what I'm going to do. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to have to do it the right way. And unfortunately, that's going to be the way that he did it. Is I'm going to have to get the information. And luckily, I can fucking call the state, so I'm going to have to start I'm going to have to start harassing people and going, listen, I need the information about Fed Smoker. I need all of it. Give me the fucking files. I'm going to have, you'll see where I'm coming from. Trust me. I'm going to have to go and do it his way. Otherwise, I don't think the information is going to get out there. I think someone's going to have to become this journalistic fucking Hunter Thompson-esque gonzo journalism. You know, fuck up.
Well, if only there was a Hunter S. Thompson in the world still. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. Those journalists.
They don't, man.
They're few and far between. They really are.
Yeah, I like to think I kind of do it in a way where I look into stuff and put it out there on my fucking show, but it's not necessarily gonzo because I'm not in the moment, and that's the point of gonzo journalism. Is you have to, you're seeing it. You're trying to make people picture it through your eyes, and that's the narrative.
Yeah.
Hunter S.
Thompson, gonzo journalism,
favorite of mine.
I mean, one thing it was honest.
Oh yeah,
and that's what's missing now. Is honesty in journalism.
Well, that's why I like doing my show, just because you never know how it's going to go.
Who's a good who's a good journalist that you think that's still kind of relatively in the mainstream?
Well, I actually don't know a name.
I can't think of any.
But, however, I did recently see a documentary about Britney Spears. And it's on Netflix called Britney versus Spears. And she was a fan who I mentioned her on the show with Gaz. And as soon as something hits, I'm on it. Bang! It's probably why I'm a fucking insomniac. But as soon as it hit, I watched it, and it was one of the most fantastic pieces of journalistic work I've ever seen. Because it's all
about her conservatorship.
Yeah, that's there. Yeah, exactly. I highly recommend it to anybody, especially if you're in the music business, because it's something where you go, it was eye opening. You can follow. Even then, I'm a fan of Britney. I fucking love her music. Jeez, I love her music. And what was so fascinating is, as a child, you only get this media style version of it, and then fucking 15 years later, 10 years later, you get some work, a piece of work that is well crafted, well put together, with credible witnesses, credible people. And I don't know her name. I need to fucking find out, because I'd like to shout her out, because it's fun. It's one of the best pieces of journalistic work I've ever seen. And the reason why I think it was because she was a fan. And she was like, I'm going to get to the fucking bottom of this. Because
Britney she won her court case, didn't she?
She did, yeah, she's won it now. She's out of it now. She's fucking won it now. I've been saying it, for a fair few weeks, fucking free Britney. And it's, I'm glad that
Do
she's
you
out
know
of that
something, Tim?
conservative
Right,
now.
I really believe that anyone who's like significantly successful, at some point they're faced with this decision.
Yep.
You want to sell your soul to the devil.
Yeah, it's how he sold the devil. Yeah.
100%.
I think it's true.
You don't get. Yeah, I think it's true. I don't know what that entails.
No, I don't either.
I'm not saying some dude pops out with like a tail and horns, but something happens.
Well, this is where you can get into the conspiracy side of things.
You don't get to go through those doors for nothing. You know, you have to be promising quite a lot.
Well, this is where the conspiracies come along, and people fucking talk about. And again, it's crazy. I'm not going to mention fucking celebrity names, but there's been some weird fucking stories that people have done some crazy shit to get into the positions that they're in. You don't know if I don't fucking know if it's true or not. This world's a crazy place. I do a bunch of crazy shit myself. Why would I not think that there's no one out there that can top that? And I could probably top
something?
that. That's what's wild.
I'm pretty sure, Tim, that you haven't done the kind of depraved shit that some.
Oh no, absolutely not. Fucking hell,
because it wouldn't even enter your mind to do that sort of thing.
No, it wouldn't.
You know, it's just like.
But this is where people get the wrong view about paganism as well, because most people, when they talk about these old fucking societies and fucking Masonic cults, they're all pagans, and there's it's like the pagans versus the fucking Christians in a way, in a weird aspect. People talk about, well, who's they? Well, maybe that's them.
Are the Masons pagan? Are the Masons pagan?
I'd imagine so, because of their.
I thought they were satanic.
I don't know, the gods that they pray to.
They use a lot of kind of Baphomet, don't they? Which is very satanic.
Yeah, it's tricky because, but it always goes back to the roots. I don't know.
And numerology points towards it as well.
Yeah, but even that comes into paganism. This is the thing: cosmology, numerology, all of it comes under the same sort of fucking umbrella. It's just the fact that paganism got looped in with the fucking witch trials and all this shit, and and even that was because the fucking patriarchy, which this is another fact that I spoke about maybe 20, 30 shows ago, that there was a moment in history where it wasn't about gods, it was about the goddesses. And then all of a sudden, a patriarchy, and this is, the Druid times, shit like that. Old Celtic, a lot of old shit. And it was all goddesses. We all worship females. And then all of a sudden, the weird Christian aspect comes in and it becomes a patriarchy. And then that's the narrative and how it's been. And I'm a legitimate, I know that's how it probably fucking has been. I was born a Christian. I was baptized, unfortunately, under no fucking choice whatsoever. And luckily for me, I fucking did some satanic voodoo shit. I'm joking. I'm joking, by the way. And I removed that. Some
I believe now. I mean, I've read into all that stuff over the years since I was like 15, 16. Come all the way through it, back out again, back in and back out again. Most of it's bollocks, to be honest. But what I've realised now, though, is that since this country hasn't got so much Christianity in it, and so many people going to church, etc.
Yeah.
The morals of the country have slipped massively.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now, whether you went to church or not, it didn't matter. It didn't matter because the morals of the country were all kind of based around
the church.
Just that general, that 10 Commandments thing. Do you know what I mean? Which is, if you live your life by that, you're probably doing all right. You know what I mean? If you don't do any of those things they say not to do, you're probably a decent person.
Yeah.
And that's all there was, and that's kind of all we needed. It was called society.
Yep.
I think that ties into, I'm sounding old now.
Not really, no.
With things like manners. I really like people that are polite.
Do you know what annoys me? I'm going to shout this straight out. I'll speak about it all the fucking time. Like, I'm a big, well-mannered person. I hate people that are ill-mannered. I really do hate it.
It's awful.
It's one of the things
Yeah,
that I'm forcing to my fucking son, because I want him to be well-mannered. I want him to, to be able to fucking say please
goes a long
and
way,
thank you. It really does. It goes as far as you would ever fucking imagine. And one thing that annoys me is it's why I'm somewhat of an introvert, because again, I'm a bit of a wild card and I'm not fucking the strongest, hardest person in the world, but occasionally I just flip my lid and I'm just like, fuck this person. And it's through a bunch of horrific moments and society fuck-ups. I just don't like dealing with people that are ill-mannered no more. I just do not like it. People that just have no manners, just towards what should be like fucking a continuation through whatever fucking version of history we're going through now, because it makes a big subliminal difference. I mean, anytime I can say please and thank you, I'll do it double, just to make sure that make that person force it in them. Crazy.
But the way I would deal with it, right? There's no point in getting angry about it, because
I try not to now.
It's exhausting being angry.
Yeah.
The way to do it is to literally say to someone very calmly, I think you've got terrible manners. Have you any idea what society means?
Yeah.
Manners is the glue that holds it all together.
Oh, it is. It
really is. And it's just this little thing. It's tiny, but it means so much. And and it stops people just being horrible to everybody else.
Sorry and please are both 5-letter words. They're both 5-letter words. That's not fucking hard to say. They're both one syllable.
Yeah.
No, sorry, not please is, but sorry is two. I thought it was both 1-letter syllables for a moment. Luckily, I corrected myself midway.
But I just couldn't clarify. I'm not the sort of person that lets someone say anything to me. If they're taking the piss, I'm going to say something.
Yeah. But that's the thing with me, and it's been moments where I can't be arsed. But unfortunately, there's just been moments where, and the reason that I tried to do it nowadays is just because I've got fucking kids. I'm like, but there was a moment the other day where I fucking almost, well, it wasn't the other day, it was a couple of months ago now, where some fucking crazy douchebag about shut the door on a pushchair with my fucking son in it, and there was a moment where I was like, you fucking asshole prick. And I was like, it's just those moments where you just go, come on, man, you need to be more
rise above it.
Do you know what it is? It is. But people need to. This is the problem: is people aren't aware. I think that's the real problem. Is that people aren't even aware of themselves, what they're doing, the impact. I think that's the real problem. They don't know that. Oh shit! There's a big lack. Going to happen.
There's a big lack of, by comparison,
empathy.
A lot of sort of youngsters I see out and about, and they're severely lacking being brought up properly, to be honest, a lot of the time.
Well, it's sad to say. It's a controversial topic, because
it's true though.
But I like to talk controversy. That's the thing. I'm fucking no holds barred. When I was fucking raised, man, and this is what's kind of wild, is my mum and dad had a divorce. From a fucking half-broken home, and my dad's a great fucking highly respectable dude, but he was also, like back in the day, you'd fucking hit your kids to put them in line. That was the way of the fucking world for some people, and it probably still is to the day, that some people still beat the shit out of their kids. Well, there's a difference between beating the shit out of your kids and, going, fucking come on, man, this is a bit too much, and there's some people that are over forceful. There's some people that don't enforce shit just because of maybe they might get arrested. Their kids nowadays is the weird thing as well, which is kind of wild, that your kid can just fucking film you all day and go on, beat me up, you fucking piece of shit. I'll send you to jail, and that's a wild card in itself. That's an ace card. That's the ace. You can't do shit. I don't think it's a crap in a way, and just fucking film you all day, have you on record.
Yeah, I think
fucked up.
kids are missing out on so much by having so much.
Yeah, they are. They are.
I mean, you're of an age where you've grown up,
Oh yeah.
and
I had to grow up
you've
quick.
pretty
No
much
fucking
you've
choice.
had the internet your whole life, more or less, haven't you?
Yeah, I
Pretty
think
much.
I was introduced at the age of 11, 12.
10, 11.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, maybe about
So
today's.
and the internet was well underway by then. I mean, I
Yeah,
was using the internet
it was the Wild West as
1990,
well.
91.
Yeah.
But by the time you got on it, the Wild West was done, man.
Not
Seriously,
really.
when it was just when it was dial up, oh my god, the shit you could get on the internet. I'm talking before YouTube existed.
But I was on dial up.
You know what I mean?
When I was on dial up,
Yeah,
when I
yeah.
could look into stuff, I was a.
It was amazing.
I'm one of these people that still remember the fucking website Rotten Tomatoes. No, sorry,
I
not
remember
Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Not Rotten Tomatoes.
Rotten.com.
Rotten.com. That's what it is. I always keep calling it fucking Rotten Tomatoes. But it was Rotten.com, and that. People talk about stuff nowadays.
That's wild.
You got no... And I was young when I fucking found this out. This is why...
I was saying, you must have been really young when you found that.
I grew up quick. Trust me, I was out of home by when I was 16.
I
was raising a fucking daughter when I was like... Again, I've spoke about it on a few shows. I don't want to talk about it that much. But my very first true fucking partner... met her when I was like fucking 16. We got fucking crazy in love. Split up when I was 21 because I had a daughter that I'd raised for fucking 2.5 years, and I found out she wasn't mine. So I had to look. So I went from this crazy, like I said, I almost lived some weird fucked up life by the time I was 21, because I went through this weird sort of fucked up punk stage and this band stage, and then got into this weird fucking family life, and then it all went boom, and then I was like, I'm 21. I've done, and then it was like a weird restart. It was a strange restart, and it set me on a weird different path. But it's kind of fucking crazy that this, like I said, I had to grow up quick, but I was always looking into everything, and Rotten.com was a fucking treasure trove of anything and everything. I think the reason it got shut down was because it was where a lot of 9/11 videos were posted originally, and fucking
right, okay, I don't remember.
Saddam's fucking hanging on there, and there was a lot of
the
stuff
only
on
picture
there.
I remember there's a couple of pictures that are just indelibly marked on my brain that I'll never ever be able to unsee. And one of them was called Fecal Japan. Do you remember Fecal Japan?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I
I'm not even going to describe it.
You don't have to.
Yeah,
you just lit up the fucking brain again.
That's
oh
a
my
heavy.
God. That's
a heavy picture. Oh my God.
Heavy. Do you know? I mean,
I didn't know that even existed.
We're going down dark road. Again, I'd highly like your mum's house is like the current podcast version of that, but unfortunately, you don't get to see much stuff unless you're a fucking paid member, which kind of sucks. They censor some bits, but back in the day, you can't find websites like that now, and even like conspiracy websites back in the day, you could go into you could type conspiracy in and you get 1 billion websites, all with billions of videos on.
Yeah.
And you don't get that now.
Yeah, it's true.
They'd all be
they're
poorly made as well.
Or also a lot of them now, like they're behind paywalls. You've got to pay for it now.
Yeah. But you know when you find a good one and an old one. The old and good ones have ridiculous graphics, old school 16, 24-bit graphics spinning around. Some fucking Illuminati symbol spinning, and 4 of them spinning in different corners, and some bunch of other wacky shit on there. I've been trying to find them sites. I've been hunting them down for a while, but I can't seem to find them. This is what I've thought about going back onto the dark web. Not back onto, going onto the dark web. I think that's where you need to go to get these sites. You need to go to the.
No, there's a website. No, there's a website called the Wayback Machine. Have you heard of this?
Nope.
The Wayback Machine.
Down.
So what it does, it takes stuff that gets taken off the internet. It's all on the Wayback Machine. If it was ever a Wayback Machine. It's a bit like
Man.
archiving stuff, you know.
Oh, you have just fucking destroyed my night. Because, like, I'm one of these
Yeah, you
people
update.
that looks into it. Like I say, I look into everything. And I've got a bunch of stuff that I'm going to look into. And again,
Well, I recommend you start. Can I recommend somewhere to start?
Oh, absolutely.
The Benjamin Fulford website. If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
haven't found that yet,
yeah, no, I've got that. I've
you've
got
got it
that
up.
down. Yeah, you said that name, I believe.
Start there. Start there.
Let me write that one down.
Honestly, start there. He's mind blowing. Just fascinating. You know. I mean, what do you make of the whole Q thing?
Oh, this is real conspiracy controversy talk. Right, hold on a minute. Because again, you seem to be rolling. I'm gonna roll. I think I've smoked about fucking 6 CBD joints here. I might have to break out a different bag. There we go. Let's, in fact, let's fucking break out the old fucking horn for the sake of it. I've got that motherfucker down there. This is
so yeah. Go on. Well, while you're doing that, I'll just quickly give you what I
go on. You give me your opinion, and then I'll give you mine.
Okay. So the
We're
Q
wild
thing,
here,
yeah.
people. Jesus.
I was kind of late to the Q party. I didn't really know what it was all about, and I looked into it and had a read of it. I never looked at the Q boards. I didn't really take much. I saw the kind of people talking about it and analysing it, and it all got rather exciting for a moment, and it looked like something was going to happen, and then it all kind of petered out.
Yeah.
There are still people kind of analysing it and saying it means this and it's going to be happening soon. The next date to look out for is the 18th of October, apparently.
Oh wait, fucking oh shit, got fucking
Which
dates.
is quite a big
dates
date.
on the go. Fucking me, didn't even know there was.
Okay, so there is a reason date as well. It's because on the 30th of September, the United States government was supposed to pay a huge repayment back for all the money they borrowed. To the sort of the Bank of International Settlements in Switzerland. Now they defaulted on that payment. They've been given a grace period, I believe, until it's either the 14th or the 18th. Anyway, it's the 14th or the 18th, and it looks like they're not going to pay it, which would mean that the United States of America will be declared bankrupt.
Yeah. Oh, so this is what I was trying to look into, because they fucking said they've run out of money, and I didn't quite get into that.
Well, they've
been all over Twitter.
Well, the thing is with money, you got
money.
Since I've been so into crypto, I've learned to separate what money really is, what's really got value. And fiat currency intrinsically hasn't got any value.
Yeah. Can I cut you for a split second? Just for a second, because I was going to mention it in the crypto earlier. What's your thoughts mildly on fucking Dogecoin? Because people was like, that is a joke. However, AMC, American whatever it is, the fucking cinema company, have just accepted it. And apparently Elon will be for Tesla. So that is now legit currency. And also the Shib coin, the Shiba Inu coin, which is following suit alongside that.
It's done 200% the last 7 days.
Woo! Go Shiba!
Yeah.
How much of that shit you got?
But okay. I don't know any Shiba, and I don't know any Doge either. I don't believe in either of them.
Oh no!
I'll tell you why.
What coins have you got? So without, because no, we're not going to get fucking hacked. No one's going to fucking hack us. My shit's all offline. I'm secure.
I own Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I own Bitcoin. I own Ethereum. I own XRP.
Okay.
I own Chainlink.
Yeah.
I own Cardano, and I own Binance Coin.
Yeah. See, I was going to go.
There's a couple more that I've got my eye on.
Yeah, I was going to go Cardano. I mean, you get these real coins, you get shit coins. I'm with a few minor shit coins just to see how it would go from a gambling perspective. Harmony One is a very they're doing some good shit. I've got a few miners with them. Look into them. There's where's my phone?
I think one of the most exciting projects that I'm not in yet, but I'm going to go in. I think is ICP, Internet Computer. Have you seen that one?
I thought you were talking about the Insane
ICP.
Clown Posse.
No, same ticker. Yeah.
Boom! That was
crazy.
Sorry,
no,
that
this
was
is
fucking quick for me.
Yeah. So
Insane Clown Posse.
So it's Internet Computer. And what it is they're writing. So they're going to turn Bitcoin into a smart contracts platform. So it's a way of putting smart contracts on Bitcoin, and it's also a way of building a decentralized internet. So no more centralized internet with this.
Yeah, that needs to be done.
It's amazing.
That definitely needs to be done. I'm fucking all
for
for that.
Incredible.
What's the name of that again?
That's a good project.
What is it?
ICP, Internet Computer.
Oh yeah, ICP. Sorry, I got so caught
ICP.
up. I got so caught up in the Insane Clown Posse that I forgot it was called fucking ICP.
Yeah, ICP.
But then that's the legit one.
That's a great coin.
I'm gonna.
I think it's a really good one.
I'll tell you.
But yeah,
there's some good coins. I mean, I don't mind talking about them because I think they should be plugged. I mean, sometimes people go, if you leave your crypto on the platform, you're gonna get fucking hacked. Yeah, well, if I do, the company's fucking insured, you stupid fool. If you hack a fucking second-hand fucking wallet that you've bought, you're fucking done for, you stupid idiot. Why do you think the stock exchange exists?
Yeah, well, but then again, do you remember what happened?
Shit,
have you heard of Mount? Have you heard of Mount?
Yep.
Do you remember Mount Gox?
Yeah, I heard of that.
When that got hacked and they lost all their Bitcoin, it does happen.
Well, it does. I mean, when I first started my show, there was a fucking Turkish crypto billionaire that run off with a bunch of stuff, and I was covering that. There was also, I haven't followed it up, but there was a guy as well claiming that he was the original inventor of fucking Bitcoin. That was from the UK. You heard about that guy?
That's a proper it's an I'm Spartacus moment. It's like, no, I'm Spartacus.
Surrey.
No, I'm Spartacus.
Yeah, that's what I said. But I'm not sure on it. There's some sort of mild credibility to it, but I don't know because it's so vague.
I very much doubt it's him.
But I doubt. I mean, I've got heavily doubts that it's fucking him. I mean, do you ever do much staking?
I've got a friend actually.
That's a fucking tricky one.
I've all my crypto staked.
Oh, okay. You just complete stake.
So I earn interest on it every week.
Yeah. I mean, I've thought about doing the crazy side of it. You ever heard of Ziliqua?
No.
No, there's another one. Contentos. See, I'm going to hit you with some weird fucking ones. These
are real small cap coins, aren't they?
Yeah, these are the ones. I'm talking. These are, they're small. They are small coins. These are small coins. But
if you get the right one,
yeah. This is the fun. This is what I do. There's a few hot coin. I invest a minimalistic amount in shit coins, and then go, let's roll the dice. Because as probability goes, and I'm not a fucking mathematician, but I also am one of those people that like to just roll a set of dice on any subject.
But are you taking profits when you're making profits?
Yeah, I'm up all the time, but I don't stake. I mean, I'm up. I've never lost.
What I'm saying is, if you're been down. What I mean is, if you're putting money into like small cap coins, when you make a profit on them, take it out and put it in Bitcoin.
Nope. Here's why I don't do that. Here's why I don't do that, because I'm one of these motherfuckers that hold. I'm one of those stubborn fucks.
Certain coins shouldn't be held.
Well, I know, but this is where you come probability.
Okay, I'll tell you why.
I know.
No, I'm not, nothing to do with
I'm on a loss with some, but I'm up with others. So it's probability, trust me.
What you have to remember is, if you go back to say, where are we? The first kind of altcoin bull run was about sort of 2013, 14.
Yep. 12, I think it was.
So you had coins you had coins like, I mean, they're still around now, the E-Chain, but they haven't moved since then. They've done nothing. And so many coins that were supposed to be the next latest thing are just gone now. However, Bitcoin's still there. and it always will be there.
Oh yeah.
So all those who took their profits in Bitcoin are quids in. Take your profit in Bitcoin. The idea is to make money.
I know. I'm not taking it yet. I mean, I will be. Don't get me wrong, but
oh, good. Yeah. Make sure you
I
do.
mean,
When you
yeah,
do.
I'm not going to
That's what I'm saying.
consistently hold through my whole life. I mean, but what I'm doing is I'm playing my own 5D chess on this. I know what I'm doing. I'm not no fucking financial broker, but you know, I know my luck. I know what's going on. I know.
So you don't trade then. You just buy and sell.
Yep. No.
You don't leverage trade.
No. I looked into doing stocks for a bit. I've looked into I was gonna do it, and then I went into crypto instead. I thought, fuck it.
No, but I mean, do you trade crypto with leverage, or do you just buy and hold and sell?
Buy and hold. I haven't sold anything.
Yeah, me too.
Since I've done it, I haven't sold shit. I haven't done a single sell.
Well,
which it's kind of somewhat annoying because you know, there's people like, oh man, it's jumped significantly in the last couple of days. Even Dogecoin, I'm in on that fucking shit coin. I don't give a fuck. Elon Musk's behind that. Get the fuck out. Why am I not going to do that? And I bought in when it was.
Do you think Elon's a good guy or a bad guy?
Well, I haven't spoke about this on my show for a while. Let me just spark this CBD blunt up. Hold on.
Is he a benevolent man, or is he
no?
like
well, I've had this conversation with a few friends, and I've lured them round. He isn't a benevolent man, I don't think. I think he's going to be a pioneer for society. I think we need more Elon Musks. There's not many people out there that are thinking 50, 100, potential 200 years ahead. You know,
there's plenty.
There is, but it's not. There is? It's a different game, though. It's a different. I know what you're saying. It's a different game.
Like the CCP thing like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. There is a different game to it. But however, there's no one that can have the money that can put the appliance into action. So one of my favorite topics is Neuralink. Yeah, you know about that?
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Yeah, which basically is a small device that fits into your skull. They take a piece of your skull out, fit it in. They fit a couple of wires to your brain. And the beneficial potential aspects is that it'll do a lot of motor neuron fixes. So, you know, stuff like Bell's palsy and anything that anything that your brain controls in terms of that can fuck you up, then they can tune it and fix it. There's also then further applications, you know. The dudes talked about fucking listening to music in your head. Like, you don't need headphones. You don't need that. But there's also talked about, you know, you can have telepathic conversations. Really? You know? And that's what's wild.
See, that's you just stepped over the line. You just stepped the medicine part, fixing people who are sick, fantastic.
That's step one.
When it moves past there, it becomes transhumanism. I'm not into this. This is a bad idea. This
is one of those subjects where it is a bad idea, but you have to take into account the fact that we've invented machines that are going to be AI, and you know, not like it's going to be some sort of Terminator Judgment Day fucking scene, but the potentiality that these fucking robots could switch on all the nukes and boom, we're gone, is the kind of the fear factor. You can't say that wouldn't happen. And yeah, the thing with Elon is you have to symbiotically advance together. Otherwise, you're going to become enemies, which makes sense. You know, if you fucking, it's a cooperation, it's a joint effort. Otherwise, you're going against something that is, one, it can outthink you 1 billion times. It has reaction times. Let's say if it was me right now, if I was here in this room right now, and I had a fucking one of these new, and again, this is a new thing that Tesla's bringing out now, which is a fucking almost like an android person that will be subservient to humans. It's a real fucking thing. They brought out a fucking launch party almost for it on fucking YouTube to present it.
Yeah,
But if I had one of those in this room right now, you know, it'd be a bit freaky. It would freak me out. You know, it's got no face. It can move around like a human. And I would personally, I would go, listen, if I was to go and get in a fight with it, if I was to go get pissed off for no apparent reason, well, one, its reaction time is better than me. It can think faster, be fucking quicker, smarter. It can manipulate any move that I want to do. I would have no chance.
You could just turn it off.
But how? Because it's all
the off switch.
all built in. But there's no off switch. It's like a mobile phone.
But then I wouldn't want it in my house.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is why, like, you know, the thing with this is it was all, you know, you can go back to fucking the laws of robotics, fucking Asimov. You can go back. This was almost in the works 60, 70 years ago. It was going to happen. We all knew it was going to happen the minute we started reading sci-fi books. Some of us as kids wanted it to happen. We wanted fucking robots. That's why we have films like fucking we do now. We deep down, we want it to happen, but we fear it because it would ruin us as a society, as people. It'd fuck us up. It's like, but the reason that I'm down with Elon Musk's and what he's doing is the fact of communication. Is there's so much stuff with communication, like verbally, non-verbally, body language. There's a whole mess of stuff, you know, and with the intent of being able to convey your thought process into almost like a fucking I don't know, a fifth dimensional fucking text message, you know, to somebody else's head with your not only the message but the intent behind it, what your purposes are for the message.
Would that improve your quality of life to be able to do that?
Well, to some people yes, and some people no, because if you're a racist piece of shit,
if you
then you probably shouldn't need it, because if you could counteract, you know, this, you could be this piece of crap that's portraying all these negative emotions everywhere. I'm not saying I'm completely for it, because there's some specs between humans that are completely non-negotiable as humans. You know what I'm saying? You know, in terms of
just that very point of there being some obtuse people around. Why would you want to link everyone neurally?
Well,
why would you want to do that? I would never want to. I wouldn't want to be part of it. No, thank you.
Some thoughts behind that. I mean, I'd like the application, but for a different reason. My own reason is because of my disabilities. That's my own personal reason.
Okay. It's different. If it's for a medical reason or a disability, fantastic. If it allows a person who can't speak to speak, brilliant. If it allows a person who can't see to see, amazing.
But I mean, the thing
when it becomes about modifying human beings, then for means of for reasons of vanity or performance
or nefarious purposes. You know, that's
and it is going to be nefarious.
It will be.
Every major bit of technology is linked to the military.
Super soldiers, they're trying to do that. You know, that's a real thing.
They've already got them already.
Well, yeah, potentially. I mean, I think I think clones are fucking. There's clones out there. They cloned a fucking sheep when the year I was almost born.
I remember that time well. I remember it well. Dolly the sheep.
Dolly the fucking sheep.
And they're trying to tell us they've not done it since then. Yeah, all right, okay.
Yeah, get out of town. You fucking you knew what you was doing. Get out of here, man. But I mean,
they perfected that shit now. Trust me, they got it down.
This is why there's these conspiracies about it. I mean, like I say, the only reason that again, I was just talking about the capabilities in perhaps 200 years. And it's not. I don't think it's going to be perfected until. I mean, the leaps and advancements of technology are fucking great. But I think in terms of human capabilities, I think that's going to take far greater. You know, that's like trying to curb
No,
a
so
wild
I
dog.
think
It's not going to happen.
I think the greatest leaps in technology that we could imagine. Let's just say one field. Let's just talk about medicine, for instance.
Yeah.
The greatest things that we could possibly imagine are already possible, and they're being hidden away from us.
Nanobot. Do you know this one? Nanobots can now
med
deliver
beds as well.
sperm.
You heard of med beds? You heard of med beds?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Have a look into those.
I've heard of them.
Med beds, and light therapies and
Yeah.
Rife machines,
Yeah.
and different sorts of frequency therapies. I've seen these things working. I've been treated with bioresonance therapy. It's amazing.
One thing
It's
that I didn't buy into was like I said, I mentioned it, nanobots was a legitimate. People are like, get the fuck out of it. You see that shit in films, like in
It's real.
fucking
It's real.
like in Jason X in fucking space, where he's on that fucking. You know, he goes into space and he gets turned into some fucking metallic cyborg. That's what people think of nanobots. But, however, there was a video in 2014.
It's the new Bond film.
I don't know. I've not seen it yet.
Film's about it's got nanobots in it. Someone told me it's about
Yeah.
injecting nanobots with a vaccine or something, and doing stuff.
Yeah, they're
blah.
real, man. They was using them there was a video from 2014. I've been half tilt on it for a while, but I come across a video from 2014, and then it's all over the fucking news now. That was basically they was using a nanobot to take a sperm to an egg, and it would literally look like a spring. It looked like, do you know when you're fucking milling out pieces of metal and you get swarfiga? You get the swarf, sorry, not swarfiga, you get the swarf that come out. There's fucking rinds of metal.
Yeah.
It literally looked like a rind.
I've seen that video talking about. I know the one you mean.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, that's wild.
It's amazing.
And they did it through, again, electromagnetism. And
they've got those now, those kind of nanobots where lots of them can come together to become something, do what they've got to do, and then they all break apart again and disperse.
And you piss them out.
It's wild.
You piss them out.
It's wild.
See, this is why I believe that. Here's one thing: is I know a lot of skeptical people, and this is why I like talking to people that are on the fucking level, and you're on the fucking level because you know what you're fucking talking about, and you fucking again most of the shit we've talked about, we've both backed each other up the whole fucking way.
No,
and it just fucking is. For 4 hours 13, we're almost record time. If I take out the fucking cuts, I don't think we're fucking there, but I think we've got 15 minutes and we broke the fucking record. But I could keep going. I could fucking keep going because it's fucking great conversation. But it's so fucking crazy that military applications, even with nanobots, people don't think about it. You know, people don't. One thing that I spoke about to a friend, and I wanted to put it on the fucking show. Even when I phone my friends, we have podcasts. We talk for fucking 2 hours, and I'm like, you fucking prick. We could have just done a fucking show. And we was talking about the weapons, the weapons race. The race to fucking who's got the greatest fucking weapons in the world. And we was like, well, when was the last real big fucking thing publicized, which was the fucking H-bomb, the hydrogen bomb, which as it stands is the greatest fucking destroyer. And then you get stuff in, fucking films and it turns out to be that it's legit. So years ago, fucking watched a film, Angels and Demons, I think it is, with with Dan Brown book, and in the film with Tom Hanks, and they're basically trying to fucking stop a small containment device which has anti-fucking matter in it. Yeah, and it's like that fucking big. This little vial. So they're trying to get to this fucking antimatter bomb for a potentially 3-hour film. And that was out years and years ago. And we was talking. And we was talking about this shit, and we was pulling up bullshit while we was talking, and I found some fucking data and all these fucking files, and that shit's real. They have actually, they literally have that technology. It's out there that they have fucking the potential to have they do it. They fucking do it in Geneva, fucking Switzerland. You know, the
Yeah, the
Hadron
CERN
fucking
thing. Yeah,
Collider. They're building a bigger one.
yeah.
They're building a bigger one right now.
Yeah, I heard this.
Fucking 5 times the size or whatever it is. You know, smashing
So
atoms
you
together.
must have seen. You must have seen the opening ceremony then for CERN
Yeah.
when it opened a few years ago.
Yeah.
The whole satanic thing with Pan.
Yep.
It's like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah,
Far out. Yeah.
But what was wild is we was talking, and then we was like, okay, and we look back to when the fucking patent was for the weapons, and some weapons were literally pre fucking World War II, some were World War II, but there was fairly 100 years old now, you know, 100 years old, and I was like, fuck. If them patents are 100 years old, what the fuck are we doing? And this is where we ended up learning about the fucking technology to do anti-fucking matter bombs, which essentially, and again, I'm a big fan of, and again, we went down Alex Jones. You heard of him?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Alex Jones. We also found a clip. Alex Jones talking about them. Fucking, I knew finally someone that's heard of Alex Jones. And he mentioned them as well many years ago. We went back to a fucking old podcast. I can't remember if it was with Joe Rogan or if it was with somebody else. But he was talking about the fact that they had these fucking anti-gravity bombs and the size of it. And he worked in some bullshit file was pulled up, and I pulled some files up myself. And I'm not a fucking mathematician, but, you know, I sat there for about 55 fucking minutes trying to work out some bullshit. And I could have essentially watched a video that done it for me. And it worked out that a human fucking sized version of this would wipe like a third of the planet in terms of, not even in terms of the people, in terms of the structure. And then you think, well, what would that really do? Because if you fucking took like a fucking 2 circles and mashed them together and then removed one of those circles to the point it looks like a crescent moon, that's going to have a bit of an impact on the fucking universe, you know? And I think that's why aliens are fucking kind of getting involved, because we're coming up with shit nowadays that could potentially destroy solar systems. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's something to that, I would say. However, anyone on Earth setting it off, though, it's very counterproductive to even their own cause, because they're on this planet as well. You know, so you start setting off antimatter things, and it's all over, isn't it? It's game over for everybody. I mean, everyone. That's what it would take. I mean, no one's going to wipe a fucking, you know, when it comes to small, you know, like a fucking sugar cube would obliterate, you know, a good piece of a fucking, you know, the globe. You know, you don't have to go big scale. This is the problem when people talk about warheads. You know, you look at nuclear fucking warheads, you have the Fat Boy and all that shit, you know, and they were fucking legitimate city takers in a way, but they were so big where you don't need to do that. You can have this fucking little sugar cube and just go pop, and that's the real, you know, something. The future of warfare. I read this just a few days ago. Actually, there was an interview, press conference, with some top boy in the British Army. Ooh. And he was said, this is what he said. Let me get this right. That war is no longer binary. The old model's gone.
Yep.
The good is, the bad is. They fight each other. It's done. It's finished. Now what they're looking for is perpetual war, which means it's a war against an economy. It's a war against COVID. It's a war against climate change. It's a war against racism. It's a war against whatever it is. But it's perpetual, forever, and that's what they're looking to do.
Well, that would be
the entire economy is built on the military-industrial complex. They have to be at war, otherwise no money gets made.
What you got
under the old system that we're in at the moment?
You got any thoughts about fucking? Blimey. You got any thoughts about fucking all the shit that goes on down underneath America. Like again, we
Underneath
spoke.
America.
Yeah, we spoke about it. I mean, well, we spoke about it. I mentioned the fucking lizard people.
Oh, the dumb. You mean?
No, I spoke. I said, oh, we'll get to the lizard people later on, and now we're
Okay.
probably...
Again, I'm not too versed in the lizard people, apart from a bit of David Icke stuff.
Icke,
You know,
yeah,
lizard,
Do you know it goes?
you know, but
it
I
goes
mean,
deeper.
I think that's where he loses people. I'm sure.
There's a again. I'll send you another fucking. I'll send you a bunch of random files later. You'll fucking.
Please
some
do. Please
some of
do.
it you're gonna fucking
do.
laugh your tits off because it's wild. There's a
It'll be
story.
some good afternoon reading.
There's a story again. There's many rabbit holes that I could fucking lure you down, but they're just so wild. Some people will go fucking dismiss them instantly. There's a story about a person that was basically doing some tunnel boring. I'm butchering this again, and they basically they come across some lizard people in the earth. The fucking American government,
Right.
so to speak. I'm not saying it was the American government. It's probably some fucked up shadow government. Military fucking covert stuff, and they basically was doing some stuff, and they come into the fucking hollow earth, reptile fucking place, and struck a deal, and then apparently some fucking shit went down, and they fucking people died, and there was a big shootout with these lizard people, and there's a real story to it, which is much more expanded.
When is it supposed to have taken place?
I think it was in the 90s or 80s.
Okay.
I think it was a bit later on. It wasn't quite early on. There was a guy as well. There's the guy that come out there. He had his fucking wild story. It was probably part of the MK Ultra program, to be honest. Probably just sent that fucking dude with a bunch of spin tails. But he come out saying that, he had to fucking rescue some of his friends, and there were fucking people getting blown apart by fucking shit, and it was crazy. But I mean, I'm not saying the fucking reptile people are real. The lizard people. This again, that's the fucking deep end of the iceberg.
I think it's fairly believable. I think, yeah, but I think it's pretty believable that there's some sort of subterranean other places on this planet where there are lots of people living that we don't know about.
Yeah,
I mean, one of the whole things one of the more convincing things about the flat Earth sort of theory I heard is that what we know as the planet Earth is just part of a much bigger realm. So we're kind of this bit here, and there's water all around us with an ice wall, and then beyond that there's a much bigger realm.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
I like to believe
it could be true.
I want to believe that.
It kind of makes sense a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I want to believe it. But some part of me goes, okay, so if there is, and there's some fucking crazy creatures beyond there, what's keeping them at bay? Is that why there's so many fucking people guarding the Arctic? And there's some weird like to and fro shit that you can go with that. I'd like to imagine there is, but I don't think there'd be monsters. I'm not sure there's any highly advanced. I don't know.
I think maybe there's no one there, but what I know they are. I do think that
I'd be even more fucked.
Yeah, the Antarctic is like
there's no one there.
It's a really protected place. You can't go there. It's the only place on the whole. Well, it's the only place on the whole planet where every country in the world has got a treaty together.
Yep.
Almost every major country in the world's got a base there of some sort.
Well, at the minute it's thawing out, unfortunately, for those people trying to cover it up. Those Google fucking map people at the minute are getting shut down because they fucking constantly, they found all these hexagon shit and the caves, cave openings. There's a big fuck off.
Yeah.
What's crazy is there's actually a legitimate big fuck off hole there, like a massive hole,
right?
Which you can never see on Google Earth. And since it's been thawing out more and more, they've decided to fucking blank out more and more. So it leads to more conspiracies.
That's what I mean. It's obviously being protected for a reason, that area of the world. Don't know
What do
why.
you think?
Who knows why?
Do you know there's there's the thing that the speculation is that the Nazis flew to Antarctica. They back in the
I've heard
day,
this one.
and
Yeah.
then they fucking broke contact with the fucking interdimensional fucking people that are inside the Earth. And then,
Yeah,
you know,
I heard this theory.
this is where, again, you know, if that was the case and they did go to Antarctica, why is the fucking a billion countries fucking all having treaties over it? Or is that
Yeah, exactly. What they
or
do?
is that the
What they were doing
reason?
there?
Yeah, is that the reason? We all
No.
need to fucking get with
It's
these
obviously
bastards.
but wherever they're doing there, it's obviously in all of their interest to protect whatever's there.
Yeah. Well, do you know the thing? Well, I said the thing. That is the fucking name of the film as well. The thing is, with the film The Thing, that was a fucking tongue twister. Yeah, the thing is, with the film The Thing, is that almost looks like it could be real. You know, there could have been a fucking crashed ship in the Antarctic, and I think
Totally.
I think there's some legitimacy in some films. You know, it's like all the shit. There might be some stuff underseas. I think there's a bunch of wild shit in the ocean. It's fucking
no doubt.
massive.
No doubt.
There's
doubt.
more
There has to be, isn't there?
more ocean than land. First of all,
Yeah.
yeah, I could. If the only way you could speculate that there would be more is if we built fucking 20, 30 miles on top of ourselves, if not more, and then further on. You know?
Yeah. It's huge. It's just incomprehensible.
We'll round up because I think we are breaking record now.
All right.
So we'll round up. Let me just say this last thing on this flat Earth subject. I mean, I'm pretty fucking hungry. This has been a very long, fun fucking show. I recently watched. I was sitting there slandering fucking these YouTube shorts earlier, but I seen a YouTube short the other day about a girl talking about flat Earth, and that she was she was like Canadian, and her father was a fisherman, and that he apparently sailed off the edge of the Earth and ended up in the Mariana Trench, and it was a bizarre, like the two. I mean, that was what the gist that I got, because she mentioned those two geographical points, the edge of the Earth, and then she was talking about the fucking Mariana Trench, and I was like, wait a fucking second. What level are you working on? It almost gave me a weird moment where I thought, man, I'm dumb as fucking conspiracies. You've just topped the charts. If you're telling me that you sail off the edge of the Earth and end up in the deepest part of the ocean, there's some sort of fucking donut sphere going on here, which is another fucking conspiracy. That the world's a donut shape, it's a cube, it's a fucking... There's a joke there's a dinosaur.
I've heard the donut one,
Yeah. That would be a bit wild. I know it would work. Bunch of donuts in the fucking air.
The whole gravity theory, it being a ball and everything being held on with gravity, it's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a it is kind. I mean, I'm not a fucking scientist, but it is kind of a, you know. It's...
But I'm saying this. I've never seen it myself. I've never been that high up that I can see a ball.
No, it's. I want
so
it.
If I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it hasn't happened.
Do you know? Here's the thing: is I was watching this afternoon. I was watching through documentaries, and I've seen a documentary on Netflix. And it was fucking ridiculous because it was talking about, and the only reason I watched it because it was talking about going into space, and it was like 4 civilians going to space, and I was like, wow, 4 civilians? Turns out most of them were in some fucking industry. One of them was a fucking Air Force pilot for X amount. In fact, most of them were Air Force pilots. I'm like, you're not a civilian. You're a fucking contractor, you fucking lying scumbag. I was watching it I was literally watching it, trying to fucking watch something with my fucking partner, and I was like, let's watch this. She was like, I'm not interested in this, and I was like, oh, it'd be great. And then literally about 5 minutes in, I'm calling bullshit. I was like, it was like civilians, and the next thing there's some fucking this civilian's fucking doing aeronautical fucking loops in the air with his jet. I'm like, that isn't a civilian. If you're going to send fucking civilians into space, you need me. You need a guy who works in a fucking laundromat. You need some fucking takeaway driver. You need a car fitter. You need some fucking weird people. You can't. They're civilians. A fucking postman. You need someone that is legitimate a civilian. If you've flown a plane that has military fucking technology, you're not a civilian. And it was a bullshit. It was a bullshit maneuver. It's like 4 civilians going
So
to fucking.
You didn't watch it then. You stopped watching it.
Quit it. It's one of the first times I've ever quit.
Good.
It was a series. And it's one of the first times I've ever quit a series because I was like, these are not civilians in my eyes. You need to send a milkman.
Just
watch
some history documentaries on YouTube. You're better off.
Oh, I do. Watch
some stuff. Watch some stuff. Watch some stuff about Tartaria. You know about Tartaria?
Tartaria.
You never heard of Tartaria?
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah. That's fascinating. That's just fascinating. Antiquitech, Tartaria, the mud floods.
Mud floods
if they happened or not.
Well, the mud floods is a big one because even that happened in Russia.
It's fascinating. Yeah, well, that's where Tartaria was. Tartaria was basically Russia.
Yeah, I know my stuff.
And that all links into the Khazarians and the Khazaria.
Oh, is that
the Khazarian mafia?
Oh,
it's all around that time. Yeah, it's all around that time because the Khazarians, they're the ones. They're the Ashkenazi. They chose to be Jewish.
Do you know? Occasionally, because I look into
very interesting.
Shit, because I look into thank you, so are you, man. Because I look into so much fucking shit.
It blurs, doesn't it?
It does blur. And now that you fucking, as soon as you mentioned the mud flood, and then I was like, yeah, Russia. I was like, bang. I was like, oh no, it's terrible, man. I fucking get lost in my own thoughts.
Yes,
no,
it's an interesting. There's a guy. Watch it, John Levi's channel on YouTube. He's fantastic.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And he looks at very old photographs. He's really good. I really like it.
I mean, eventually, I think the one thing, and again, this is something, I don't know, I feel like we should fucking investigate this together, because you're one of these people that's fucking, you go down that rabbit hole, and you fucking get the details. I mean, when I go down the rabbit hole, I get some sort of weird knowledge, I remember obscure facts.
I'm not always looking for the truth, Tim, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I'm not either. I'm looking for the bullshit. I'm looking at. But the thing is, when I look at stuff, I have to look at it from every perspective. If I'm looking at something, even to the modern day, I spoke about paganism earlier. Well, right now I'm trying to read through the fucking Bible because I was born and baptized a Christian, but I did fucking RE, but I wasn't interested. I didn't give a shit. Most of the time, the fucking teacher was trying to play fucking films. One RE fucking lesson, he played the fucking film Ghost. What the fuck has that got to do with anything? And that's for real. And I don't even want to call him by his real fucking name because that name seems like a joke name, but it was his real fucking name. And his real fucking name was tragic. It gave him no credibility whatsoever. It seemed like the most fakest fucking name in the world. No one believed him. He was a fucking huge dude who just.
Go on, what was his name? Mr. What? Mr. What? Go on. What was his surname?
All right, his fucking name was Mr. Banks. Okay? And I'm not bullshitting you. I have 5 years worth of schooling with this guy. Potentially 7,000 fucking students could literally just go and back this up. His fucking first name was Robin, mate. For real. The most fakest fucking name in the world. And it was his fucking real name. He taught RE. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm seriously, it's not a fucking. The thing is, I'd love for it to be I'd love for it to be a joke, because, but it isn't. That's what's crazy. I mean, it's like, Robin Banks, man. We had to. That was a joke when we was in school. Nowadays, I'm 30, and I'm like, man, I couldn't imagine his fucking childhood. Like the dude, I'm not surprised he was a fucking Christian piece of shit who hated people. That fucking name, Jesus Christ. Like, I couldn't.
Not very Christian to hate people, is it?
No, but he was no. To be honest, he was a fairly good dude, and I probably gave him a bit too much shit. But the problem was, like I am now, um, fucking, I was the one that found that shit out, and I only found it out because during my schooling days, I was a piece of trash, and I used to just randomly steal fucking stuff from school. Sorry, school. You fucking knew anyway. You already punished me. And yeah, I was going through fucking drawers and shit, and I was like, man, there's fucking driver's license here. And I looked at it and I was like, ah. And then I took a picture, and then I took a picture on my old fucking Sony Ericsson, like old Sony Ericsson, the first Sony Ericssons when they come out after the fucking Nokia fucking shit. The first fucking Sony Ericsson I had was like a fucking camera phone. It had about 50 megabytes worth of storage. And I took a picture of it. I was like, bang, got you, you piece of shit. And like every fucking child in the day, that shit went round.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And I apologize to the man now. I apologize. The thing with school was I was a fucking horrible bastard, man. I just used to take the piss so much out of everything, and I wasn't a fucking athlete. I'm 5'7". I'm a fucking small ass. And I'm 5'7" now. I was even smaller in school, so I had to play to my strengths, which was fucking taking the piss and being truant. And what about a science teacher? Just to add, a science teacher looked like Egon from the Ghostbusters, which was he literally looked like for like him. And me and my old bandmates, we used to, whenever he'd leave the room, we'd play ghost pranks. So we'd draw the fucking logo on the fucking board. I used to fuck around with a plastic skeleton, go get your fucking proton kit out, fucking, just general, just pure bullshit.
Kids are horrible, aren't they? Kids
are pricks. Kids are pricks. And I can vouch for that because I was one of them horrible fuckers, But
it's true.
Again, we can go back and go, well, you take yourself back to any time, and that probably could be another one. Listen, this has been a fucking long ass show. We're almost borderline 5 hours. We're gonna have to fucking round this up. I could keep talking.
Right, we'll stop now.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to, because otherwise this could be the fucking longest podcast in history. It probably won't be, but it will take me about 50 years to process.
Well, good to talk, man. Good to.
No, it has been. Well, I'll round this up. We spoke about a fucking hell of a lot. Oh man, you got fucking greens. That was a green screen the whole time. You just blew my goddamn mind. Wasn't even your fucking background.
No, this is the green screen. That was real before. Yeah, this is the green screen.
That was some black magic shit. That was wild. How the fuck this? That was mind blowing. I was like, where's that fucking flag come from? And I was like, holy shit. I almost literally thought that you had a fucking the most realistic background in green screen history. I was like, holy
this isn't really my face either. My face is about to change now. It's CGI. It's all CGI.
Can you turn yourself into a lizard? Turn yourself into a lizard. Or a cat.
I try really hard.
Fucking more.
I try
more.
No, no, I'm tired. I don't work.
Your energy. The energy's been expended. Well, listen. Where can people fucking find you, man? Where can people follow you? Where can people fucking check you out?
You can find the Undercover.
Oh wait.
iTunes
Hold on. Wait. My fucking hard drive's fucking full again. Just keep going. It's all right. I've still got your record.
You can find the Undercover Cockney stuff on iTunes and Spotify and all the usual places. And check out Audius, AUDIUS.co, and that's blockchain based music. And we're all over that as well. And yeah.
Well, listen.
Please have a listen.
You're going to have to. I'm going to have to fucking get you on back again, my friend. And unfortunately, I'm fucking, my computer's running out of fucking space.
Quick, turn it off before you see.
I know.
Don't
worry. Listen, this has been the fucking